We've got everybody checked in and ready to roll.
Go ahead, you're open to both.
3,
Put it over to the slate now.
2, 1. Take camera 1.
Today in Washington, D.C., at the Washington Post's Global Women's Summit.
We've never needed strong women more.
NIH only spends about 10.8% of its federal budget on women's health. That figure, in my mind, and I think in every woman's mind, is inexcusable.
When I think about marketing geniuses, to me that's ISIS.
Banning doesn't work. For example, if I heard a book had been banned, I would go read it.
All of our sex traits exist on a spectrum. We as intersex people are just a little bit closer to the center of that spectrum.
I have to ask you, Mitt Romney eats your Alaska salmon with ketchup.
Can you believe it?
Oh my gosh. Like the best wild seafood in the world, and he puts it on a bun with ketchup.
So you have the opportunity to practice getting comfortable in money and taking risks through this game.
I became conscious that I was dangerous for the people around me.
I don't have to emulate male energy to lead. I can lead with intellect and empathy and dignity and morality, and I can be me and still rock a rhythm.
Good morning and welcome to the Washington Post. My name's Matea Gold. I am one of the managing editors here, and I'm delighted to welcome you for our third Global Women's Summit. Really excited to have all of you who are here in the room and those of you who are joining us online. The power of journalism is our ability to illuminate, inform, and provoke through fair but tough reporting to help the public navigate a changing world. That's the mission that drives us here at the Post, and that's what we're going to do here today. We're delighted to have several women and even a few men whose work is changing the future and whose boldness is paving a new path. For 3 years now, this event has landed at a pivotal moment to reflect on women in the world, and this year is no exception. We're just 2 weeks after a significant national election, and today our programming will take stock of the results and will offer perspectives from both sides of the aisle on what women across the country are facing. We will also talk about the new reality in Afghanistan, where the devastating oppression of Afghan women continues as their rights are being decimated by the Taliban. In addition, we'll address challenges facing parents in a shifting cultural landscape, the impact of social media on many young girls, this landmark year in women's sports, and how a top movie star turned a passion project into a major motion picture. And as we look to a record number of women who are now governors, I will be talking to 3 of them from across the country about how they are navigating the current landscape. We are delighted to once again be bringing today's event to life in partnership with Tina Brown, who has a brilliant eye for editorial nuance and an unmatched knack for identifying rising changemakers. Tina, of course, served as editor-in-chief of Tatler, Vanity Fair, The New Yorker, and Talk Magazine, and was founder and editor of The Daily Beast. She has just migrated to Substack, where her weekly newsletter, Fresh Hell, gives her take on politics and culture. With that, let me hand the mic to her. Tina, thanks so much.
Okay. Well, what a privilege it is to be back at this epic moment of national change when there's so much to talk about on and off stage with all of you here, probably one of the best informed audiences around. The Post, of course, remains the locus of some of the world's best reporting and opinion, winning 3 Pulitzer Prizes this past year. And you're going to meet many of their most incisive columnists, editors, and reporters who are moderating today's consequential conversations. I couldn't be more proud to partner for a 3rd year with Washington Post Live, led by that hotshot honcho, Cathy O'Hearn. And we want to thank you, today's presenting sponsors, ARP, Boston Consulting Group, Goldman Sachs, and March of Dimes. Without you all, we couldn't be sitting here. So thank you so much for supporting the summit. So ladies, I want you to let it rip on stage today. We begin with the Washington legend who's seen it all, the mighty House Speaker Emerita, Nancy Pelosi.
representative for the 110th Congress.
The House will come to order.
Nancy Pelosi, the first woman Speaker of the House, second in line to the presidency, at a perilous time.
Let us stand together to move our country forward.
I urge my colleagues to vote for the repeal of this discriminatory policy.
It's appalling, the things that he says, and then you say to me, tearing up his falsehoods, isn't that the wrong message? No, it isn't. I was concerned about what he said about me, as that's been going on since, 2016. What I am concerned about is what it means when he says, with his Project 2025, that he's going to eliminate the Department of Education, that he's going to take over the Department of Justice, that he's going to repeal the Affordable Care Act, and now they're saying even the CHIPS Act. That's what concerns me.
Good morning. Welcome to the Washington Post. I'm Jonathan Capehart, associate editor at the Washington Post. I'm introducing someone who needs no introduction. Wonder Woman. No, okay. Author of the new book, The Art of Power, Democratic Congresswoman from California, the 52nd Speaker of the House, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi.
Good morning.
Speaker Pelosi, welcome back to the Washington Post.
Wonderful to be here. Good morning, Jonathan.
So before we talk about your book, The Art of Power, now that it's been 3 weeks, let's take stock of what happened on and since Election Day. Republicans clinched a trifecta, winning the presidency, the Senate, and the House. Why do you think Donald Trump, despite all of his flaws, all of his indictments, all of his convictions, his historically low approval ratings, retook the presidency so decisively?
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. Nice to see you here. Has it been 3 weeks? Just think of it as every morning that I get up and it's another morning of the reality, the reckoning. First of all, let me just say that we have, if we're going to take an analysis of why that happened, we have to have some time to do it. People have their stories, this or that, and I've always said as an appropriator in Congress, the plural of anecdote is not data. We have to take a look and see the demographics of the election. We have to see the messaging of the election. We have to see many things to really analyze historically what it is, but make decisions politically about how to go forward. I think that what's going to be exciting about how we go forward is the new, fresh talent that we will have out there, including our vice president, as we go forward, and listening to what they have to say about how we go forward. I have some thoughts about how we got to this place. In my book, I talk about what happened in 2008 when we had the meltdown on Wall Street and what that meant. Trillions of dollars in personal wealth going down, millions of people losing their homes, many people being questionable as to whether they could pay their mortgage, so many people losing their jobs. It had an impact, and it produced two things: the Tea Party and Occupy Wall Street. So people are saying, well, how come people on the right and left are voting the same way? That's the way it is when you're talking about, shall we say, privilege. People thought when we passed our bill, the TARP bill, to rescue the economy, that we were bailing out Wall Street. Well, we weren't. But the fact is that's how people perceived it. And I think that's one of the reasons we lost the election in 2010. People say it was the Affordable Care Act. I don't think it was that so much at all. it may have had an impact in certain races, but most of those races weren't even where people voted for the bill. So again, taking what are then now this time we have COVID. COVID has a similar impact on people's sense of security. And again, all the things that are implied with it in terms of supply chain and cost of living and then inflation, which followed that and the rest. So we have to take a bigger look at what are some of the factors that contribute to people's pocketbook interests. It's all about the kitchen table. It is true, it is the economy. But what are some of the larger issues that we believe we addressed in our legislative agenda, but the public did not have the complete awareness that we would have liked them to have, and we take responsibility for that.
Well, Madam Speaker, if it was all about the kitchen table, then why did now President-elect Donald Trump run a campaign that was openly hateful, racist, misogynistic, xenophobic?
Because that's who he is. I mean, you're asking me why somebody is true to his nature? That's who he is. I think that was sincere on his part, unfortunately.
And so, but then does that mean that the hate he espoused, pardon the language here, trumped whatever economic message he had, and trumped the economic message that the Harris-Walz campaign actually had and campaigned on?
Well, as I said to you, any analysis of one thing or another has to be put in perspective of the full. And I say this as a former chair of the California Democratic Party. Elections are something that I take a big interest in, including we have 2 more races in California. So I don't think they had. I think in the House we under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, who's wonderful, and our leadership, Susan Delbene and others, we did better than anyone, and will probably come down to a 2-vote difference in the House. So we were on our path in terms of our districts making a distinction. This person voted against a woman's right to choose, voted against saving the planet for the future, voted against gun violence prevention, voted against our democracy, and in those discrete races, our position prevailed for the most part. Now, when you're in a race, if the presidential candidate is, shall we say, behind by X number of points, it's almost impossible to win that race in a shall we say, a marginal race. It's almost impossible. If it's 6 points or so, you can offset it. If it's 8 or 9 points, it's very hard to do. So we lost a few seats, but we gained a few seats. So, and we're going to gain a couple more in California in a matter of hours. So, again, it's a and as I say, in the House, we expect that we will have the House next time. It could even happen in this cycle because it's only a couple, 2-3 vote difference, and you just don't know. But in any case, our members, our job title and our job description is one and the same: representative. Members represent their constituents, their districts, and they come to Congress to bring their point of view, not to espouse my point of view from San Francisco, but to espouse their point of view. And so the consensus that we build, now could we be tattooed with things nationally in some of our more, shall we say, moderate districts? Well, that's what the other side did, yeah.
So let's talk about the presidential. Behind the scenes, you were very instrumental in encouraging President Biden to leave the race. Even before he did, polls were showing that the voters were very concerned about his age. Do you wish you had gotten involved earlier than you did?
Let me just say, the president made his own decision, and I salute him for his patriotism, for his selflessness, and the rest for the decision that he made. My concern was not personally about the president. My concern was, in the 2 years that we had with the president in the majority, the Democrats in the majority, we had a record that begged comparison with Lyndon Johnson, Franklin Roosevelt. I mean, we only had 2 years, so we couldn't do as expansive an agenda as they did, but we did great things. The president, under his leadership, 16 million jobs created, versus the other guy who has the worst, not you, the worst the worst job creation record since Herbert Hoover. We saved the pensions of the labor unions. We had the child tax credit for putting money in the pockets of families in our country. List goes on. That's just the rescue package. It addressed COVID, shots in arms, money in pocket, children safely back to school, people back to work. That was just the rescue package, and there's more to that. Then we did the infrastructure bill, the bipartisan, well, we had 13 Republican votes, but nonetheless, bipartisan infrastructure bill, job creation, all the things that are in that bill with justice. That is to say, it's just not a trickle-down bill, it's everyone participating. The CHIPS Act, the same thing, where we said it's not just about chips, it's about the future, it's about STEM for communities that have not been involved in the tech industry, to make sure that they participate fully, women, people of color, and the rest, and to make sure that people learn the trades, are not necessarily college graduates, understand that they can make a strong living. You know, if we have I'll use the example, if there's a grant that is given to a distinguished scientist, since I pointed to you on Herbert Hoover, that scientist needs a plumber, a carpenter, an electrician, and the list goes. So it's all about involving people in the economic success of our country. IRA to save the planet. At the same time, to reduce the cost of prescription drugs, something we've been trying to do for a long time. And again, just for example, if you're a senior on Medicare and dependent on insulin, it was costing you $500, $600 a month. Under our bill, $35 a month at the tops. Remarkable, remarkable. And again, the PACT Act honor our responsibilities to our veterans in a way that addresses the burn pit issue. All these kinds of things. Lincoln said public sentiment is everything. With it, you can accomplish almost anything. Without it, practically nothing. But for public sentiment to prevail, people have to know. And my concern was what I was just saying to you. Most people didn't understand how it affected them. That's not their fault they don't know. It's our responsibility to communicate. And I didn't think that the time in the first 2 years conveyed that. Analogy I use is, we can bake the pie, we can sell the pie, but it's hard to sell and bake at the same time. So we're passing these bills. We wanted more public awareness of what it meant at the kitchen table of America's working families. And really that democracy. People say to me, why do you think democracy is at stake? See, I think the beautiful belief in the strength of our country was something that people thought our democracy won't be at stake because of, but actually, what is democracy? Free and fair elections, a peaceful transfer of power, independence of an independent judiciary, rule of law, those kinds of things. But it's about your freedom. And your freedom is at that kitchen table too. The sizing, timing, even if you want to have a family, is not only a freedom issue, it's an economic issue. So my view was people have to know if they're going to vote in their self-interest, and we can't say, you didn't vote in your self-interest. They know their self-interest, but we have to make sure they know what the choice is.
And so Democrats did all the things you clearly laid out.
And that was only some.
Right, that was only some of them. And I just wonder if what's at issue here is more than a communication issue, more than articulating all the things you just said. Let me run this interesting stat by you. In the 2008 election, President Obama got 63% of voters making less than $50,000 a year, and Senator John McCain got 35%. That's a 28 percentage point margin. In 2024, this past election, Vice President Harris got 48.5% of that vote, and Donald Trump got 49%. Yeah. That means between 2008 and 2024, Democrats lost almost 30% of the working class votes. Can Democrats credibly call themselves the party of the working class. How do you win them back?
Well, I disagree with your first sentence when you said it's more than communication, because I think communication had something to do with that, with all due respect. The fact is, if there were one thing that I could say, at the risk of anecdote not being the plural of data, is that communication is different now. Another anecdote was a group of Hispanic, youngish, 30-ish-year-old voters came together after the election. Not one of them got their news from cable TV. Not one of them. All social media. I do think that the Republicans outdid us on the social media front. The presidential, we were doing it in our races, but again, we're discrete in certain places. They're global, national, not quite as global as this conference, but they're national. And so I think that for us in this next election, we have to not only do as well as they did, we have to leapfrog over them. We have to task for what is the technology that enables us to take news to people where they receive it, not necessarily where we traditionally, well, we have TV, well, we have papers, well, we have this, that. No, where are they receiving it? And we don't know. As I said to you before, you have to see the whole thing. There are a lot of people who didn't vote. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of people that didn't vote that may have had an impact on that. Could that be because in certain districts they knew in their state Kamala would win, and in their district the Democrat would win, so why should I go to the polls? We have to make sure that they were motivated enough to see the impact of all of that, because when you look at those figures, it isn't about, I didn't vote because my vote wouldn't make any difference because my district is so Democratic, our state is so Democratic. Let's find out what the reality of it is. And that takes some analysis. And I know that's a boring answer, but it is, in fact, what you have to do after an election. Otherwise, you're just you're just going on notions or what's highly visible without really going into the depths of what it is. And that's really important to our country, not just politically, but to meet the needs of the American people. They have to know what is at stake for them. What is at stake for them? The repeal of the elimination of the Department of Education. Do you know what that means to children in economically disadvantaged areas, kids with special needs and the rest of that? What are we talking about here? Repeal of the Affordable Care Act. Tens of millions of people have gotten access to health care because of that, but more than that, 150 million families have people with pre-existing conditions who will no longer be deprived of access to care because of that. And the list goes on. Your child is there until 26 years old if you're on your program, giving that person opportunity for more education, more entrepreneurial spirit to start a business if he or he wishes to do so. And again, the list goes on the Affordable Care Act and what that means to the economic and the health. You know, it's about financial health as well as personal health. One of the things that we are doing, what we did after 2016, which was a heartbreaking election for us. And I know you had the debate with the interview with President Clinton, really a genius in all of this, but we had some after-action review after 2016 as well. And now we have to have an after-action review now. But after that, we immediately, like within 24, 36 hours, well, we waited until Hillary made her speech, but we announced that we were going to save the Affordable Care Act. And in the course of that time, we had 10,000 events around the country where people came and told their stories. They didn't talk about provisions in the bill. They talked about, my child was born with a heart condition, my sibling had cancer. They told their stories. And we launched it on Martin Luther King weekend because Martin Luther King said so beautifully of all the forms of inequity, inequality, injustice in healthcare is the most inhuman. He used the word inhuman because people can die. And so he was such a leader in so many ways, but also in this healthcare. And that kept our Democrats intact from any of these fake initiatives on the part of the Republicans. And we're doing that right now. We announced it after this election, too, so that people can see very directly what this means to them.
Speaker Pelosi, we've got 4 minutes and 25 seconds, and I have time for 2 questions. One related to your book. You spent all that time writing this book, so let's talk about it. You write that power springs from the people, from consensus. It goes back to the Lincoln quote that you mentioned earlier. And you're right, it isn't something that comes from on high. You define it as an art. But for Trump, it's not the art of power, but the force of power. Has this election redefined how power is wielded in Washington?
No, I think it defines one election. And that's the way it has to be, because our democracy, in my view, our democracy is at stake when we are having really... See, here's the thing. Let's get fundamental. Let's push back a bit. For a while now, including him, but other Republicans as well, and this is not an election about Bob Dole or Mitt Romney or George Bush, father or son, or anything like that, John McCain. This is a different dynamic here. We're talking about patriotism. We're talking about belief in the role of government. Since the beginning of our country, it has been the debate, the beautiful debate of a democracy, disagreement as to what the role of government is, what the role of the central government is versus state governments and the rest of that. And that's the vitality of it all. These people don't believe in governance, and they don't believe in science. For me, the answer to so many of our challenges is science, 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 and science. Whether it's health, whether it's economic success and prevailing globally in technology, whether it's saving the planet, the list goes on. But they don't believe it. So if science says we have to do this about climate or about children's development, and government says, okay, so we have these protections or these suggestions, 2 no's do not make a yes. So we're talking about a big deal thing. We're not talking about the take over the White House. So if you're putting people in those positions who have no... Now, again, the president won. He has a right to his appointments. I don't... But he also has a responsibility to have people, whether we agree with their position or not, we have to have some respect for their knowledge, their perspective on what this means for the country and how that translates to the kitchen table. So I don't call this, I'm more hopeful about how we can pull this back in, respectful that the people have spoken. It's a democracy, the people have spoken. But the fact is that we have to examine how so many people didn't vote, and those who voted, I mean, how could we have protected not only protected, ensured the pensions of union workers, have prevailing wage, all these things, fairness and justice, and people saying, I don't know what that means to me, because the cultural issues have also continued and have sort of revived the 3 Gs, gays, God, and guns.
Madam Speaker.
That's it. Yeah. And that has an impact on people's voting. God, that's their view of the independent decision-making that God has given women and families. That's their view of God.
Madam Speaker, we've got 39 seconds left, but we're going over, much to the consternation of the folks in the control room. But I cannot have you leave without putting up this question, audience question, from Donna Miller from Ohio. How long did it take to stop taking personal attacks personally? Parentheses. Your skin may be thick, but you still look great. Now, give your feet a break and stop wearing heels. So how long did it take to stop taking the personal attacks personally?
Well, I don't, in other words, I know my why. I know why I do this. I keep saying to candidates, know your why, because this is not for the faint of heart. This is a rough arena. You're a target once you're effective. And I think that was why I was a target, because I was effective legislator, political force, all the rest, winning the House finally for the Democrats when we did. Sashia, modestly, I say that for the women to know your power out there. But here's the thing. I didn't care what they said about me. I considered the source. But the Republicans did heap all of his cloven feet, horns, inflamed devil, all that. And that contributed to this attitude that people could say anything about anything. The politics of personal destruction. It started under Clintons. They did that to the Clintons, so on. Fairly. So in any case, I didn't care about that. I say to people, that it's hard though when you're trying to convince women to run, that their children would come home from school crying because there was a fake ad on TV describing them as unethical or something like that. So we got to take that out of politics. However, when this attitude had somebody go to my house in the middle of the night, violate the sanctity of our home, the safety of my husband looking for me because what I had said about your friend, somebody's friend, I don't know whose, but anyway, he's president-elect. That's really, and then for them to make a joke of it. Imagine somebody going into your home, attacking your family member with a hammer near death. We don't even know if he's going to live yet. And they're making a joke on their websites and all that. And the governor of Virginia, what's that other guy's name? Elon Musk, making a joke of that. That's just not right. And then when the president was attacked, we all prayed for him. We're so grateful that he was not seriously injured and stuff like this. So we are different from each other in that respect. So the question of shoes, that's just the way it is.
That's your thing.
That's the way it is. But thank you, Donna, for looking out for my whatever it is. But let me just say, my why is for the children. I went from housewife to House member to House Speaker for the children. And I always quote, let the record show that I am quoting a Republican president now, Teddy Roosevelt, and he talked about in the arena speech. In the arena, he said, when you're in the arena, you're no longer a spectator. You're in there. So I say to, especially the women, when you're coming into this, know your power, know your why, be yourself as you come in here. When you go in that arena, sometimes you have to take a punch. Sometimes you have to throw a punch for the children.
Oh, wow. And on that note, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, thank you very much for coming to Washington Post.
Is that it?
Please stay with us. My colleague Amy Gardner is next with a timely political panel you won't want to miss.
I've got to say, this is the biggest red wave I've seen since Ronald Reagan's 49-state victory in 1984.
This morning, Donald Trump has secured a second presidential term.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
It's certainly a happy day for the GOP.
This is more than just a realignment. I hope it's a realization.
It is a new day in America.
Republicans have run the table.
For the Democrats, who is going to lead the way forward? Well, it is up in the air.
I'm Meghan McCain, and this is Citizen McCain.
Sometimes you make impulsive decisions, you're like, I just want radical change in my life. I just need everything to change. And then you do it and you're like, what did I do? And I'm wondering if the American Republic is gonna have any reaction, especially to people like Matt Gaetz, like, wait, what did we do? We wanted change, but I didn't want chaos. And that's the question I have going into this next administration.
Kellyanne Conway is a former counselor to President Trump and a Fox News contributor.
Trump himself now, to me, represents both the insurgent and the incumbent. So he benefits from still being seen as an outsider to the system, to corruption, to the swamp that needs to be drained. But he is an insider insofar as he comes to Washington with those 4 years as president of the United States and commander-in-chief under his belt.
Hello, everybody. I'm Amy Gardner. I'm a national reporter on the Post's democracy team. I'm really thrilled to be here with Kellyanne Conway, Mignon Moore, and Meghan McCain. Thank you so much, and welcome to all three of you. I'm going to start with Kellyanne. I want to start with a question about President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet picks so far. They've been quite controversial, as you know. We've got former Representative Matt Gaetz, the subject of a long-running investigation by a congressional ethics panel for Attorney General. Pete Hegseth for Defense Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for Health and Human Services, Tulsi Gabbard for Director of National Intelligence. As Ronald Reagan's Director of Personnel famously said, personnel is policy. What do these picks mean for the president-elect's approach to policy?
Amy, thank you so much for having me, and to the Washington Post for having me yet again. I know I was invited here originally to talk about what the election results mean for women. I had a feeling that the topic was going to change immediately to News of the Day. And
You're
of course,
a smart woman.
Of course, I'm going to talk about what the election means for women, because I think the women in the audience and watching, and really the women across the country, would like to know. So I'm sure here at the Washington Post that those picks are, quote, controversial, just like Donald Trump was controversial and every other bad name called. I just heard him call those names again in the last panel. That's okay, but Americans just rejected that. They're really tired of being lectured. They'd like to be listened to, beginning with America's women. This is a roar for change, there's no question. This election, the sheer geographic and demographic breadth of President Trump's historic and sweeping win. Every single state went more to the right than Nebraska and Washington state, even the states he didn't win. He won all 7 swing states. He won, he obviously won women. He lost women by 7 points. You have a female presidential candidate, sitting vice president of the United States, who's telling America, make history with me, and America is saying in return, I'd like to make my rent and mortgage first. Then we'll talk about making history. So I'm happy to talk about the news of the day, but we also should reflect, even when you don't like the election results, even when they're not what you wanted or anticipated or expected, or I would say even respect. It is time to reflect those election results. And there is a roar for change, and it came from core Democratic constituencies that Vice President Harris shed. She was not able to rely upon even what the typical Democratic presidential candidate like Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton were able to rely upon among African Americans and women and young people, particularly young men, and Hispanic Americans and Asian Americans and veterans and union households and Jewish Americans, and the list goes on and on.
Okay, I think the audience is probably glad to hear that.
So now this president is going to be able to do, as president-elect, what every president does, which is form a cabinet. And I don't remember the high dungeon surrounding Alejandro Mayorkas. I see he and his wife socially in D.C. They seem like decent people. But he's been an awful Department of Homeland Security secretary. He's lied to the American people. In 2021, he told us the border is secure and closed. And because that lie was told and perpetuated through this administration, Donald Trump came back to office in large part because of border security. When Donald Trump elevated illegal immigration and border security as an issue into the public consciousness almost 10 years ago. Next spring, it'll be 10 years. It was 3 or 4% in the polls. This year, it was number 2 in every single swing state and nationwide. Why? Because Americans, including America's women, stood up and said, excuse me, I don't think I'm a racist and a xenophobe, let alone a sexist, to believe that when I open up my phone or turn on my TV, in some networks you can see, people coming here illegally and getting cell phones and clothing and hotel rooms and cash. And then the biggest affront, I'm yawning too, the biggest affront, my child's seat in this New York City classroom, are you kidding? And people said that's not fair. So the people have spoken, and they have, by implication, they have said to President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance, go and form the government you think is finally going to respect and reflect the will of the people. Now, these hearings, that's what hearings are for. That's what the private meetings are for. The hearings are for all of you to watch if you'd like to, and many of us do. They're for you to watch. Turn up the volume. The nominee is the one who's under oath. The people asking the questions never are. And the nominee will be under oath. The nominees will have to answer those questions. And then the Senate committee and then the full Senate will vote. That's the way they do it.
I want to come back to the Senate confirmation process, but first I'd like to ask Megan a question. Thank you. You've come out against Matt Gaetz' nomination, but you celebrated online Tulsi Gabbard's, if I'm not mistaken, as Director of National Intelligence. She, in that capacity, would oversee 17 American spy agencies. What makes you think Gabbard, who's been criticized for repeating Kremlin talking points, is up for such an essential job?
Well, she's a lieutenant colonel in the Army, and she's been serving, I believe, since she was 21. She started out as a medic. For people that don't know, she has the white stripe in her hair because of trauma in war. In a personal level, we are very good friends. She's the godmother to my eldest daughter. We actually became friends when I was working at The View, and Van Jones, you guys may know, I had criticized her, and he said, you don't know her, and he told her, you don't know Megan, and we had this like incredible lunch and bonded over being controversial women that people misunderstand and slander in the media. Is literally like the base of our girlfriend friendship, and I trust her and love her implicitly, and I was actually just speaking with her about how heartbreaking it is for me to see these kind of slurs just as a friend thrown at her. If people like Deborah Wasserman Schultz really believe that she's a Russian asset, why is she allowed to have security clearance in the Army, and why wasn't she investigated when she was a member of Congress? These are very dangerous things to throw around. I am the sister, daughter, granddaughter, great-granddaughter, great-great-granddaughter of veterans, and I'm sister-in-law of veterans as well. And I think that when we start attacking men and women in the military and don't have anything to back it up, for me, that's like the greatest, it's like the greatest sin. If you are going to throw that out there, you should be a person who is really, you have evidence and anything else to back it up. And I think all you're doing by repeating these things, and we all know the media figures who's been doing it, is endearing a lot of people in the country to her, because I have been with her in public and people cry when they see her and people love her. And I think to sort of Kellyanne's point, you know, I walk a weird line because I'm non-MAGA, but I'm conservative, and I think that it's really important in this moment that we go into different spaces and see different perspectives, because I don't want to see the country and media completely tear itself apart. I don't think it's holistically good for Americans. But I love her, I support her, I'm very excited about her being nominated.
Mignon, thank you also for being here. I want to talk about the election.
Yes, I'm delighted.
Wait, can I just say one more thing?
Of course.
To my Democrat friends, one of the quotes that gets me through everything is there was a congressman named Mo Udall from Arizona who's very famous, and he said, the voters have spoken, the bastards. And that has gotten me through many dark nights in
Listen,
my life.
the green room got me through this conversation.
Yeah.
So.
I'd like to talk about the election and where the Democratic Party goes from here. But first, a quick question about the president-elect. Is he overestimating his electoral mandate with some of these nominations?
This is where I'm going to agree with Kellyanne. First of all, he was elected. He was elected by the people, 76 million votes and counting. Vice President Harris, 74 million. And I always say, once you're elected, you become the president of the people. So I think the president-elect has to make a determination whether he is going to just work on behalf of the 76 million people that elected him, or if he's going to work on behalf of all the American people. And that's a high hurdle. because they have to dispel all the stereotypes, all of the things, all the bad things that they've heard about themselves in the press, and they have to determine, are they going to see each and every individual that wants to be a part of this great democracy? So does he have a mandate? Perhaps. But how will he use that mandate is the question I will continue to ask.
Back to Kellyanne, and I want to talk a little bit more about the Senate confirmation process that you started to bring up a minute ago.
No, you did. That was your question to me in a post-election panel.
Fair.
Go on.
Fair. That I brought up.
And by
a
the way,
minute ago.
Tulsi Gabbard's my friend too. In full disclosure, she's going to do a fantastic job. I think she's going to do a fantastic job. I watched with riveted attention when Anthony Blinken was in his confirmation hearing for Secretary of State almost 4 years ago. I turned up the volume when he gave this unbelievable story that I didn't know in full. He was under oath talking about his stepfather having been a Holocaust survivor, and this incredible story. So I was really surprised. He was basically the first person in the administration hours after the October 7th massacre in Israel to call for a ceasefire. So I think people look at things like that too, Amy, and say, wow, who actually is running the government now? How come I don't hear from them? What is Xavier Becerra been doing at HHS anyway that we're talking about RFK Jr.? Speaking of RFK Jr., the guy ran as a Democrat for president in the primaries. People want to forget that. One of the biggest mistakes the Democratic Party made this time, not once but twice, was to not have a primary. Primaries are healthy. Republicans had a primary. Yes, but
they chose not to run against President Biden at the time.
RFK Jr. did, and I think the biggest mistake was saying to him, you didn't, by the way, biggest mistake was saying to him, there will be no debates, you won't have access to the donor rolls, the voter lists, we really won't recognize you, and you purged him out. The problem with that is, unlike Bernie Sanders, who beat Hillary Clinton in 23 primaries or caucuses. That can't be true. Let me fact check Kellyanne. Go ahead and do it while we're sitting here. He beat Hillary Clinton in 23 contests. It's a lot. In 2016. Unlike that, I can't think of a single state where RFK Jr. would have beaten Joe Biden in the primaries and caucuses. Maybe you can, I can't. And now kicking him out of the party, look how powerful he's become. He's going to go run HHS. And so we have to think about how all this happens. They don't just plop from the sky. And President Trump is, I got a sarcastic call yesterday from a print reporter. I ignore most of them, and because I don't have a lot to add, I tell them call the transition. Not ignore them, just like if you're going to ask me a sarcastic question, there's not a lot I can give that's nice. My grandmother said, if you have nothing nice to say nothing at all. So I try to do that. But this question was, why is Donald Trump picking all people who are on TV first? No. There are people he knows are going to execute on the America First agenda that 76 million Americans, sure, but what a kick-ass, complete domination, vindication in the Electoral College, which is how we elect our presidents, 312 electoral votes is real kick-ass. But it's like he's getting people who are going to TV. No, he wants people who, in addition to doing the job, Amy, can communicate with the American public. You know why? Because that's what they've been missing for 4 years. They've been told from the White House press briefing room, oh, the president that I'm with, that I was just with, he's a trapeze artist. He's a triathlete behind the scenes. Shame on you for not recognizing that when he's stumbling up the stairs. That poor man that's been still being blamed for Vice President Harris not winning. Leave Joe Biden alone. Respect his 54, 55 years in service and stop blaming him for the election. So people are saying, you know what, I'm focused on these positions now, but who even is there now and what have they done? What were they asked about in their confirmation hearings? I don't think Merrick Garland should have referred to parents as domestic terrorists. I don't think that he should have been excluding them from talking about these school board meetings. I think we have a parents' rights renaissance going on in this country. I just listened to Nancy Pelosi say she does things for the children. I think that's wonderful. I hope she'll get the Democratic Party in line on school choice, because they're on the wrong side of history on school choice. There are 12 states that now have universal school choice. There were 0 when we were in the administration. I think Linda McMahon, excellent pick for any cabinet spot, is going to do a fabulous job bringing more opportunities to these parents and grandparents who just voted for Donald Trump and had never voted for Donald Trump before, had never voted Republican before. And you're saying, oh, didn't they care about this conviction? Didn't they care about abortion? Didn't they care about character? Didn't they care about, if we stop lecturing them and start listening to them, then then we will hear that this parents' rights renaissance that started in 2021 and continued through Glenn Youngkin's win in Virginia metastasized into this first presidential election since the full COVID was over. And they're saying, my goodness, my kid still suffers from lost learning. They're not in the best schools. I can't afford to move them to a good school the way George and Kellyanne Conway can, the way I'm sure Meghan McCain can, the way Bill and Hillary Clinton and Barack and Michelle Obama did. Good for them for sending their 3 daughters to the best school in town. That's wonderful. But what about the rest of America?
Kellyanne, can I just quickly ask you about the
school choice
process itself, the nomination process itself? As you know, there are senators who are speaking out with some uncertainty about whether they're going to support all of these nominees.
Okay.
Can you talk a little bit about how that might set the table for the relationship between the Congress and Trump, and does it potentially sort of harm the unity of the Republican Party if there are these battles over RFK?
The answer
over
to the second question is no. It won't harm the unity of the Republican Party.
Okay.
The Republican Party is growing, and with growth comes some growing pains, but I'll take that any day as opposed to a party that's contracting, where Vice President Harris was able to do better than Joe Biden, basically among households that make over $100,000 a year, or white college educated households. They made it the trade of a century, ignoring the erosion among core Democratic constituencies, some of which I've just mentioned, and try to run up the totals among white college educated households. She did better among them than President Biden, probably even maybe better than Secretary Clinton, but to win women by 7 points when Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton won by 13 points against the same opponent, to not do as well as among black men, among black women, and you're running as a black woman. So there's a lot. I mean, in terms of unity, I'm good for the Republican Party right now. I know smart people like Minion. I hope they listen to her, because at least she's reflective and not reactive. She's very smart, obviously. She did a great job this year. I respect her very deeply. I hope they listen to the right people. But will a confirmation hearing that the Constitution of the United States tells us to have, will that hurt the unity of the Republican Party? No. You're asking Donald Trump, who was impeached, and then by Republican senators who are still sitting there, if it's going to hurt if a couple of Republicans vote against this one or that one. No, it won't. He'll nominate someone else, but he's not there, and he's more loyal to people than they are to him. This guy's got a cabinet right now filled with people who did not support him, some who ran against him for president. He did that in 2016, though. He put Rick Perry and Ben Carson, just off the top of my head, people would run against him.
Kellyanne, I'm going to take your advice and listen to something that maybe Mignon has to offer to this conversation now. Mignon,
I'm actually enjoying this.
Mignon, I want to hear your thoughts about an article over the weekend. Adam Gentleson, former chief of staff to Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, wrote in the New York Times that Democrats cannot win big, quote, as long as they remain crippled by a fetish for putting coalition management over a real desire for power. Is this a fatal blow to the identity politics of the Democratic Party? Was this a vote against woke?
Well, no. First of all, I would say that the coalition that the Democratic Party has put together, it's no big secret that we are a hugely big tent, and we have everybody in that tent, and we do try to listen to all the voices. But each election, every time you lose, you will, if you go back and look at the research, you're going to hear the same language. Oh, they were too woke. Oh, they weren't talking to the working class. Oh, they weren't doing this. Oh, 98% of the black women did vote for Kamala Harris. Oh, there were a lot of people that voted for her. And all the belly-hooing about black men weren't voting for Kamala Harris. They came in number 3. Jewish women voted for Harris. So the fact is that coalition is strong. I think it's the language that people get confused about. Being woke doesn't mean that you shouldn't care about somebody who doesn't have health care. Being woke doesn't mean that you shouldn't care about somebody that wants to have great education for their children. And I think that people tend to believe that just because you want to have all of these basic rights that America, this great democracy, offers, all of a sudden you've become woke. No, you're not woke. You just want the same things that everybody else wants. Sometimes it's called justice. Sometimes it's called equality. Sometimes it's called equity. But sometimes it's called the American dream. And so if that's woke, then I'll take it.
I want to follow up with you, Mignon. Senator Tammy Baldwin of Wisconsin, who was just reelected there, of course, told the Post recently that she now realizes that, quote, Republicans have moved their field operation online. She says Democrats must, quote, wrap our arms around online connection and communication. Did the Democrats miss that opportunity in 2024? Why didn't Harris do Joe Rogan?
Well, I can't speak for the campaign. I have no idea why she didn't do Joe Rogan. I've seen a lot of the stories about that. But what I will say, what I did observe about the Trump campaign, which I thought was masterful, and you would especially pick this up when you go to the barbershops. I don't know if they ever went, but I can tell you what did occur in the barbershops. The guys would say to us, we're getting all of this information on Trump. We're not getting enough information on Harris. So somewhere along the line, they were doing an incredibly good job making sure that they were getting Trump's talking points out. And the other thing that I also believe that they did was they stayed true to their base. Now, Kellyanne alluded to us, working towards, 100,000 or more. That's not exactly true, but the fact is, what I observed the Trump campaign did was they really stayed so true to their base. They would do things online that you would think was targeted at you, but it was really targeted at people he really wanted to hold tight. So that's why his coalition stayed together. And if you want, I'm not sure how you describe his coalition versus what our coalition is, but I can tell you this. One of the you got to look at the snapshot. July 21st, 1:41 p.m., President Joe Biden decided he was no longer going to run this race. Whether he was pushed out, whether he made that thoughtful decision on his own, it was a decision he made. 11 minutes later, he sent out a text saying, I would like to endorse my vice president. Everyone had the right to get in the race at that time. Now, she got on the phone, she started calling, everybody started all of the wannabes probably started checking to see if they had a chance. Everybody was saying, oh, we need this we need a primary. Well, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris had a primary. The difference between the mini primary they were describing versus the one that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris had already run was one was for the voters and the other was for the delegates. Now, who gets to go in the short line? Everybody was talking about, oh, she needs to be primary. Well, she ran. Joe Biden could have been primaried. You say we pushed Robert Kennedy out. But the point is, in America, you have a right. You still have rights to get in or get out. Nobody chose to get in. She won 107 days. 107 days. We had to reintroduce her because 3 years, the Republican Party, quite frankly, had spent 3 years destroying her character, 3 years saying she wasn't smart, she wasn't capable. So we had to reintroduce a nominee. She had a great debate, I would say. She had a great debate. And then she had to run a campaign. So, the fact that she's gotten 74 million votes, that means she's a champion of America. But what it also suggests is America is still very much divided. And we're at a point in America where we are making a generational shift. Now, I do know that our president-elect is a little bit older, but we are making a generational shift. And I always ask the question, what do you want your children to hear? What do you want them to learn about democracy? What do you want them to learn about your government? And if you're comfortable with the language that you use, if you're comfortable with the who's in, who's out, then do that. But also know you are preparing another generation. Now we have the new MAGA bros, the young men. Well, let's just hope that these young men will also respect men that are different from them. That's all you can ask for in America. Just respect. So, anyway.
Megan, If I'm not mistaken, you recently described Democrats as the HR department, and I want to apologize if any of my HR managers are in the room. I apologize, but I take that as a bad thing. So I wonder if you could explain to our viewers and our audience here what you meant by that.
So I just want to say, I'm a non-MAGA Republican, which means there's 7 of me and we all live in Arlington. So I just want to say, I'm sort of always a woman without a home. And I have compassion for everyone on all sides. I think it's right for Trump people to be taking victory laps, and I think it's right for people on the Democrat side to be reflective. And elections can be painful, and it's okay to have pain. My experience working in, and again, I have a lot of friends in media. I respect a lot of people in media. I don't respect a lot of people in media. But I think part of the reason you're seeing this collapse within a lot of media circles and ratings decline, like we're seeing with places like MSNBC and CNN, is because people are scared to communicate with one another in at least the spaces I've seen in newsroom spaces. And an example for me is I remember being in a meeting and saying that I thought that the concept of defund the police was not only dangerous, but a very damaging slogan for Democrats going forward. And I was ostensibly called racist. And I think Democrats have to understand, and again, I have messages for Republicans as well. Democrats have to understand that tonally, people want to communicate, they want to be open, they don't want to have slurs yelled at them if they're saying the wrong thing, if they're, behaving in a way that is normal by any standards except for 5 years ago. And a lot of times when I talk with people who are, sort of in high-level circles in media who are on the left and in politics, I just find them sort of humorless and joyless, and I'm uncomfortable talking because I don't know if I'm going to say something that's going to offend someone, and I don't think that's a tolerable environment for the country at large. And I think we need to give each other grace and be more open to all sides. And just my experience in corporate media, there was not a lot of communicating, and I don't mean Fox News, I work for Fox News, this didn't happen there, but people just love to go to HR instead of talking to people one-on-one, and I think that's a very serious breakdown of why we're in the place in the country we're at, because people are just not talking to each other because Republicans are scared they're going to say the wrong thing, and for whatever reason, a lot of Democrats are just hypersensitive to the point that I think of being irrational. The world is not a safe space. Being out in the world means your life and thoughts and politics will be challenged. And the whole concept of a safe space, I find insulting, particularly, again, like I said, as sister of veterans. Life is hard. It just is. People win, people lose, elections are hard. And I think this idea that you have to be coddled as an adult has really hurt the Democrat Party.
So I want to ask you now about new media and its role in the election. Sure. And I think it's related to what you're saying, because many of us go to the voice that is saying the thing that we want to hear. But there was a particular coming out party, I think, this year in the election for new media. Candidates leaned into podcast interviews and interviewers who were friendlier than ones they would have found with legacy media companies. So as someone who's been in corporate media and also who is, now doing your own thing, can you tell us your thoughts about the evolving media landscape and how each candidate more or less successfully used it?
Sure. I mean, I was very disappointed Vice President Harris didn't go on Joe Rogan. And not to give you some, fact, Jen Palmieri, who worked for Vice President Harris, said that she didn't do it because of the progressive young staff. You can't just be listening to one faction of your staff in your party. I think it would have helped her a lot. He is the juggernaut of media, and he was called, a dangerous person during COVID for his refusal to get vaccinated. I think there's a complete and total breakdown in trust of high-level media circles and just the American public at large. I was telling you backstage that I find it offensive when, quote, Republicans are representing me who are never Trump Republicans who have appeared as surrogates at the Democratic convention. It's insulting to me. And I don't understand why people like that keep getting paid millions of dollars and have these kind of platforms. Republicans think that the only good version of a Republican to people in these media circles is an ex-Republican, is someone who has washed themselves of ever being conservative. And I just don't think it's sustainable. I think it's fascinating that Joe and Mika Brzezinski just went to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump. However you feel about that, they clearly see that there needs to be more communication and more understanding of why there was this historic loss. And my advice to anyone in, Washington Post or whatever, is start hiring people that didn't go to Ivy League schools, that don't come from money, that are conservative, that come from backgrounds. I mean, again, I've been in your motherships. I have. I really have been in all of them. And it's exhausting to have every editor, every producer have gone to an Ivy League school and be wildly progressively liberal. It's just unsustainable. And I think that's why we're seeing the breakdown of everything now. And I remain hopeful that there will be real change and better reporting and better reflection in the media. And I'm sorry to say that at a Washington Post panel, it feels weird. So
it's okay. We can take it. We can take it. Kellyanne, I want to forward a question to you from the audience. This is from Joy Bucard, and I apologize, Joy, if I'm mispronouncing your name, from California. She asks, given the overturn of Roe v. Wade and Republican and Democrats both in this country having deep interest in providing family-friendly supports to mothers and parents, what is feasible to pass in the next Congress so that parents get the help they need as soon as possible?
This is an excellent question because instead of just talking about abortion, you're talking about surround sound support and really bolstering the infrastructure around new moms or expectant moms and their children. This is something I think many of us are very passionate about that never seems to get completely done by any administration or any Congress, regardless of who's in charge. I can't imagine there's anyone who's watching or among us here, Amy, who disagrees that this is not a noble goal and a great use of taxpayer dollars, given all the not so great uses of taxpayer dollars. This is something that I think the pro-life community, I've been telling them for a long time, talk more about all the stuff you're doing once a woman makes the choice to be a mom and keep her baby. These pregnancy resource centers, these places that will take in someone regardless of, is she single, is she married, is she young, is she old, is she black, is she white? She can go in and have finish her high school or college degree. She has all her prenatal, maternal and postnatal, post-birth health care for her and her baby. She obviously has room and board, et cetera. There are many of these nonprofits. I don't know about government organizations, because I'm sure it's very controversial and people don't want to fund them across the aisle, but you've got a lot of these local, state, and to a lesser extent, federal and international groups, mostly in the nonprofit space, providing resources, which of course is treasure, but it's also time and talent and compassion, meaning helping these folks. And I think this is important because we should be having a full conversation and supporting families. And I tell people, if you're pro-life, as I am, you have to be pro-life for the child's entire life. You don't just check the box and say, yeah, we scored one because the baby was born. You have to really come up with more. And that's also why I'm pro-school choice, just to take it a little bit farther. I'm going to just mention it again. I have no skin in that game except to say we're at a parents' rights renaissance. It continued, it dripped right through this last presidential election. And I think it is probably the sleeper issue where a lot of these parents, and particularly single moms, a lot of parents of color, grandparents of color, who have seen what has happened with charter schools, lottery systems in some of our inner cities, the educational freedom opportunity scholarship saying, how do I have more of a say in where my child goes to school and what is taught there? So while at least one party is looking at them perhaps based on their race and their gender and their socioeconomic status and their zip code and their voter registration and their how many times they type in the word Kamala or yes we can, and they're looking at themselves as parents.
Thank you, Kellyanne. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we are running out of time. Hard to believe that this 40 minutes is almost up. I'm going to go to each of you one last time. I'm going to ask you to be brief. We've got 4 minutes, so let's try to keep it a little bit briefer, but I want to hear from each of you. Mignon, you first. What is your message to the Republican Party as they attempt to govern?
I would say that this is a unique time in America to really open your eyes and see the things that you would normally see because you're a Republican, and see people as people. I actually really appreciated what Megan was what she was talking about as it relates to social media and the things that we don't see. and build relationships across the aisle. The one good thing about President Biden, he didn't just sit in his office and build relationships with Democrats. He was really one of the best bipartisan presidents, I think, in a long time. And I'm hoping that the Republicans can see this as an opportunity to build relationships across the aisle and to really think through how we can move America forward and how we can unite it. I mean, I might be a choir of one saying unite, but I think it's time that we really think about it, because you cannot sit here honestly and say, with a president-elect with 76 million votes and then a vice president with 74 million votes, that this country is not deeply divided. So I'm hoping that through this, some leadership will emerge and some real unity will emerge.
And Kellyanne, a similar question for you. If you were advising Democrats right now, what would your message be specifically about determining what happened and what their path forward is?
I would say a few things. First of all, listen instead of lecture, wagging your finger at people and telling them how they must vote and what they must think and who they must be and what they believe is no way to attract them, and also insulting them. And I'm a little surprised that some of the most optimistic, hopeful, forward-looking, yes, we can members of the Democratic Party were doing exactly that. This is the election, ladies and gentlemen, that we're supposed to be happy about, meaning this is the election where people are saying very loudly to both parties, but particularly the Democratic Party, no more, never again will you tell me how I must vote based on my age, my gender, my zip code, my sexual orientation, my religion, even my current political party registration or past preferences. And we're supposed to applaud people not putting themselves into little boxes and having freedom of thought and agency to do that. I'm going to disagree a little bit about wokeness. I think that justice is different, equity is different. Wokeness was very real this time. This was what I see as the fairness election. The opposite of weakness is strength. The opposite of wokeness is fairness. And many people stood up and said, excuse me, it's not fair to, and you laughing is why you're part of the very, very tiny, no, teeny tiny, I'm gonna call them out.
Let's let Megan have a say too.
She will, she'll have a say. Megan has a lot of say. A teeny tiny percentage of elites and effetes who voted the way they did. So I would also do that. I'd say get back in touch with the Democratic Party I grew up in. Every man in my family is part of the private trades. No one went to college. They're all welders, carpenters, ironworkers, every single one of them. You gotta get back in touch with the working class. But I just wanna say this about fairness. People say it's not fair to have plumbers and pipe fitters pay for the student loans of lawyers and doctors. They don't feel like it's fair to have men and women's sports. They're telling you this. I'm not giving you my personal opinion. I'm telling you what the people said. And if the people are saying that's not fair, make it fair, you have to listen. And I think that last ad was devastating for Vice President Harris because she never replied to it. And may I just say about Mignon Moore, $2 billion later, and what would the 108th day and the $2 billion $1 spent by Kamala Harris's campaign given her some space and grace to say what Mignon Moore just said? I listened to Mignon Moore explain what the Democratic philosophy is and how they could have won the election, and I never heard that from Vice President Harris. So I think primaries are healthy. The Republicans had one. Primaries are healthy. Listen to the people instead of lecture them, and don't tell people what's good for them. I didn't think that this election was very, very difficult to figure out. If I'm ever being a genius, I'll let you know. How was it difficult to figure out? 70% saying we're heading off the wrong track. The economy, inflation, the border, immigration were the top two issues to 70% of the people in the swing states and nationwide. It wasn't that hard to think about. But thinking that women only care about abortion, and I think telling women that they care mostly about abortion is why she won women by 7% only.
Thanks.
I don't need to say anything.
I'd like to hear what your message is for both parties. But you have 30 seconds, so it's
both parties. Number one, Democrats, stop with celebrities. Everybody hates it. The Oprah, $2.5 million. It's Beyonce. It doesn't mean anything. For Republicans, we can be a party of all people. Let's stop holding grudges against people that didn't vote for us. I really am an eternal optimist about America in general. I hope that Trump is a president for all people and we don't hold grudges on the other side. I hope there's good bipartisan work that can be done. And just for everybody, we're all in this together. I literally have friends in my life. My mother lives in Rome. I have good friends who have left the country. I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. I love it here. We're all in this together. Let's try and come from a place of grace and compassion and understanding that we really do have more united than we do apart. And it may sound cheesy, and I may be the only person left saying that, but I don't care because I really hope that Trump can unite the country because, as Kellyanne said, he won the popular vote in the Electoral College, and I hope he takes this mandate knowing it's his last term and leads us all into a better place.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Thank you. This has been fun and informative. Kellyanne, Mignon, Megan, thanks for coming. And everyone else, please stick around. Tina Brown will be out here next after this video with an extraordinary human rights attorney fighting for press freedom. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Amy.
Yes, thank you.
We need to value journalism here and in Western countries too, because otherwise we see the attacks on journalists being weaponized in a very egregious way.
Our greatest need today is to transform that hate and violence.
Daphne Caruana Galizia was killed by a car bomb in 2017.
Jimmy Lai is 76, a British national, behind bars for, make no mistake, conspiracy to commit journalism.
Female journalists are at the front line of journalism online. And you end up having a position where women, and particularly women of colour, who get so much of the abuse online, shrink back from those spaces, many self-censor, and then what you end up is you have a lack of diversity in women's voices.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tina Brown. As you well know, we're here as the Burgundy Babes today. It's my privilege to be here today with a woman I consider to be a human rights superhero. Keelan Gallagher is a remarkable warrior for the truth, a tenacious Irish barrister at London's celebrated Doughty Street Chambers, which is the largest human rights practice in Europe, home to such legal titans as Amal Clooney and founders Baroness Helena Kennedy, the legendary social reformer, and Jeffrey Robertson, who's argued many landmark cases in front of the UN war crimes courts. As for Keelan, she goes up against some of the most repressive authoritarian governments in the world. The all-powerful Chinese Communist Party, the mullahs in Iran, the freedom-grabbing regimes in the Philippines and Guatemala. Last year, she received the President of Ireland's Distinguished Service Award for the Irish abroad, and we're very, very fortunate to have her here today. Hi, welcome, Keelan.
Thank you.
So I want to start by asking you about your client, 77-year-old Jimmy Lai, who's currently on the stand in Hong Kong. When asked why, for 2 decades, he published Apple Daily, a newspaper that called for the democratic rights promised to Hong Kong citizens, Jimmy Lai said simply, "The more information you have, the more you're free." He's a tremendous hero. Talk about his case, Keelan, and what he's endured and the life sentence that he's facing.
So Jimmy Lai, for those of you who don't know, is a remarkable man. He came from mainland China to Hong Kong as a 12-year-old, as a child refugee, having stowed away in a boat, came with absolutely nothing, was working in a clothes factory on day one in order to pay back his traffickers and because he was starving. And from there, worked himself up to become one of the richest men in Asia. It's just a remarkable, remarkable man. And with the fortune that he then amassed running a clothes company called Giordano, amongst other things, he decided in 1989, when he saw the Tiananmen Square massacre, that he needed to speak truth to power, and he decided to divert the fortune that he'd made as a completely self-made man to set up a media company, because he believed that information is power, and he wanted to ensure that there was a pro-democracy, anti-corruption, pro-human rights newspaper which would stand up to Beijing's leaders. So he did that in 1989, inspired by Tiananmen Square. And of course, won't surprise you to know that as a result of that, he was targeted for many decades in multiple different ways. His home and business firebombed, family pets killed, advertisers targeted. So multiple ways to try to strangle his work and try to silence him. But what's happened in the last 4 years is that the most powerful weapon of all has been used against him, and that's the law. And we saw my client Maria Ressa on the screen there in the video, the Nobel Peace Prize winning journalist from the Philippines. And Maria, a number of years ago, started using the phrase lawfare about what journalists are facing worldwide. So the law being weaponized to try to silence journalists. And that's exactly what Jimmy Lai has faced. So for 4 years, he's faced a barrage of completely spurious lawsuits, including, just to give one example, he received a sentence of 13 months for attending a Tiananmen Square vigil for 15 minutes, lighting a candle and saying a prayer. So that's the kind of regime you're dealing with. But what he's facing now is the most serious legal battle of all. So he's charged under the national security law in Hong Kong and with sedition laws, so colonial era sedition laws. And he's charged with a series of offences. And really it boils down to 3 things. First of all, he's essentially charged with conspiracy to commit journalism because he's charged with running a newspaper which had an editorial line which was pro-democracy, stood up to Beijing and Hong Kong's leaders. Second, he's charged with raising human rights concerns with human rights organisations internationally. It's dressed up as a charge of collusion with foreign forces, but that's what it is. And thirdly, he's accused of raising political issues with politicians worldwide, again dressed up as collusion with foreign forces. And the US is front and centre of the case against him, because the argument that's being made and that's playing out in a Hong Kong courtroom is that he wrote pieces and he presided over his newspaper writing pieces, which were pro-democracy and coincided with political positions that the US government takes. And he met with individuals like, for example, Speaker Pelosi, who was here earlier. And for all those reasons, he's accused of being a terrorist, being a criminal, when in reality, he's a journalist and a pro-democracy campaigner who's going to die behind bars unless we do something about it.
Well, he's been in solitary confinement, has he not, for the last 4 years?
That's right. And he's 77. So solitary confinement continuously since December 2020. He was first arrested in August 2020. And just to put that into context, international law makes clear that solitary confinement, which goes beyond 15 days, is inhuman and degrading treatment. And here we have a man, age 77, diabetic, who has been in prolonged solitary confinement for over 1,400 days. And just yesterday, I saw my friend and someone I'm privileged to work with, Jason Rezaian of the Washington Post. And Jason, of course, 10 years ago, when he was arrested for being a journalist in Iran, he spent a period of time in solitary confinement, I believe about 7 weeks. And he was speaking yesterday about how much that's impacted upon him and still impacts upon him now. I just saw Vladimir Kara-Murza, the brilliant Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, a couple of weeks ago. He spent 9 months in solitary confinement in Russia. And both of those men have said that they have a really visceral reaction when they hear about Jimmy Lai, elderly, diabetic, languishing in solitary confinement for 4 years. It's a disgrace what's happening to this man, and we should be shouting from the rooftops about it.
Absolutely. Well, President-elect Trump, of course, was asked about Jimmy last month, and he said, and I'll quote, "I'll 100% get him out," which prompted Beijing to warn Trump against interfering. Jimmy's a British citizen, obviously, but what can Trump do to free him? Do you think he's serious when he says that?
I do think he's serious, and we were pleased to see that President-elect Trump considers this case to be a priority. We've had superb bipartisan support here in the US over a number of years on this case. And we've had very good support from the Biden administration also. It's been a priority for the Biden administration. It's clear from those words it's going to be a priority for the Trump administration too, and that's very welcome to see. I mean, this is a man who stood up for American values, and indeed America itself is being weaponized in the case against him. And I should say, I mentioned Vladimir Kara-Murza. We're only a number of months from that remarkable deal which saw 3 US citizens, Evan, Alsu, and Marine Paul Whelan, returned home to their families in the largest prisoner swap that we've seen between the US and Russia since the Cold War, and with multiple other countries worldwide involved, including Germany, Canada, Ireland, many others. And in that deal was Vladimir Kara-Murza, who of course is a British national, but very close US links.
And a columnist in the Washington Post.
Well, exactly. And of course, Jimmy Lai, similarly, not a US national, but very closely connected to the US, including having a US family. And it seems to us that given the recent success that we've seen in relation to Russia, while war is raging in Ukraine, it is not beyond our ability to do the same thing in relation to China.
I mean, I guess I look at this opaque China system and their absolute, Radamantine disregard, essentially, for the world. What are the pressure points that you can apply to China? It seems to me that they're impervious to pressure points.
Well, first thing to say is I've worked in this field for about 25 years and you can never despair because, I had a client earlier this year who was being tortured in Baghdad, an Irish national, and we managed to get him out through political will, creativity, and doing something about it effectively and quickly. Similarly, I've got clients out of Iran, clients out of Saudi Arabia, clients out of Russia. And there is no enemy too big. You can take them on if you do it properly. And it seems to me we've had some very recent examples of that happening with China. So we do know China is open to engaging and to reconsidering when the right pressure is applied. Just a number of weeks ago, the US secured the return home of an American citizen, Pastor David Lin, shortly after Jake Sullivan travelled over to Beijing. Canada secured the release of the 2 Michaels. Australia secured the release of a brilliant Australian journalist who was detained in China, Cheng Lai, after creativity and pressure being applied by the Australians. And as you can tell from my bizarrely spelt name, I'm Irish. Ireland also secured the return of businessman Richard O'Halloran. So we've seen successes against China, and seems to me here we can and should do it. And the bottom line is, in every single case I've ever done about a political prisoner, it's always about the hassle factor. How do you make it more hassle for the detaining state to continue behaving in this way than to do the opposite? It's always risk-benefit. And here, we've got to ensure that Jimmy Lai is a thorn in the Chinese and Hong Kong authorities' side. And they see that continuing to do this to this brave man is simply not in their interests. We know that the Chinese and Hong Kong economies are under pressure. We know that Hong Kong wants to present itself as being an investment hub, a place where it's safe to do business. That's the message that they're trying to send out to the world. And what we need to say to them is, as long as you have this 77-year-old man behind bars and you're behaving in the way you did to the Hong Kong 45 who were sentenced this week, you're undermining your own policy goals. If you want to have international investment and US businesses and US citizens feeling safe there, you've got to change your ways and let this man out.
Well, I mean, Keelan, you're a famously sort of tenacious and passionate lawyer, and I guess, you spend your time in these immensely sort of complex and, intractable cases. What has given you this burning conviction to do this work?
Yeah, so I suppose it won't surprise anyone who knew me when I was a child that I've taken up a job which involves arguing for a living. But really, I suppose, it sounds a bit cheesy, but from quite an early age, I was very clear that I wanted to do something which made a difference. I wasn't quite sure what that looked like, if it was writing or some other kind of campaigning work. I wasn't sure. So my work in law came from that place, of wanting to do something. And I've definitely, from a very early age, had a real dose of the "it's not fair" gene. So I've kind of tried to carry that through. And then I suppose when I started studying law many moons ago, I actually read a book at quite a formative stage by someone who at the time I admired from afar and is now a very close friend. You mentioned at the start, Baroness Helena Kennedy. She wrote a brilliant book called Eve Was Framed. And it was all about how the law is kind of loaded against women. And when I read that, it really changed. It was one of those road to Damascus moments for me. It just really turned on a light switch. I thought more about what law is, how it can be used as a tool for good. And really, I've tried to carry that through in the work that I do.
Well, you've had a lot of threats, haven't you, personally? I mean, tell us a little bit about that, and also what you've been doing to protect women journalists, particularly, who are getting more and more threatened.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's always a bit uncomfortable. It's like you hear that phrase about the journalist not wanting to become the story, but similarly, you know, the lawyer is secondary. So the people I really admire are my clients, and particularly in relation to female journalists. For many years, I've worked on issues to do with female journalists facing misogynistic, sexist, often racist attacks also when you're dealing with women of colour online and in the real world. And many of my clients have experienced that, including Daphne Caruana Galizia, so the journalist who was assassinated in Malta, and also Maria Ressa, who we heard from, who receives multiple threats online. And I'm now the victim of that myself, but I suppose what's happened over the last number of years is it's not a surprise that lawyers get targeted in a secondary way when you're dealing with these sensitive cases. So being subjected to spyware or surveillance or hacking attempts, for example, because it's all designed to get to information about your clients. So for many years I've had that, not a surprise, you know, working on cases involving Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Iran, that goes with the territory. And I've had some very frightening experiences over the years, you know, including being detained in a Middle Eastern country, having a series of threats. But what's really changed in the last couple of years is working against China. And what I've experienced in relation to China is terrifying, frankly, and it's why...
What are they doing?
So it's a few different things. So because I work on this case for Jimmy Lai, I've been declared an enemy of the state in state media, China and Hong Kong. It's been made clear that simply because I represent Jimmy Lai internationally and I've brought cases to the United Nations, the Hong Kong authorities consider me to be a criminal. That's the new Hong Kong. Bringing a human rights case to the United Nations equals collusion with foreign forces in their new environment. So obviously threats to prosecute me makes for very complicated travel arrangements because I, of course, can't travel to China and Hong Kong, but I also can't travel to any country which either has an extradition treaty with them or which has a history of kidnap attempts. So rules out flying through Dubai, for example, rules out flying to a whole range of countries worldwide.
You could be rendition by that.
Absolutely. So we have to guard against that. But the other thing which is probably worth saying is I've had some very serious attempts to hack my accounts and also death threats, rape threats, dismemberment threats. It's my daughter's 16th birthday this week. I've had some extremely graphic, revolting threats about my daughter. And of course, when you receive that, you know about it because, of course, it's happened to my clients for many years. It's very frightening when it happens. And often when you receive the online threats, which are serious and are being taken seriously by law enforcement officials, when you receive them, you often receive them when you're on your own or it's 5 a.m, for example. I often receive them when I'm traveling for work and they make clear they know where I'm traveling to, they know what hotel I'm staying in, and it's frightening. But the main thing which it does for me is, to be honest, it makes me more determined to do my job. I think it shows we're rattling the right cages. And if they're this determined to target me because of my work for my clients, think about my clients. So it makes me more resolute that I need to do all I can, and I'm not letting them frighten me off.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of people actually think that Maria Ressa's case is closed, and you tell me that it's not, that she still has many cases against her. How is she doing in the fight for those, against those?
So Maria Ressa is remarkable and a real hero of mine. And what's happened with Maria is because we've had some victories, including very recently, so I lead the case for Maria internationally with my colleague and friend Amal Clooney, we've had some real successes. So there were originally 13 active cases, about 17 or 18 proposed cases, and we've now got that down to 2. So of course that's positive, but Maria remains with a 6-year sentence, a conviction, for journalism. So she's got a 6-year custodial sentence, which is currently being appealed and is before the Supreme Court in the Philippines. So she has a sword of Damocles hanging over her, as she still, every time she wants to travel, has to get permission from multiple courts. And she also has a remaining charge against her, which is yet to be resolved, which could result in her receiving about a 15-year prison sentence. So she still, as a Nobel Peace Prize winner, faces potentially decades behind bars for doing her job.
And yet she stays in the Philippines. It's so brave. I mean,
she does. She's incredible.
Yeah.
And look, we're having this conversation so shortly after the horrendous experience of Alexei Navalny. I just saw his widow last week in London. And, you know, that is an individual who, in fact, was out of Russia and chose to return. I mean, similarly with Maria, we've seen her determined to stay put in Manila. She's currently doing an academic role in the US, in New York, but she's over and back to Manila all the time, despite the very grave risks to her. Similarly, Jimmy Lai, you know, who is a very rich person, could have left, could be having a very comfortable life, joining us here in the room today in Washington, living in DC, living in London, but he chose to stay put. And it seems to me, individuals like that who decide that they're going to stand up and be counted and to stay despite grave risk to them, it is incumbent upon us to stand up for them and to shine a light on what's happening to these total heroes.
Yeah. It's really inspiring. Last year you testified before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee about the growing trend of some governments not just going after journalists or critics in their own countries, but actually reaching across borders to target them, which I think is very frightening. It feels like, you know, you're not safe anywhere. Which countries are the worst culprits, would you say, about that?
Of course.
Disregard of borders.
So there's a number of them. I mean, we all know of some high-profile cases, like Jamal Khashoggi, for example, being dismembered for being a journalist
Another
cross
Washington
borders.
Post columnist.
Well, precisely. We all know, of course, about Belarus literally hijacking a Ryanair plane in order to try to bring someone back within jurisdiction, and about Russia's murderous actions, attempting to poison people that it disagrees with in other places. One of the worst culprits currently is Iran. And I represent multiple journalists from Iran International and BBC News Persian, so hundreds of journalists who have active death threats against their lives here in the US, in the UK, in Sweden, in France, in Germany, in Australia, simply for doing their job, for being journalists. Because, of course, Iran for many years targeted journalists within its own territory, but it's now decided that's not sufficient. And the way that it wants to try to gag those who speak truth to power is by reaching cross-border. One of my clients was on Good Friday this year in London, stabbed in broad daylight. So on his way to the studio, he gets accosted by three men in a car who have actually flown in that day from Heathrow Airport, stab him and then leave. And they deliberately chose to do that on a bank holiday. But let me give you one other very stark and shocking example from Iran International. There was a plot which the Iranian regime had concocted to try to kill two journalists from Iran International, a man and a woman. It was codenamed The Wedding. So the woman was codenamed The Bride, the man was codenamed The Groom. The woman was based in London. The man was based here in Washington, DC. And the way that the male journalist learned of that very serious risk to his life was when he was called and asked for a comment on it by a journalist from London. So one of the real issues that I'm now seeing in relation to transnational repression is that there's a real failure of sharing law enforcement information because our systems are simply not set up to deal with these kind of risks cross-border. And there was an information gap where it was known to some other law enforcement officials and simply wasn't shared with the right agencies here. Now, he's now left Washington, D.C., is based somewhere else in the US. But that's a really stark example of what we're facing.
What I think is also very scary for journalists is that, you know, many of them now, with the shrinking of journalism, you know, with the media companies collapsing, so many brave reporters are actually freelance. They don't have any backing. They don't have the mighty Washington Post or the mighty Wall Street Journal to be lobbying for their release. Do you see that as a growing problem for journalism?
Yeah, very much so. And particularly in the work that I do for bereaved families of journalists who've been killed, one of the real difficulties is when you have somebody who's a freelancer because they simply don't have the kind of structural support. And Daphne Caruana Galizia from Malta, who you saw in the film, was a freelancer and a hugely influential journalist in Malta. She, in fact, when she was aged only 23, became the first woman who ran a column in her own name in Malta. And she was 23. She had three very young boys at the time, two of whom were still in nappies at that age. And that's why she really became known as Malta's conscience. Her work was searing and absolutely brilliant, but she was left completely on her own when she was fighting multiple attacks. I mentioned earlier the kind of attacks that Jimmy Lai has faced over the years in Hong Kong for doing his work. And there are real similarities between what he experienced and what Daphne and her family experienced. So hate attacks online, for example, also killing of family pets, firebombing of her home. And if you have a chance, 10 days before her death, she gave a remarkable interview to the Council of Europe, where she set out, in her own words, the danger that she was in. And she described all the multiplicity of ways that people were trying to silence her, including 48 active lawsuits at the time, slap suits. And she said, you get used to it, like a scar forms around a wound. She set out in her own words the danger she was in. 10 days later, she was dead. And one of the key issues about that case is not only what Malta did and how Malta failed to protect her life and in fact contributed to the culture of impunity. One of the real issues for me is that this happened in plain sight, and that Western governments and other governments saw what was happening in Malta and did not step in.
And
we saw the same thing with Jamal Khashoggi. We saw what was happening.
Up in her car. It was absolutely tragic. Keelan, we could talk to you all day, and the work you do is remarkable. I know if I get into any trouble, you're the only person I'm going to want to call. So I want to thank you so much for joining us today to share some of this.
Women and small business owners are the hidden engines of job creation, growth, and innovation. 1 in 3 companies globally is run by a woman. 25% of high growth companies worldwide run by women. And 1 in 6 women say they intend to open a business. So if you think about the ripple effect, the blast radius of a single woman entrepreneur, it's rather substantial.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kathleen Koch. I'm a longtime Washington correspondent and best-selling author. And I'm really excited to be with you all here this morning to discuss the current state of play for women's entrepreneurship around the world with Asahi Pompey. And Asahi is the global head of corporate engagement at Goldman Sachs. Now, at Goldman Sachs, she handles quite a lot. She leads their community development agenda, investing and lending over $3.5 billion annually across the United States, and goes to things like affordable housing and workforce development, as well as small business lending. Then globally, Asahi manages a suite of initiatives driving economic growth and opportunity. So welcome, Asahi.
Kathleen, it's wonderful to be with you. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here.
Well, let's dive right in. You lead Goldman Sachs investments in entrepreneurs, both men and women, but with programs like 10,000 women, 1 million Black women, and 10,000 small businesses. So talk to us about some of the trends that you're seeing, and what barriers are women entrepreneurs still facing that we're not talking about enough?
Sure. I want to highlight a couple of barriers and trends, but let me, say first and foremost that my North Star is working with entrepreneurs around the world to help them grow their business, create jobs, and contribute to the economy. And as you mentioned, through the programs that we have, we've worked with nearly 300,000 entrepreneurs around the world, of which nearly 90% of them are women, providing education, access to capital, and network. And that's been a sustained 15-year commitment. So you asked about trends. Here's one that I'm particularly excited about. The wealth wave that's coming. Women controlling more of the purse strings. So McKinsey estimates that by the year 2030, 60% of the world's assets will be controlled by women.
What's behind that?
Couple of things. One is baby boomers and the transfer of wealth that's occurring. The second one is more women entering the workforce, but not only that, having higher wage jobs when they enter the workforce. And the third one is entrepreneurship. The vision of the guy in the garage with a hoodie, replace that with a woman. Women are starting businesses at a faster clip than it's ever been seen before. And look, women are choosing entrepreneurship for a number of reasons. They're choosing it for freedom. They're choosing it for flexibility. They're choosing it for wealth creation. And the reason that all of that matters is because we see that more money in the hands of women means more money invested in women. So I'm excited to see sort of a shift in allocation and lending on the back of that.
So those are the trends. What are the barriers?
All right. The first one will not surprise anyone in this audience. Actually, neither of the two I'm going to mention will surprise anyone. One is childcare. We recently surveyed through our 10,000 Small Businesses program business owners across the country. And what they say is that 66% of them say if they're able to provide a childcare benefit, they're able to recruit and retain employees more. 56% of them say childcare challenges are leading them to be able to not operate or grow their business at the pace that they would like to. Not a surprise to us that childcare is an important area of focus and frankly one of the barriers faced. The second one is capital, right? That $1 trillion wealth gap, that's the title of our discussion today, persists. Everybody in this audience knows that 2% number, right? Only 2% of venture capital goes to women. Now, Kathleen, I'd love to say that we've seen that number evolve over time. Absolutely not. That number is changing at a glacial pace, and that's particularly concerning. But I'm bullish because of the wealth wave that we will see coming over the next decade.
Well, let's stay on the topic of the capital barrier. Let's unpack that a little bit. What's behind that lack of financing for women entrepreneurs? Do they not present themselves with that same level of confidence and and boldness that men do? What is it, or is it sexism?
I've often wondered about this, namely that lack of capital to women. Is it a market signal or is it a market problem? And I've come to firmly believe it's a market problem. Here's the backdrop. Women pay higher interest rates on average. 2, they're approved for lower credit amounts. Thirdly, they're asked to provide more collateral for the same loan than a comparable male would be asked to provide for the same loan.
And you see this across the board globally?
See this across the board globally. Now, with that backdrop, right, women still, 97 out of 100 women, and this is proven out in our 10,000 women population, pay back their loan. 97 out of 100 pay back their loan, and they pay back their loans early.
How does that compare to men? I'm curious, not to put you on the spot.
No. What we're seeing that men, it's around 93, 94%. So there's a measurable difference between women paying back and men paying back their loans.
So this makes no sense that they have to pay a higher interest rate. Right. They get less money.
They get less money,
more
but still they're paying back early. And women are considered risky, right? So the math is just not mathing, right? Something's going on there.
All right, we got to fix this.
We got to fix this.
How? What are you ready to move on to the fixes?
No, I'm ready to tell you what's behind it because that was your question. So, couple of things. One is people will invest in who they know and what they know, right? So that network deficit that women have is part of the reason behind the number, behind the issue behind the number. The second one is the compounding effect of micro barriers. So when you're seeing, slightly higher insurance rate that a woman has to pay, slightly less good supplier terms, you add all that together, and over time that compounds, and she is feeling that in the bottom line of her business. And the last one I'd say, which I've said time and time again, it's that performance potential axis. Men are generally judged on their potential, and they get money and they're lent money based on their potential. Women, it's their performance. Have you done this exact thing? And now I can trust you because you've done this exact thing. I have to see you perform. We're not being judged on our potential. So that sort of constellation of three things, I think are some of what we're really seeing happening behind the scenes.
Women constantly having to prove themselves. Yeah. All right, solutions. So how do we fix this? I know Goldman Sachs is doing a lot because we've got to close this gap, right? And address that blind spot.
Absolutely. And so I'd say, 4 things specifically. One is we need gender disaggregated data. Right? We don't need banks to sort of mush together, we lent to X number of small businesses. Well, did you lend to female businesses? What's your rate of declining women businesses? What's your rate of the amount that they asked for versus how much you actually lent to them? And the collateral terms that you requested on the back of that. So we want gender disaggregated data. The second thing that we want is we want more public-private partnerships. Certainly Goldman Sachs has worked with the City of New York on a small business, the largest small business facility ever. But lots of other institutions have engaged in public-private partnerships. We know that those work. The third thing I would note is procurement. Targeted procurement programs that are focused on women business owners. We know those work, but we need to clinically examine them and figure out the components that can be improved, because over time, I think that's an area that's increasing focus. And the last one I'd say is put more women in seats where they're making decisions on investments, because we know when that happens, women get the capital that they need. And frankly, the economy grows, more jobs are created over time.
So you advise, you mentor women entrepreneurs all over the world. What would you say is the one piece of advice, or maybe there are several, that you just keep giving again and again?
Okay, I'm going to be controversial.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, spend less time on the deck and more time building the relationship. Right?
Okay.
So we just work on that deck.
We work.
Yeah. And so you want to be able to sort of, revenue is your best fundraising tool, right? Here's what I've been able to do. You want to walk in that room and not say, believe in me that I can do it. You want to say, I've proven I can do it. I've generated revenue in these ways. And so be part of my wealth creation journey and growth story. I'm offering you that opportunity. The next part of it, I'd say, and I probably close here, is women are often told, think big. And I get the concept. I agree in part. But I challenge us to think small. What I mean by that is launch with 60%. Lean into progress over perfection when you're launching it. Iterate, build a base, start to generate the revenue, have a clear, focused story, and then you can get big and grow from there, versus starting with the huge idea that the plane just gets too heavy to fly.
You're a woman, you're a mother, you travel all around the world doing this work, helping women entrepreneurs. What is the most rewarding thing about that for you?
I probably say a couple of things. One is the stories and the people that you meet. I was just in India for 10 days a couple of weeks ago, and I was in London. I'll be in South Africa in March. It's the people that you meet, but it's also that you see the impact when one woman is able to invest in her business. She will contribute to healthcare in that community. She will contribute to education in that community. She will mentor upwards of 9 individuals, boys, girls, men, women in that community. So I like to say the blast radius of investing in a woman entrepreneur is just simply incredible, and it's proven in the data.
So you must wake up every morning thrilled to do what you do.
I love what I do, as you could probably tell. Yes, indeed I do. Yeah.
Final thoughts for the audience on anything that we haven't touched on?
We may have some investors in the audience, and so I'm excited about this wealth wave, and I'm excited about the opportunity that investors have to invest in phenomenal women businesses, because they're out there, the pipeline is there, and it's a matter of sort of being a market maker and matching it.
And I think it's exciting times. If by 2030 we will control over 60%, women will, of the world's assets. So our time is coming, ladies, and we are out of time. Please join me in thanking my fabulous guest, Asahi Pompey.
Thank
you. Asahi is Global Head of Corporate Engagement at Goldman Sachs. Thank you for the great conversation. Thank you for all you do to help women entrepreneurs. And please stay put, my friends at the Washington Post. They'll be right back. Thank you.
The campaign left deep divisions across the country, tearing apart relationships with family, friends, and neighbors.
A lot of people didn't feel comfortable saying who they plan to vote for and still do not believe they can be honest about their choice.
We're being conditioned right now to think that if someone has a different political view, then that means there's nothing you can learn from that person.
The American people spoke. They answered pretty clearly what they felt about the direction of the country.
We're fed up with it and wanted change.
Trump prevailed. Republicans actually did what they set out to do.
I'm feeling relieved that America came together and saved our democracy.
One of the things John Kennedy said, problems created by man can be solved by man. We have big problems in the political system now, but they have an answer if we come together and figure out how to collectively work toward them.
Good morning. I'm Karen Tumulty. I'm a columnist and an associate editor here at the Washington Post, and I couldn't be more delighted to be joined this morning by America's very favorite historian, Doris Kearns Goodwin. Welcome, Doris. So, Doris, the thing that we keep hearing over and over at this moment that we're in is the country has never been in a place like this before. Is that true?
This is where history really can provide solace to us. Maybe it's strange to provide solace by going back to the Great Depression or the Civil War or World War II, but I can do that. I mean, just think of what happened when Lincoln first took office. He said he couldn't have imagined how difficult it would be, that he did not think he could have lived through it if he had known what was going to happen. 7 states already seceded from the Union, and he said the central issue that they were fighting was whether democracy could be a working system, because if you allow the Democratic South to secede from the Union simply because they didn't like the tone of the election, they didn't like the way it turned out, then democracy would be an absurdity. But somehow, after a terrible price was paid, not only was the Union restored, but the original sin of slavery was undone by the Emancipation Proclamation. Then democracy was on peril again in the turn of the 20th century. Teddy Roosevelt said at the height of the Industrial Revolution, when the country was split apart, people in the country didn't like people in the city, big companies swallowing small companies, a feeling that there was a nationwide strikes, there were anarchist bombings, there was a sense of new inventions that were making us nostalgic for an earlier way of life. And he said democracy was in peril because people in different sections, countries, and regions and parties were beginning to think of themselves as the other rather than as common American citizens. And somehow we came through that period of time. And then think of the early days of FDR in the Great Depression. Somebody said to him, you know, if your program works, you're going to be one of the great presidents in history. If it fails, you're going to be one of the worst. He said, no, I will be the last American president. So that's how serious it was when the Great Depression and the banking crisis had, but somehow we came through that. And then the early days of World War II in 1940, when Hitler went all across Western Europe, leaving only England standing alone, and we were only 18th in military power with so little effort to be able to help them, or so it seemed. We became 17th when Holland surrendered, and yet eventually the Allies won that war, saving not only democracy, but Western civilization. So I think that's why I love history so much. If we go back to these terrible times, America emerged from them not only enduring, but stronger than ever before. So it gives us lessons, it gives us perspective, as I said, looking at, I was wearing the same outfit I'm wearing now, I can see, or it also, which is fine, which also gives us solace. So yes, we've been in tough times before. This is the toughest in my lifetime, but we've endured before. We can endure again.
Well, we are in a situation that we have only seen once before, which is a president gets kicked out of the White House by the voters and manages to make his way back in. We haven't seen that since Grover Cleveland. So could you talk about this transition and how unique is this?
Well, he was the only other president before President-elect Trump to have made it back. Several tried. I mean, there was a time when Grant tried to come back after having served 2 terms, gone away. He tried to come back in 1880, but he lost the nomination to James Garfield. And then again, Hoover, who had lost in a landslide to FDR in 1932, tried to come back in 1940, but he was beaten in the nomination by Wendell Willkie. Most famously, Teddy Roosevelt tried to come back in 1912 after having decided that he would only take 1 3/4 terms from McKinley's assassination to his own term, and then hated the idea that he was out of power. He said, I would rather cut out my tongue to have not made that pledge than I wouldn't have that 3rd term. And he tried to come back. And what happened is he ran against his great friend Taft for the nomination for the Republican Party. And he put into place, he knew that Taft had all the delegates because he was the party chairman, but he decided to have primary system. So that's where the primary is born. And he won most of the primaries, but it wasn't enough to beat what Taft already had. But the New York Times wrote an editorial at the time. It was a very vitriolic campaign between Teddy and Taft. They were calling each other names. And the New York Times said, if this is the first example of this newfangled primary system, we sincerely hope it's the last. This is not a rational process. Go back to the old process. This is a mob. So that's where we got primaries, but he didn't win. So finally, the only person who was able to make that, there were several other third-party candidates that tried to come. Millard Fillmore, by that great name of Millard Fillmore, and yet nobody else did it except for Grover Cleveland, and now except for President Trump.
So we're beginning to see what kind of administration Donald Trump wants to put together. You know, he picked a pragmatist as his White House chief of staff. I think a lot of people were reassured when he picked Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, and then the rest of those nominations started coming. What do you make of the cabinet and the government that Donald Trump is putting together?
Well, you know, it's interesting. I was thinking back to Ronald Reagan, and Ronald Reagan also, when he came in, said that he wanted loyalty. But in his case, it was loyalty to the conservative ideology, not necessarily loyalty to himself. And he also had 2 other criterion for appointing cabinet members. One was integrity, and the other was competence. And I think those are the qualities that we have to look for right now. Who runs these organizations? They're running huge establishments. They're going to have a huge impact on our lives. And then if they go after the civil service at the same time, the civil service was a really sexy argument around the time with Teddy Roosevelt that I lived in during that period of time. You forget how incredible it was to finally have beaten that spoils system where we used to take in whoever won the election could bring their own people in, and they weren't qualified, and the government was badly run. And as a result, civil service merit meant that the machinist's son would have the same chance as the friend of the person who was in power. If we decimate the civil service and we have people in who don't know how to run the government, I think we're going to really be in trouble with this country. The government is an important part of our lives. We've lost that sense of what importance. I just hope all the people in the press start saying now what it is that these various departments that are being threatened to be undone, what they do for us in our daily lives, so people will rise up and say, we want this, we need this, we need it.
So you've written about so many presidents, both of the Roosevelts, Lyndon Johnson, Kennedy. If you could bring one of them back to give some advice to Donald Trump, who would it be, and what do you think he would tell them?
Oh, it's so hard to just bring one back. The others would be so mad at me. Do you know that each time I went from one book to another, I'd have to move the books from the previous president out of my study to make room for the new guy, and I would feel like I was leaving old boyfriends behind. So I'm just going to quickly say that each one of my guys can give advice, if that's okay, Karen. I think the most important thing Lincoln would say is that the new president should abstain from his promise to exact persecution, hangings on his enemies, or on his opponents that he's calling his enemies. He would say that you made a comment, President Trump, at one point where you said success would be your best revenge. Stick to that. Don't do that. That'll be the beginning of the end. In fact, what Lincoln was told at the end of the war, he was told by radical Republicans, you know, you've got to start hanging the generals, hanging the Confederate soldiers, hanging the people who were treasonous to this country, and persecute them. He said, I don't want any more hate. It's time to move forward. And then, of course, that second inaugural, when he said, reached out to the South with empathy, not with anger. They were a true opponent, and he reached out to them by saying neither side expected this war to last as long as it did. Both read the same Bible, both prayed to the same God. Neither's prayers were fully answered. And then, of course, those great lines, with malice toward none and charity for all, let us bind up the nation's wounds. That's the advice Lincoln would give to him. If Teddy came along, I think what he'd say is, you know, what I did, Mr. Trump, I took a train all around the country, and I went to every state, even those I lost as well as those that I won, and I had the same message for every state, a square deal for the rich and the poor, the capitalist and the laborer, and I bound that country that was being split apart together as a result. So he would say, don't just stay with your base, expand that base, make programs that the country as a whole, be president of all the people. FDR, I think, would counsel, it took him time to give every one of his fireside chats. He recognized that preparation was key. You can't just spout off what you want to say at any moment in time. Stick to what you've written. Don't go off on those tangents that you're going off on. It took him 3 or 4 days to do each fireside chat. He only did 30 of them in 12 years. He said if they become routine, they'll lose their effectiveness. But boy, were they effective. I mean, there's a great story Saul Bellow tells that he could walk down the street on a hot Chicago night, and you could watch people inside their house when a fireside chat was going on, staring at their radio. You could hear his voice and keep walking and not miss a word of what he said. And then I think finally LBJ would say to him, you know, you've only got a certain amount of currency. You think you've got a big mandate. I had a much bigger mandate than you. I had 15 million votes, and yet I started losing week after week. That's what happens. A president, in every decision they makes during that transition period, uses up capital. He said, at the beginning, they didn't like Goldwater, so now that I have to win them back. They're going to be gone because Goldwater's not here. I might have a fight with Congress. I might have a fight with the press. I might have to send boys to foreign lands. So I better get my program through right away, get your asses off the ground and start working. But I think what's happening is each one of these decisions that are being made about the choices for the cabinet or the things that are being said are going to be eating up his capital. And that's why those choices have to be made well, or else you're going to be on a losing trend from the beginning.
So FDR, if I remember correctly, was the one who sort of popularized the idea of a first 100 days. And presidents since then have also invoked this early period in their presidency as sort of the yardstick to measure their success. Donald Trump comes in, he's got the House, he's got the Senate, he's got a Supreme Court that he pretty much put the majority in. How important is 100 days like a real thing? How important are these 100 days?
Well, I think every president after FDR has hated the idea of the 100 days as a marker. I mean, the reason it worked so well for Roosevelt, it wasn't anything he planned. He simply called an emergency session of Congress into operation to deal with the banking crisis. And once they set forth legislation that got that crisis finished, he then said, oh, this momentum is good. I'm going to keep them in line for a while. It lasted for 100 days, and that's where the 100 days came from. And 15 major bills got passed during that period of time. And finally, the people felt that the government was alive again. They had a leader in FDR. So then after that, I remember JFK, well, I don't remember, but I read about JFK saying that he really hated that idea that he only had 100 days. In fact, a speech was written for him in which he said near the end of the campaign, all of this, my promises will not be accomplished in 100 days. He slashed it out, and he wrote 1,000 days. And as it turned out, eerily, that was the number of days he would have left to live. So the interesting thing is that Biden embraced the 100-day marker. Unlike most other presidents, he said at the beginning, this is what I'm going to accomplish. I'll get 100 million vaccines into arms. I'll get the Paris Peace Accords back again. I'll have the Defense Mobilization Act there. And then he celebrated after 100 days. And the interesting thing is that public opinion polls had gone up. The one thing that remained vulnerable, they said, at the end of the 100 days was the border situation, which sadly then continued. But the really interesting thing about 100 days, I think you can have a really screwy 100 days, not good at all, and you can learn lessons from it, and then that can help you set up the foundation for the future. And that was true for JFK. The Bay of Pigs happened during the 100 days. He realized that he had listened to experts, that he hadn't questioned assumptions, and he went before the press and he took total responsibility. They were all saying it was the CIA's fault, the State Department's fault, the general's fault. He said, no, it was my fault. Then he made that great statement, success has 1,000 fathers, defeat is an orphan. And by taking responsibility, his public opinion opinion poll went up to 83%. If only presidents could do that more often nowadays. He said, the worse I do, the more they seem to like me. But more importantly, he said he learned his lessons. He changed his decision-making structure. He brought Bobby Kennedy into his inner circle. He no longer would trust experts. He would question their assumptions. And when the Cuban Missile Crisis came, he was prepared for that precisely because of the failure of the Bay of Pigs. So the 100 days can be a screw-up and then help you in the long run.
But, the impatience of the public these days, coupled with the fact that, as you mentioned, Trump is already eating into some of his capital with these cabinet nominations. Is 100 days too long in this case?
I mean, just think what it was like in the old days. I just thought about this when you said this, when the person would be nominated until Roosevelt, in November, you would have the election, and you wouldn't be in the inauguration until March. So that period of time was a terrible time for the government in transition to not have any power. It was horrible for Abraham Lincoln because between November and March, Buchanan, one of the worst presidents in our history, had let the forts go, had let those states secede, limiting options for the president. So we now have a shorter period of time because of what we saw happen with FDR. But I think it is too short a period of time. I think it takes time. Look, it takes historians generations to figure out how we view our presidents in the past. I mean, Truman went out with a 25% approval rating. He's now considered one of the great presidents. Eisenhower was considered not as good as he's later considered because he kept the peace. We saw that was important. Lyndon Johnson has finally come up in the historians' polls because of the war will never be other than a stain on his legacy, but he was able to do domestic achievements that are unequaled since FDR: Medicare, Medicaid, aid to education, voting rights, civil rights, immigration reform, NPR, PBS, on and on and on. In fact, in a recent poll, he was ranked number 8, and Kennedy was number 9. How happy he would have been. So I think we have to have patience not only during their presidency, but if they think about what their legacy is hopeful to be, if they think, I want to do something worthwhile that will be remembered by history, that's a standard that helps to keep them on a right track. And not all of them think that way. It's got to be an ambition for something larger than yourself, an ambition for the common good, an ambition for the country as a whole.
So, Doris, I just had a bit of breaking news in my ear from our producer, Kathy O'Hearn, who tells me that the Washington Post has just published its list of 50 notable nonfiction books of 2024, and that your wonderful book, an amazing book, An Unfinished Love Story, is on the list.
Thank you, yay!
If you haven't read it, it's the story of, in many ways, her marriage to one of the more remarkable figures of so many administrations. So again.
Thank you so much. That means a lot because the book meant so much to me. I was so worried after my husband died whether I could complete the project we had started to go through these 300 boxes he had saved through all our married life. And then it turned out I realized that's what I've been doing my whole life, trying to bring past presidents to life. If I could bring him back to life instead of being sad, I'd be happy. And now I've been talking about him every single day, so he's clearly still alive.
Well, I think that is a lovely note to end on, and unfortunately, we are out of time and are going to have to leave it here. And Doris, it's so instructive always to talk to you, so thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Karen. I'm so glad to talk to you.
Okay, we're going to go to a quick break next, and after the break, we're going to have more fascinating conversations coming up on parenting, on women in Afghanistan, and 3 governors about their leadership and the friendship that they have formed on a regular text chain. So please be sure to come back here at 11:45. Thanks again.
Thank you.
When parents struggle with their mental health, that has negative implications on the mental health of kids.
In the last, 15, 20, maybe 30 years, there has become this culture of kind of achievement in parenting and the idea that you have to do it right.
Roughly 62% of parents feel burned out, with 66% saying the demands of parenthood left them feeling isolated and lonely.
I don't want parents to feel it's another stress, another source of worry, because we carry around a lot of worry, and self-doubt, and then guilt because we're on social media.
That's what happens when we're so busy competing with each other and signing our kids up for the 10th team or the 10th recital or whatever. We miss everything because we're trying to keep up with the Joneses.
TikTok brain. Have you heard of this? Break it down. What is TikTok brain?
What's really taking a toll on their brains is social media.
For boys, it's more likely to be driving this isolation, this loneliness, this disconnection, and this retreat from the in real life interactions. Whereas I think for girls, it may well be actually providing this kind of much more real-time sense of damage to self through relationships and through self-image.
Good afternoon. I'm Sally Quinn, a contributing writer here at the Washington Post, and I'm thrilled to be joined on stage by Grace Bastidas, the editor-in-chief of Parents Magazine. You're about to celebrate your 100th anniversary. Emily Oster, the founder and CEO of Parent Data, and Richard Reeves, president of the American Institute for Boys and Men and author of Boys and Men. Grace, Emily, Richard, welcome to the Washington Post. I want to start out with a personal story about parenting. My son, Quinn Bradley, now 42, was born with a hole in his heart and had open heart surgery when he was 3 months old. And he was then diagnosed year after year with many different medical problems. And Quinn and I spent the most part of his first 16 years in and out of Children's Hospital. He also was diagnosed with a severe learning disability. So he had to go to special schools all of his life, and where he was bullied and teased. And because of that, my husband, Ben Bradley, and I spent a lot of time with Quinn. We spent all weekends, we traveled with him. We were his only and best friends. And because he was sick all the time, he needed toys and things, and so he wanted things. We would indulge him and give him everything he wanted. And I honestly thought that I was a great mother. I was feeling very smug about my parenting skills and going for Mother of the Year. But as time went along, I realized that I had made some mistakes along the way. And it all came to light a couple of weeks ago when Quinn asked me for something, and I said, Quinn, it would be really nice if you thought about somebody else. And he said, it's too late, Mom, you've created a monster. So much for perfect parenting. Anyway, Emily, I want to ask you something. The Surgeon General released an advisory in August declaring parental mental health an urgent public health issue. But parenting has always been stressful. Why is it different now? Why is it more stressful these days?
I think parenting has always been very stressful. And if you look at the data, you can see that the difference in stress levels between parents and non-parents have always been there. If you ask people, how's your mental health or how stressed are you feeling, you see those gaps. But what we have seen is those gaps grow in the past several years, and there's a lot of reasons for that. So I think the pandemic was very stressful for a lot of parents, but much more broadly, I think there is this sense, and this is some of what the Surgeon General was talking about, of kind of parenting being almost a competitive sport, that something to win, something that you could do right, and by extension, you could do wrong. And I think that feeling of you could do it wrong is an enormous stressor for parents. And there are moments, I think,
increasingly where people feel like every single opportunity, every single thing they do with their kid is an opportunity to mess it up forever. And that's just like a really stressful way to live. If you think every time you ask your kid to put their shoes on and you're rushing them, that's an opportunity to mess them up forever. Because parenting is full of opportunities to tell your kid to put their shoes on. And if Instagram has told you that rushing them out the door gives them a lifetime of anxiety, every single day you worry about that. And I think that's a microcosm of something that happened in the last 3 weeks, but there's a broader picture of just what are we expecting of parents and how much intensity do we expect them to give in their parenting, which is hard to feel relaxed around.
Grace, you were raised in a house with your mom, your aunt, your sister, and your cousin. Some have called this a mommune. Now, I always thought that would have been a great idea over the years, but so why is this a new concept today, and is it really working?
Well, the concept of mommune, I think the word is new, but this has always existed, especially for certain cultures. So my mom was a single mom, an immigrant, and she lacked the resources and opportunities when she became the main breadwinner and caregiver in our family. So in our culture, there was no shame in asking for help, and neighbors and friends and family members helped each other problem solve because it was out of necessity. So when my mom became a single mom, she and my aunt moved in together and decided to raise their children together, splitting household costs, childcare, supporting each other emotionally by being parents. And it wasn't such a foreign concept to us because in Latin culture there is this idea of the comadre, and that literally translates to the co-mother. And it's somebody in your child's life who will help you raise your child, instill values, and it's always there for you. It's a commitment. So obviously, my aunt was our godmother, the comadre. So we joined forces, and made sense for us, and it really helped my mom manage. And again, in immigrant ingenuity, she had to get creative to survive. And I think that's something that distinguishes Latin culture and many cultures, is that you have to use creative solutions to get by. And right now, we have 1 in 3 families is a single parent home. 80% of those are headed by women. So there needs to be this evolution of what it means to, what a family structure is, because it's so expansive. There's no such thing as the traditional family anymore. And we need to broaden that and accept that and really provide that support. As parents, we've even revamped the taxonomy of our website to focus on co-parenting, single parents, grandparents, and this idea that the caregivers are many people, not just mom, dad. So there's a lot of people that will help you take care of your family.
My daughter-in-law is Hispanic, and she and all of her friends celebrate comadres every year. And the culture is very much pro-family. But I'm talking about friends who get together with children, different groups, and they all get together. I'm just trying to think of myself in a house with some of my women friends and their kids. I'm not sure how well that would work out.
Well, I do think that some of us, I'll tell you in the cone of silence here, that some of us have plans with our best girlfriends, like, okay, when our, husbands have gone wherever they need to go, we will move in together and do this together. So I think we all have girlfriends who are... Sorry to tell you this.
I knew this was going to be brutal, but...
Richard, I haven't even started on you. Okay, so Richard. So fathers spend much more time with their children now than they did 50 years ago. And in fact, I'm stunned and amazed at my men friends and how much time they spend with their children, although the brunt of childcare still falls to the woman. Mm-hmm. But what do fathers need to help them out with this? Do they need more time with their kids?
Well, some of this, I think, is just a general parenting challenge, which we've already addressed, which is true for fathers and mothers. I've certainly felt it myself raising 3 boys. and including as a stay-at-home dad for a few years. And I think this idea of the competition is very important. If I could identify the year this became a problem, it is the year that the noun parent became the verb parenting. And that's sometime in the 70s, as far as I can tell. I remember trying to explain to my parents what parenting was. They're like, what's that? What are you saying? I said, parenting. Like, that's a verb now? I said, yeah, it's a verb now. It's a thing you do. What, didn't you do parenting? And they're like, no, we just had kids. And so behind that, there is the kind of point, which is that, like, just the weight we've put on it. And I also think that if people feel like college admissions or the economy generally is very high stakes, it feels like parenting then becomes high stakes. So I think it connects generally to the sense of, like, what kind of world are you preparing your kids for? And if you fail as a parent, they'll fail in the economy. And so it does feel quite existential to a lot of people. The other thing I would say is, like, the mommune conversation and where are we going to go, by the way, when you say the father's, your husband's? Is there something you want to tell me?
The big disco in the sky.
Right. I will tell you, by the way, that my wife has a similar plan with her best friend based just on basic longevity statistics. But I'm going to say that it takes a village, I agree. Families come in all shapes and sizes, I agree. But some of the villages should be men. And that we need to be very careful in our inclusion of different ways to raise kids, that we don't advertently or inadvertently airbrush out the role of men. The role of fathers has to change because their old role has clearly changed. But everything I see is that dads still matter. We used to say dads matter because they were breadwinners, they're providers, protect, whatever. That's changed for very good reason. But dads still matter. And we need to find policies and a culture and a way of talking about this that doesn't somehow see them as second-class parents who are somehow less important. And I'm just going to advocate very strongly that we should be inclusive of fathers as well. And that we shouldn't imagine that we can just somehow do without them. I will say that on the other side of the argument is that, yes, dads matter, that's why they all need to be married. That's, in my view, just flies in the face of the evidence that we just heard. And so sometimes I feel like between a sort of very conservative view of, like, dads matter, that's why we need to bring back traditional marriage, and a more progressive view, which is like, do dads matter, really? Like a redundancy notice to dads? Actually, we've got to find a better path between those two extremes.
I had dinner last night with a Swedish friend of mine who's told me that in Sweden they have 480 days of parental leave. Yeah. And both he and his wife took it, and he said it made all the difference in his relationship with his children, particularly his two boys.
And some of the leave is just for fathers.
Yeah. Yeah. Grace, the Surgeon General, has also suggested that parents are more stressed because of the, quote, judgmental, perfectionistic environment of social media. On social media, everybody seems perfect, and they all have the perfect children, the perfect marriages. They live the perfect lives, which makes everybody else feel really insecure. So how does this impact parenting, social media?
So yes, social media impacts you a little bit what Emily was saying in terms of this comparison culture and the pressure that you put on yourself and the expectations around us. When you go on social media, that's how you measure how well you're doing as a parent. And you come away feeling, usually, that you're falling short. So that is really the issue there, because we're constantly trying to engage, entertain, educate our children, and really just trying to be this image of perfection that does not exist. And even as parents, we've had to shift our thinking on how we provide advice. So we still give you the latest expert vetted recommendations, but we remind you that do what works for your family, you know best, because we are cognizant that there is a lot of judgment and self-judgment on social media. And it's really key for parents to have some self-compassion and to really just have a little grace with themselves. And when it comes to their children being on social media, there's this constant, am I a good parent? Am I doing enough to protect my child? Because the onus has been put on parents to keep their kids safe online. So there's that constant, we hear from a lot of parents, especially moms, who spend so much time and energy really worrying about what their kids are doing online. Am I doing enough? Am I a good person? But again, like I said in the previous video, I'm on social media. So how do I make peace with those two thoughts?
Well, there's so much conflicting information and advice. It's like listening between Martha Stewart and Ina Garten. You know? Yeah. You don't know whose recipe to follow. Richard, you've dedicated your career to thinking about the issues of facing boys and men. What do you think is the biggest issue? And how does this issue impact the boys' relationship with each other and with girls?
Well, it depends where we look, but if we just look in the education system, which probably is the most relevant place to start for parents, we would just see that there are just some very big gender gaps now, with boys falling a long way behind girls in school. And so girls are twice as likely to be at the top of the high school GPA distribution. Boys are twice as likely to be suspended or expelled. Almost 1 in 4 boys have a, quotes, developmental disability, twice the rate of girls. In colleges, of course, we now see a very big gender gap, really reflecting what happens early in that. There's a bigger gender gap on US college campuses today than there was in the 1970s when we passed Title IX. It's just the other way around. So we've reversed the gender gap, but it's a little bit bigger now. I'm not necessarily saying it's for the same reasons, it's clearly not, or that it has the same implications. But so I think that the education system as a whole in the US now has just been proven to be not quite boy-friendly enough. And I think a lot of parents are struggling with that, and sometimes they end up blaming themselves, back to this conversation before, which is like, why is my boy struggling so much in the school system? And it could be the 10% drop in the share of male teachers, some of the retreat from vocational training, some of the atmospheric things in the classroom, the decline of recess. These are all questions rather than answers. And it could just be that the school's not quite boy-friendly enough. But I'll say something maybe a bit provocative, particularly in this audience, is that just as in the workplace, we really struggle to not have a default male manager or leader, right? We have a kind of just a sense of that's the default. In the education, I sometimes think we end up with like a default female student. And so we sometimes run the risk of treating boys like malfunctioning girls, right, in the school. And I was saying this earlier, is that, or as parents saying, why can't you be more like your sister? Mm-hmm. Right, more organized, more on top of it. And I just mentioned I've raised 3 boys, but I found myself saying to myself, why can't you be more like your sister? Even though they didn't have one, I invented one. I had an imaginary daughter that I would compare them to on a regular basis, and they failed every single time against them. So the serious point behind it is, like, I just think if we're serious about gender gaps, we have to be serious about them in both directions. And right now, the gender gaps in education, especially for working class boys and boys of color, are pretty wide.
Emily, you've actually had Richard on your podcast to talk about the state of boys and men today. What does the data say about boys being left behind?
So the data is pretty clear. I focus mostly on it's about parenting, so we sort of look at kind of performance of boys. And one of the places this shows up initially is in kindergarten. So if we think about sort of what is the readiness of boys versus girls for sort of entering kindergarten, particularly in a world where the expectations we have in this early childhood education are much more that kids will be able to sit still and focus. I talk a lot to parents about the idea of redshirting. So should I hold my kid back so they enter school when they're older? And it turns out, like, the kids who are younger for their grade, on average, particularly boys, we see an increase in ADHD diagnoses, which seem to be not necessarily reflecting diagnoses that would have happened anyway, but seem to reflect diagnoses that are happening because the kids are younger. And so you're saying, well, this kid isn't able to focus like I expect. But if your expectations are driven by what you expect from a girl who is almost 6, and what you have is a boy who has just turned 5, those are really, really different in terms of development, and we probably shouldn't be thinking about our expectations the same. And that sort of shows up in the data. And again, it's really a complicated space because it overlaps with socioeconomic status, it overlaps with race, it overlaps with class. It also overlaps with heterogeneity across kids. Some kids can sit still for a long time, some kids can't. And so there's a kind of need for some of this educational system, this really comes out in the data, to be a little bit more thoughtful and flexible in a way that we maybe haven't been. And I think there's some interesting ways that policy could think about How could we generate that flexibility in a way that wasn't just the way we currently have it, which is if you're a person with a lot of resources, you can decide to register your kid and do whatever is the best thing for them. And if you have fewer resources, you don't get as many options. That's obviously a terrible system, and thinking about a better system is sort of core to making progress on this, I think.
Richard, this is where it gets brutal.
Oh, wow. I thought that happened right from the back.
That was at the beginning, no.
We've seen the different models of masculinity in politics this year, particularly at the Republican convention, where Hulk Hogan, all the machismo that's going on in the politics today, Hulk Hogan ripped off his shirt at the Republican convention. What kind of signals are today's some political leaders sending to our kids, boys and girls?
The performative masculinity that we saw from the Republicans and the spaces that they went into was intended, I think, to send a signal to men, especially young men. We see you, we like you, and we like the stuff that you like. And they, i.e. the Democrats, don't see you and don't like you. And they, as in the Democrats, if they consider you at all, they don't think of you as having problems. They think of you as the problem. That was an effective message. And rather than what I would have hoped to see, which was a genuine and substantive debate about some of these issues we're talking about, which is what's happening with our boys, what's happening with our men. Why has the suicide rate among men under the age of 30 risen by 40% since 2010? Why are we losing 40,000 men a year to suicide? 10,000 women as well, but 4 times as many men as women to suicide. Where's the conversation about that? And then relatedly, what kind of masculinity do we want? And I think particularly with the pick of Tim Walz, and perhaps with the cover of having a female at the head of the ticket, there could have been a really good conversation. Imagine a push for more male teachers. Imagine a push for service-oriented masculinity. Imagine Tim Walz or others on some of these podcasts discussing a different version, how to be a man today. This is an interesting and a difficult time to have this conversation. We didn't have that conversation. But the reason we didn't have it was because one political party, the Democrats, decided to just not talk about that at all, and they just completely ceded that ground. And in politics, in a contest between something and nothing, something usually wins. And I'm afraid that there was just deafening silence on these issues from the Democrats. They didn't compete for the votes of men, and partly as a result, they didn't get them. And the reason for that is they thought they would get enough votes from women to counteract their losses among men. I understand that calculation, but it turned out to be a very bad miscalculation from their political point of view.
It seems to me that to be a real man, you have to have a lot of tattoos. Do you have any tattoos? Go ahead. Who will we tell?
I do not, but my middle son, who teaches 5th grade in Baltimore City public schools, God bless him, he has a tattoo. And he's like, I couldn't be prouder of him because here's a guy. He would say he's a guy's guy. And he's teaching 5th grade in Baltimore City. And that's the kind of conversation I want us to have. Or like when I was at home being a dad and stuff like, we can have a conversation about masculinity. And not only can we have to have a conversation about masculinity in a positive way. We have to have competing versions. We have to have a good faith conversation about this. I understand it's a difficult time to make that argument. But honestly, you cannot ignore these issues. You cannot ignore these questions and then wonder why the people who are not ignoring them are getting all the attention.
I've got a tattoo. I don't know what that says about my insecurity about my femininity. Emily, we started this conversation talking about the U.S. Surgeon General's warning on parental stress. His remedy to this problem is more kindness and less judgment, as well as more community support for parents. But nobody's mentioned love. What about love? Where does expressing love to your children come in? I'm going to ask each one of you this, so you might want to mention a personal story.
So one of the people I've talked to in the last few years is a woman named Jennifer Wallace, and she has a really great
recent book. She talks a lot about the idea of mattering being a really important thing with kids, and of the sort of distinction between pushing our kids to achieve and making it clear to them that they matter, and that they matter for reasons that are beyond kind of what grades they get in school, or whether they're the captain of the field hockey team, or the other things which are sort of come up often in these conversations about stress. And one of the things that has really stuck with me is she has this idea that when your kid comes home, you should be so excited to see them. Like as if they're like the greatest thing, like they walk in the door and you're just like, oh my gosh, hi, I love you. And you know, I do that with my 13-year-old. And like in 90% of the time, she's like, hello. You know, but occasionally she's like, oh, that's nice, did you want a hug? And I'm like, yes. Love a hug. Thank you. And I think that for me, that's been a really, that sort of idea that like sometimes our kids need to know that we are so excited about them, and no matter what, we just like cannot believe that they're here to see us. I think we could do more of that.
Richard, love?
Yeah, so big believer that kids, and probably all of us, believe our eyes even more than our ears, which is why I love this story. And so I do think it's more important to be expressing love and telling our kids that we love them, etc. But it's much more important to show that through the hugs, through the visits. It's a cliche, but just the showing up bit, and this attention that Emily's talking about. I think that the greatest gift we have now to give our kids is attention, and it's unconditional attention. And so it doesn't have to be a huge amount of time, but just like, am I going to make the time to go and have dinner with my son? Now that they're grown, am I going to take that time to give them a hug? I think that's really what counts. I sometimes think people have become a bit more formulaic, but I love you, great, but you have to show it, not just tell it.
Grace?
Agree with everything here. I'm going to steal this idea immediately. Yes, giving your children the full attention, looking them in the eye, putting away your phone, really listening to them, and really just being empathetic as well, and reminding them that you're here for any conversation, no judgment, but just listening to your kids shows them that you care, shows them that they're loved, that they're special, especially in this world we live in where we always have a device.
Right.
Just putting that away and giving them your full attention, I think says a lot.
Thank you. Okay, we're out of time, and we're going to have to leave it there. Grace Bastidas, Emily Oster, and Richard Reeves, thank you so much for this illuminating conversation. We have more important conversations coming up soon.
Thank you.
My love for all my children is infinite. It is eternal. They are what makes up our family. He is proof that there is hope. I'm a proud supporter of March of Dimes because that organization supported and created the possibility for a research breakthrough that saved the life of my son David, and I will forever be grateful.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Tanya Lewis-Lee, and I'm a Peabody and DuPont award-winning filmmaker and a fierce advocate for women's health. It's also my honor to serve on the Board of Trustees of the March of Dimes. And I'm really humbled to be here with this distinguished group of women and the few good men who are here in this room today. I'm joined on stage today by Cindy Rahman, to the far left, who is the interim president and CEO of March of Dimes, and Elizabeth Kemp Calder, who is president and chief brand strategist of Phoenix Lifestyle Marketing Group. But most important, as you just saw her story, Elizabeth is a mother who has experienced unimaginable loss at the hands of a healthcare system that often does not prioritize the health of women. So I want to start our conversation with Elizabeth today. Elizabeth, your journey of complications with pregnancy and your loss has been challenging and very moving, and I really appreciate you sharing your story, and I'm sorry for your loss. Could you share with the audience today a little bit about your experience with your first pregnancy?
So I think the thing that I remember is the amazing gift of seeing those 3 heartbeats on the ultrasound, my husband and I, just prior to my birthday. And so it was an amazing birthday gift of seeing them. Because of the nature of the pregnancy being with multiples, it's considered high risk. And so we had the very best care. We selected the hospital that would have a NICU that would be equipped to handle those small babies that come as a result of having a triplet pregnancy. We also were very careful in selecting our care team. So our obstetrician had quite a bit of experience, was a high-risk perinatal expert, and we wanted to make certain that we were just going to give them the best bringing into this world that you could possibly have. We had some trouble conceiving, and so we just wanted to make sure that everything was taken care of and we were set up for success. Unfortunately, despite all of that preparation, about 20 weeks into my pregnancy, my water broke. I was in the office. I was actually in the front of the room giving a presentation, and a colleague took me to the hospital and to the closest emergency room, so not the birthing hospital that we had selected. And it, contacted my husband to meet us there. When I arrived, I was still scared, and understandably so, but I felt at ease in that I had arrived in a place that would provide me the care that's necessary to take care of these babies. So I believe actually the thing that I remember most is the disbelief. I mean, if you could imagine my surprise and then my outrage when the emergency team refused to believe that my water had broken. And so while my babies and I were in distress, they continued to communicate with one another and round in circles about whether or not they needed to test it to prove to me that it was not amniotic fluid, despite the fact that I was wet and continued to be leaking. So through this chaos, they didn't even check the babies.
Wow.
And we're in the emergency room, and it was actually during this chaos, my husband arrived, and he walked in, and they brought him back into the room, and he was seeing this happening, and so he's on the phone, and he calls our amazing obstetrician, Dr. Gina Manley. I will always call her name in every room. And he was explaining to her what was happening, and she told him, get her out of there. Get her to me, put her in the car and bring her. And what she did was she located the hospital that would be closest to us, that would have the proper amenities, the proper ability to support us. And so we rushed there, and she met us there. And she arrived just before us, but made sure that everything was prepared for us to get there. And thank goodness that we had someone that said, get out of this place that is not going to provide you care.
Yeah, yeah. Well, thank God you had the amazing obstetrician who was there really, really taking care of you. And it sounds like, I mean, wow, what happened? Then what happened then after you got with her?
Well, as soon as we got in there, they whisked us away and got us into a place where they could check on the babies immediately. And they checked on me, ran some tests. And what we found was that Ronald Jr. and David were okay. It was Victoria's amniotic sac that had ruptured. They believed that they could save her as long as they could stave off labor and get us into a place that was comfortable. And so they had, I don't know if anyone's familiar with the Trendelenburg position, but that's feet in the air. It's interesting. But during that time period, we were just, keeping the babies baked until the results came back from the tests that they had run. And what they found was Victoria's amniotic fluid was poisoning me. And that is not something that was ever on my list of things that I knew was going to be a possibility in this experience. They tried to fight the infection, and over the course of several days, it wasn't working. And so again, Dr. Manley comes in, and this time instead of to check on things, and she sits down and she needed to have a conversation with us. And she apologized for the additional stress because there was obviously so many things that we had already experienced. But she needed to broach a subject with us that was a concern. And we needed to make some decisions. She introduced another idea that I hadn't thought of, hadn't occurred to either Ronald or me, was that we may have to decide who gets to survive this. And if we choose the babies, excuse me.
Of course.
If we chose my life, we would need to move. Because the hospital that we had been transported to was a Catholic hospital that could not perform that procedure. So we would need to leave to go to another hospital. And my husband and I were left then to have this discussion to determine how we would move forward. And I felt very strongly. We spent a lot of energy, and I love my husband so much. And I love the babies that we created together. And I felt that if we're faced with this choice, I've lived. I've had the opportunity to experience these amazing things, but they had not. And so my choice would be to give them the opportunity to live and experience life. And I remember my husband looking at me and saying, I love you, and with conviction, I need you. And we can always try again. And it was the most difficult decision to ever have to make in my life, in both of our lives. And the outcome of that was, much to his protest, that we were choosing that the babies would live. We were still watching the infection. So a couple of days later, Victoria's cord, her umbilical cord, prolapsed. And again, now there's concern and fear for the babies that we have decided that we need to protect. And it was after hours. Dr. Manley wasn't there. I spoke to the attendant on site, and they actually encouraged me. They put something to listen to the heartbeat so we could hear her and we knew that she was okay. But we never got into an ultrasound room. There was a lot of pushback there. But during that time period between when we could hear her and when they took that device off to take us to the ultrasound room, Victoria had passed.
So sorry. Yeah. Elizabeth, I'm so sorry for what you and your family had to endure, but I am really grateful to you for sharing your story, because I think it's really important for other families to understand, what people may go through so that they know. So my question to you, because it sounds like at some point early on you were really not seen or heard. And so what would you say to women who are experiencing the healthcare system but don't feel like they're being seen or heard?
I mean, it was such a trying experience. So during that time period, we gave birth every 10 days. And then while we were mourning Victoria and Ronald Jr., David received his surfactant therapy, and he was able to survive. But throughout that period, we didn't think about all of the things that we could think about now. And I would say that the first thing that I would tell people is to make certain that you take the time to find the right care, not just facility, but you have to find medical support that can see you and see your humanity. Mm-hmm. They need to be able to view you as their mother or their sister or their aunt or their daughter even. And they would be able to hear you if they can see that humanity. And I feel like that's a piece that I didn't get.
Yeah. That's great. And so to that point, it sounds like you had some good support. You had a great obstetrician. I know you also had some March of Dimes care. So I want to get to Cindy really quickly. Cindy, could you talk to us a little bit about what is going on in maternal and infant health and what March of Dimes is doing? First, maybe tell us a little bit about the statistics.
Yeah, so I think it's so important. Thank you, Elizabeth, for telling your story. I mean, it's hearing these stories. There's probably many of you in the room that can empathize. It's unfortunately far too real an issue in this country. It saddens me to say we remain the most dangerous country to have a baby in the world for developed nations. That's unacceptable. It shouldn't happen, and we're trying to do everything we possibly can to address that. 800 women will die in the course of a year just for these kinds of complications. And you heard Elizabeth was almost one of those statistics. We also, look at preterm birth, which you heard with her children, and unfortunately losing both Victoria and Ronald Jr. are just unacceptable. And we need to understand what's going on with preterm birth. It's the number one reason for infant mortality in the US and globally. So we put out a report card annually I encourage you to look at. Unfortunately, the US has a D+ when it comes to preterm birth. But I will say these are things we can do something about. These are preventable deaths, and so we're working really hard to address that.
Wonderful. Unfortunately, the time just moves so quickly. I mean, I feel like we could be here for a long time. As we know, mother's health, the health of infants, is the marker of the health of a nation. And as Cindy said, we're not doing as well as we should be. And so I'm grateful to the March of Dimes for the work that they're doing. I'm grateful to you, Elizabeth, for sharing your story with us. You both are an incredible inspiration. And thank you all for being here. And now I turn it back to the Washington Post.
Today marks the second anniversary of the Taliban's return to power in Afghanistan.
Today, the country is facing one of the world's most severe humanitarian crises. Its GDP has collapsed, and women's and girls' rights have been eclipsed.
Shock, hopelessness, and anger. Afghan women are coming to terms with the latest Taliban decision that crushes their rights.
The Taliban regime has gradually clamped down on some of the ordinary freedoms that women had been experiencing.
Concerns are growing over new Taliban laws banning women's voices and bare faces in public in Afghanistan.
If it continues for 10 years or 5 years, what will happen in the country by the name of Afghanistan? And what will happen about the half population of Afghanistan, millions of girls and women that they are stuck in their lives, and also they are stuck in their house.
I'm from Afghanistan, and I was in the situation that I was not allowed to go to school just because I was a girl for 5 years. But how is possible now? Why the world is silent?
Good afternoon. I'm Susanna George. I'm the Washington Post Gulf Bureau Chief. Before this role, I was the Bureau Chief for Afghanistan and Pakistan. And I'm joined on stage today by Nagina Khalili. She was the first female prosecutor in her province in Afghanistan, investigating cases of domestic violence. She fled the country in August of 2021. And Homaira Qaderi, an Afghan writer, activist, and educator. She also left the country with her son after the Taliban takeover in August of 2021. Nagina, Homaira, welcome to the Washington Post.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so much.
I'd like to start off our chat with talking about some personal stories. Nagina, you were born in Afghanistan, and we mentioned you were the first female prosecutor in your province. explain, where were you when the Taliban took over in the country? How did that day unfold for you?
Yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me in this panel. As you mentioned, I born in Afghanistan and I raised in Afghanistan, and I had many opportunities to stay other countries when I have my master's degree from the United States to stay here or go to other place, but I choose to go back to my country many times. I was in Afghanistan the day that Afghanistan collapsed, and I remember that day, and still it's a nightmare for me, and I'm sure for millions of people, and also girls especially, and women in Afghanistan. That day, I felt like the world had turned upside down. I saw like the tears, I saw like the fears, and I saw like the collapse of not just a government, and also a collapse of generation, hope, and all the achievement that the women and also the girls had during the 20 years. I was in my office, it was 11 o'clock. One of my colleagues, she came, and I was doing an investigation for my client, and she told me the Taliban came, and I was shocked. I didn't believe it, that they happened in my life, and I remember, I couldn't stand, and I was shocked and just remembered all of the things that happened in 1996, which my mother told me and I saw in the movies. I said, what will happen? How will be the future for me and also for other girls in Afghanistan?
Humaira, you were born in Afghanistan. You lived under Taliban rule in the 90s. For you, how did that day in 2020 when the Taliban took over, what was your reaction? And how quickly did you begin to worry about the future of women's rights in the country?
It was at 11 in the morning, and my brothers called me that Taliban entered to the city. I was in Kabul University, and we lived near to the Kabul University. I went to a street, and it was for second time that I faced with Taliban. For me, it was like they back from their graves again. And at that moment, I really wanted to be like a whale and swallow all these Taliban. Back in 1996, they swallowed all of my friends. We had a normal life. Yes, we came out of the civil war at that time, but we could be at the street, we could be at university, we could be at schools, and our mother could go to do their jobs. But Taliban in 1996 conquered my city, and our life suddenly come to an halt. So this time, but the big difference was that this time Taliban were more angrier. I could see that anger in their eyes, and we women didn't do things wrong. We just studied during those 20 years, every day of 20 years. So I couldn't be a whale, but I started to call to many of friends that I had in media, and I begging them that please invite me to your TV, because I knew what would happen after that. It was a shock for them that I wanted to be in a station, TV station at those days, but I started to go, and I knew that I should speak out. That's it.
Since the Taliban takeover, women's rights have been rolled back steadily. It was something that happened very quickly and has been tightened over the months and years since they took over the country. Most recently, one of the laws this year forbid women from raising their voices in public. That's the level that we've gotten to. Nagina, are you surprised that this is what has happened to Afghanistan since the Taliban took over? Or did you think that there was space for what people used to talk about, a Taliban 2.0, a more moderate Taliban?
Yes, so actually, to be honest, I was not surprised, because the regime that the Taliban had in 1996, it was the same that they have now in 2021. At the first time that they said, everyone said the Taliban changed, but I said no, they are the same that they were in 1996. Nothing happened to their ideology to change. Because the Taliban, they just believe through restriction of women, they don't believe on human rights, they don't believe on women's rights, even they don't believe in humanity. They just think like the power that they can gain and also to have it is just to restrict women in Afghanistan. And these stories that we are hearing from like inside, it's not just forbidding of the voices. The women and the girls, like especially my student, that they were my student when I was in Afghanistan, they are telling me, even they have all of the requirement, like hijab requirement that the Taliban asked for. They are investigated by the Taliban. They cannot walk freely outside without punishment. And also, it's when they go with the male chaperone, they ask to show like they are relatives, like brothers or husband, or like have nikah, which is like marriage certificate. And it's hard, like everyone to get like marriage certificate now in Afghanistan. And if they don't show, they took them into prison. And in the last month, more than 95 people flagged in Afghanistan, which includes 15 women. 38 women was like arrested in 1 month. And think how this new law affected on women's rights, not just the women's rights, and also like the men, and also human rights in Afghanistan.
Myra, I'm interested in what you think. What is the purpose of this clampdown on women's rights? I know that some people thought that maybe the Taliban were restricting women's rights in order to have negotiating power with the international community. Do you think that that was the long-term goal?
I want to add to Nagine's talk that as a woman from Afghanistan who lived under the rule of Taliban for 5 years and was in my house was a jail for me at that time, I am also not surprised at all. I am very familiar with this cruel, anti-women, misogynistic rule of Taliban. But I wanted to add that I'm really surprised with that bravery woman in Afghanistan. Every time that Taliban come with a new decrees, for example, the last decree was that women cannot hear each other's voice. One adult woman are not allowed to. Is it like a haram, forbidden? And in the media, women from Afghanistan, girls, they use every platform that they have in media, they came singing and speak loud. So I'm not surprised with the rules, but I'm very surprised with the woman acts and activity in Afghanistan. We didn't have it before. But I think Taliban identity is to be anti-woman. So it's not just for, maybe at the beginning, about things that they wanted to take all these women rights from society to come for a bargaining chips like this. But no, it's not like that. This is the definition of the Taliban identity. They are exactly like this. They don't believe to women.
Nagina, I know that you're in touch with your family that's still in Afghanistan, and I like that we talked a little bit about the bravery of Afghan women. When you talk to your family members, what do they say about their day-to-day lives now, especially your female family members?
Yeah, they are telling me like the life, they feel like they are in prison. They don't have freedom, they don't have anything that we have in the United States or outside of Afghanistan. In this century, we are the only country in the world that the women are banned from education, from work, and from all the fundamental rights that we are talking about. They are telling me, do you remember, COVID-19, that it was in all, the countries in the world, and how much it was hard for us to stay home and be separated from our friends, relatives, not to go and also visit them. Even if we want to go grocery and buy stuff for our eating or something, we were locked down in the houses. And I think it's in Afghanistan 3 years, more than 3 years, that the women, they are blocked in the houses without no freedoms. Even when they are speaking to me, my brothers, he also told me, he cried last day. And I said, why are you crying? He said, when I went to outside in the street, one of the Talib, he stopped me and he said why you wear a t-shirt and jeans? And he asked me to do Afghani clothes and also to not have long hairs. So I think it's not just about women, it's also about the men. They are losing the chance to grow up in a society that values education, that values democracy, that values human rights. And also depriving women from all of their values that they have and give them this incentive that you are a woman and we see you like in a second gender and you're not allowed to have all of the rights that a man have.
It's that tight control over all public life for men and women.
Yeah.
Myra, I know that you created a virtual reading and writing community for Afghan women and girls. How are you meeting with these students? And I know that we've heard a lot of stories about these underground schools with these women and girls who are determined to learn, even that it's illegal.
Susanna, in 1996, when Taliban took the power, I started to cry, and my mom told me that if a woman can make something with the crying, it was me. I should have a big building right now. So do something. And she was the person who helped me to turn her kitchen. In Afghanistan, usually in the buildings, in the house, the woman has the most biggest room as the kitchen because they live there. They cry there, they fall in love there, they gossip, and they do everything in the kitchen. And my mom gave her kitchen to me to turn it to a school. I was barely a teenager. And I love it because I had some students at my age and I could play with them. And at the same time, yes, teach them. At that time, my father is a teacher of literature, Persian literature in Afghanistan, and he had many books, and I started to read his book, and there was a time that I think reading is not enough, and I started to write. We had a class. We named it the Golden Needle, and we supposed to do needlework there, but what we did, we started to write and read a story, and my first story was published in 1999 under the Taliban rule with my real name, which was totally forbidden. Yeah, all the family went to the street and collect the newspaper and they burned them in the house. Taliban said, we will lash this woman, who is she? But I survived. And when I had to leave Afghanistan with the last flight in August 28, I was in a camp in September, in a military camp in Texas, and I asked myself, what's helped me to survive? Of course, I lost many of my friends. Let's take a name, Lida. She was very close for me. She was a poet, very big poet, famous poet in Afghanistan. And you don't know her name because we didn't have any internet at the time to send her name out. And she put herself on fire. And I asked myself how we can help others because, again, I knew what would happen in Afghanistan based on my experience living in Afghanistan. And I remember the Golden Needle. So I started the Golden Needle Literary Association. Of course, at the beginning, like a Golden Needle, when I was in a camp. And you can go to my Facebook page. When I put the first announcement and claim that I want to have a class for creative writings, you can see hundreds boys and girls. They wanted to come and they submit their application and ask me to enroll them in my class. Now, in that Golden Needle Literary Association, which I registered in Boston while I was in Harvard, we have 11 courses. And there are many Afghan women and girls that work with me. And 2 days ago, one of my students, Latife, I wanted to take her names, and she just sent me a picture of the cover of her books. And it's very important in Afghanistan where we say a good woman is a silent woman. We now learn to speak loud. Yes.
I'd like to show all of you one of those voices, one of the students. We have a video that features your student, Samira. Let's take a listen.
استاد امروز صبح به خواهر گفتم ظهر گفت بله گفتم من به نظر تو آدم حسودیم بعد خواهر ما گفت نه چرا ایت فکر میکنی گفتم من نمیفهمم یک دوست من رفته ایران بعد این کانال تلگرامی داره همش از دانشگاه و عکس میگذاره که استاد فلان استاد ایده گفت، مثلا ما ای کار کردیم. یک دوست دیگه دارم رفته دیگه کشوری رفته، از دانشگاه عکس گرفته بود. بعد اینقدر دل میگیره، نه اینکه بخوام مثلا بگم اینها مثلا در این موقعیت نباشن یا بعد به اونا روا داشته باشم، فقط خیلی دل میگیره، میگم کاش من هم در چنین موقعیتی می بودم، کاش من هم مثلا دانشگاه میرفتم. خیلی روزها شده استاد که حس میکنم دارم زندگی ایت هدر میدم، ایت روزهایی که باید در دانشگاه سپری بشه داره الکی میگذره.
We're running out of time, but I do want to put one final question to both of you. It's a question I get a lot from my friends and family when I talk to them about what's happening in Afghanistan. People here today, other people who are listening who care, who this has touched them, who care about the plight of Afghan women, what can they do to support Afghan women at this time? Ira?
Yeah, this video, remembered me, all the things that we were in 1996. And, the biggest dream for an Afghan woman just to go back, to school and university. And I imagine, your daughters, your sister, even yourself, be in a country that deprived all of these rights, even not be able to go to school and also university. And that's hard. Just imagine that if you're in that same situation. One thing that I want to say, nowadays the media is not covering all of the things in Afghanistan that's happening. And what happened to the world, in other countries, we are also kind of forgotten by the people and international communities, which I want to say, I want the people, and especially the United States, to recognize Taliban as a terrorist and recognize their government as terrorist, and also not support them, not financially and also politically. And I hope this new administration have a clear and also proactive policies regarding the ongoing humanitarian and also human rights crisis in Afghanistan, and also recognize them as a terrorist, and also not supporting them financially and also politically. Meantime, support Afghan women who are inside and also who are outside of Afghanistan, and give them the opportunity to raise their voices, and not forget them when there is a talk or a meeting or diplomacy. Afghan women should be in the table, and not just the men, and also not just the Taliban.
That is a perfect note to end on. Ladies, thank you so much. Nagina Khalili, Humaira Kadari, thank you so much for being here today. Up next, we're going to hear from two Washington Post reporters behind a year-long investigation. Stay tuned.
I'm in uniform, and I'm telling you this on camera. Don't trust people you just meet. Don't trust people that you don't know. Always have your guard up. Well, who am I accused of sexual battery?
Okay, you're familiar with it. I'm sure you say you have an idea. Tell me what idea you have.
Is it an adult or a juvenile?
It's a juvenile.
Crimes like this happen all over America.
A former New Orleans police officer will spend 14 years in prison for sexually assaulting a 15-year-old girl.
A Lowell police officer accused of raping a teenage girl.
2 Riviera Beach police officers fired, accused of sexual relations with teenagers.
He's like, you realize I'm a cop, right? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, you realize I can put anyone in handcuffs that I want. So that was kind of I think him threatening me if anyone found out.
Good afternoon. Great to see you all. I'm Matt Murray. I'm the executive editor of the Washington Post. It's a privilege to be with all of you today. I had a whole fancy intro worked out, but the video said it better than I could. But I want to say that this incredibly important work that Jessica and Jen are doing to date, we've got booklets out there. Everybody should pick up a booklet and you'll read this incredibly important, groundbreaking work. One of the things I think everybody knows, the Washington Post does an incredible amount of impactful and important journalism. For me, as the newcomer on stage, it's an incredible privilege to be associated with the Post and with work by such talented reporters that's as important as what you're doing. So I appreciate you guys taking time to talk to everybody today.
Thank you.
So Jessica, let's start at the beginning of this project, which actually goes back, I think, three or 4 years. You were reporting on child sex trafficking at that time, and you started to see some trends that have led you to this place of this investigation. Tell us about how that happened.
So one of the tools that we use often is to just get emails that are headlines all over the country, looking for, at the time, I was looking for a lot of stories of children who had been victimized and sort of how they were interacting with law enforcement and the systems that are supposed to protect them. And I kept seeing headlines that were often the same over and over again, not what I would expect to see, which was law enforcement responding to these crimes or investigating these crimes, but police officers and sheriff's deputies who are actually committing these crimes against kids. So we wanted to understand what was happening and how often it was happening. And so we were able to work with our colleague, John Harden, who's an amazing data reporter, and work with the nation's largest police crime database to try to figure this out. That's at Bowling Green State University. And we found that there were 1,800 officers that we were able to identify who had been arrested for crimes involving child sexual abuse.
Jen, can you pick up and tell us more about how you found out about these cases and tracked them down? Because one of the themes sort of woven throughout the articles in your series is how secretive this kind of crime is, and of course, how incentivized people are in law enforcement not to talk about it. So you've had some challenges there. So you can pick up a little bit and tell us how you've dug in and found out more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these are some of the most difficult crimes to understand and investigate. And it was a combination of both Bowling Green State University. They have the nation's most comprehensive crimes database of all police officer arrests. And so we were able to identify through that a majority of the crimes that we were looking into. But then we also, with a team of people here, helped to generate our own database and understand, identify crimes that may have been through just other headlines, through other court cases that we were aware of, to try to, and that covered like another 2 years, to try to build out as much as we could know, going to the courts, finding the records, trying to see what we wasn't obvious at first.
Now, one of the hallmarks of this series, particularly one of the challenges, has been you've talked to a number of teenage girls, and that's particularly challenging, which I want to talk to you about in 1 second. But we heard a little bit of one of your interviews, I think, in that intro video. I want to play another section for the audience where this young woman details how her relationship with a police officer crossed the line. Take a listen to this.
We were sitting on the couch and he did that stupid move that guys do where they yawn and they put their arm around you. And I've seen that in rom-coms. And so I'm really, dude? And then he moved his arm and I was sitting right here on this side, and then his hand went on my thigh.
Jessica, you're talking to young girls who've been exploited. Often, in certain ways, they've been disadvantaged in different parts of their lives for a long, long time. How do you get them to open up, and how do you approach talking to them?
it was really important to us to have just real kids who have been through this in this series. We often started with this story and with others by writing these girls letters. They're often surrounded by people who are always talking about what happened to them, but not actually talking to them. And so writing to them and saying, we think what happened to you is really important. We think that there are things that can be learned from what you've been through. Turned out to be something, we just were blown away by the number of these kids and their families. And we would often work with parents, especially when they were still minors, because they feel that this is a type of crime that people just don't know about. Despite all this talk about police misconduct, this is not an area that has really been explored. And so they felt like, oh, it was only happening to them. And so when they realized that they were part of this larger investigation, they really wanted people to understand what they had been through.
You guys are professionals in these stories, but they're obviously often personally heartrending. What's it like as you hear them? How do you yourself process and manage these kinds of stories? You can both just speak to a little bit about what that's like for you. It's got to be some of the most difficult reporting you've ever done.
Absolutely. It's one of the most difficult and sensitive topics, and we talk a lot about the thoughtfulness that goes into any sort of initial approach to the victims, to their family members, and trying to go through trusted sources. I think for Jess and I, she's been an incredible, incredible partner for me and supportive. Just talking through sort of like the prep of going into an interview and then sort of like the processing afterwards and hearing all of it. Because it's often, like you mentioned, it's not often these girls have had other traumas in their life, and so you're not just unpacking one particular incident. And it's also important when you're talking to these people that they are people, they are humans who have lived experiences before and after this happened, and so you want to take in and understand who they are and how this has impacted them. And so you're not typically just asking about this one crisis. So it's a lot, but we have really supportive editors in the newsroom and having a colleague like Jess is phenomenal.
Jen, I want to ask you something else about the series and your experiences. Your report, and I have to read the quote, I'm afraid. You have a quote in your report saying, accused cops have used their knowledge of the legal system to stall cases, get charges lowered, or evade convictions. Can you tell us a little bit about how police were doing this, what the consequences that most police officers got from that behavior was?
Yeah, so part of our investigation, we were able to identify dozens of officers who were charged with crimes that involved evading, destroying evidence, trying to intimidate witnesses. And I think Jess could talk about in depth. We just had one really big story last week that published of a police chief in West Virginia. And at every step of the way, he managed to use his knowledge of the legal system to thwart consequences.
And when it comes to the consequences for officers, our reporting showed that even officers who had admitted to, Jen and I reported one story where the officer had abused a 16-year-old girl in his car on duty, and he got probation. And we found that 40% of the officers in our database avoided prison time.
I would say one of the remarkable things in the articles too, which is you show repeatedly that how the officers expect this will be normal and natural, how they'll expect to navigate the system that way repeatedly. One area you wrote about, Jess, was school resource officers, which is something a lot of people probably don't realize how many there are and how powerful they are, but you had a story on those officers in particular. Can you tell us a little bit about them and the situation for your series that you learned about that group?
Yeah, I think it's very important for people to understand, we certainly didn't, how much everyday officers interact with kids, not just in schools, but pulling kids over for curfew, dealing with runaways. But of course, there's the most interaction with kids every day in schools. And so we found that these officers often didn't have to abide by the same rules that other adults in the school building do, whether it's teachers or coaches. They are frequently allowed to be alone with kids. They're having kids in their car. And this is kind of the thing we're seeing across the board is any profession where you have adults with power over kids, whether it be teachers, coaches, priests, a lot of these institutions they know this is a risk. They're working to try to prevent it, and we're not seeing that in law enforcement.
Right, so why are there no screening procedures for perpetrators in law enforcement? Some of the other industries that you're talking about have had their reckonings and in some cases have put such procedures in place. You learned nothing really as far as the police go, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's because in the US, like, law enforcement is highly decentralized, and so each agency gets to sort of come up with their own rules of how they background and vet candidates. And so there's no national database that sort of allows people to track if they've been charged or convicted or accused of a sex crime with a kid. And so we've seen time and time again, agencies, sometimes small, sometimes don't have a lot of resources to vet or to offer officers. And so these kinds of guys with really checkered backgrounds are able to make their way into these communities. And I think it's not just sort of the backgrounding as well, it's also just the ongoing sort of monitoring, like Jess was saying, at the schools. There's a lot of the kids that we saw with these crimes, they were interacting with officers using the police, they were using their cell phones, they were using their police-issued laptops. And there's just very little surveillance of what the officers are doing, where they are when they're visiting kids over and over again at their own homes, sometimes when parents aren't around.
Jen, what are the lasting impacts on the victims as you have talked to them and as you spent time with them that have been exploited the way that you guys have written about?
Sure. I think one of the most poignant things with some of the girls that we talked to was that they themselves had wanted to be police officers. They ended up, they were in sometimes the youth programs, or police explorers programs, or they were at community events, or they wanted to go on a ride along. And so these were kids and families who had such great trust and respect for law enforcement. And it ultimately, I think the biggest impact for them was sort of this real sense of betrayal and the fact that they no longer wanted to be police officers or had faith in these institutions. And I think the other thing that is really clear to us is it's the victims and their families are bearing sort of the greatest toll, but it is something that has an impact often on the entire community and ripple effects outward.
And let me take the other side, and Jess, you can start, but this is our last question. But let me ask you each to talk a little bit about what the impact so far of your reporting has been on law enforcement, what you hope it would be. You've still got another story or two to come, I think. But what have you seen so far? What's the reaction been like? Are things changing? What do you think should happen as a result of the reporting?
That's a really great question. We have seen a lot of shock, which has been surprising, I think. And often in law enforcement, you see these cases sort of treated as one-offs, and you don't really get to pull back the curtain and see that some of these agencies have had multiple of these cases. They haven't changed anything. So we're seeing in places like New Orleans where they're already being under a consent decree, they're already looking at their police department. There's a lot of talk about this story that you saw there, where after our reporting revealed that the chief himself had been informed that this girl was in danger and didn't take any action. She was awarded a $1 million settlement. And now there's a lot of talk about how do you change policies and practices within the agency, whether it's from hiring to supervision, like we were talking about, to make sure there's not another one of these crimes there.
Jen, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, quickly? I think our reporting out on the school police officers has led to an examination by one of the country's top organizations that helps train these officers, as well as the Department of Justice, to reconsider their guidelines and recommendations. And so they said that they're in the process of revising them so that they have explicit rules related to how these police interact with kids.
Jess and Jen, thanks very much. I know we're committed to the story. Pick this up when you go outside. I know people are feeling the midday sort of restlessness, but please sit tight. Right after this, we've got a powerful group of governors coming out to talk with my colleague, Matea Gold. They'll be on stage in just a couple of minutes to talk about their agenda as the new administration sets in. So thanks very much. Thank you guys very much again.
There will be a record number of women governors across the country next year.
Please welcome New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham.
Kansas Democratic Governor Laura Kelly. We're joined now by Massachusetts Democratic Governor Maura Healey.
Every tool in the toolbox has got to be used to protect our citizens, to protect our residents, and protect our states, and certainly to hold the line on democracy and the rule of law.
We have an opportunity this year to work together to make government more efficient and more effective and to address a major problem facing Kansas families.
In our economy and our infrastructure, housing and healthcare, education and public safety, we can continue to build a New Mexico that reflects the pride we have always felt for our state.
Good afternoon. I'm Matea Gold, one of the managing editors here at The Post, and it is my pleasure to have a conversation with three of the Democratic governors of this great country: New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey, and Kansas Governor Laura Kelly. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We were also hoping to be joined by New York Governor Kathy Hochul, who unfortunately has laryngitis. So we miss her this time, but we'll have her again. I wanted to start our conversation addressing the elephant in the room, so to speak, which is how all of you as Democratic governors are going to contend with the second Trump administration. And I think probably the best place to start is one of the things that incoming President Trump said he's going to do on day one, which is mass deportation. 2 days before Trump named him border czar, Thomas Homan said about working with the states on mass deportation, quote, "If you don't want to work with us, then get the hell out of the way." So Governor Healey, let's start with you. What do you make of those comments? Are you going to cooperate with the border czar, and how are you going to handle this policy?
Well, thank you. It's great to be here. I don't know that I honestly understand his comment, the incoming border fellow czar there. You know, prior to being governor, I was a prosecutor and I was attorney general, and regularly, routinely, conducted investigations, prosecutions, joint federal state. But when it comes to immigration, the law is clear. Federal immigration and federal immigration enforcement is something for the federal authorities, federal agents, federal assets. It doesn't involve state or local police. So that's the first question I have. I'm not sure what he's driving at. The concept of mass deportations, you know, there are so many families with mixed status in this country. There are so many people who are gainfully employed, who are paying taxes, who are raising children here, who are in schools. And it would crater our economy if that kind of activity were to occur. Just think about the agricultural sector and the impact on grocery prices, right? So I'm not sure what they mean by that. I can tell you as a former attorney general, we all support taking steps to pursue and prosecute and hold accountable, including deportation, violent criminals.
Absolutely.
But when it comes to families who have been living and working in our states, I think that's cruel. I don't think it's humane. And I think it's economically really, really problematic.
Right. It's unlawful.
Let's talk about the impacts. In your state, Governor Lujan Grisham, what do you think the impact would be if this policy?
I can't overstate the negative impacts here if they undertake such a massive and cruel effort. I don't know how they undertake it, which is why they're posturing that states are going to have to do it. They're not going to do it because we have no federal authority here. We would be liable. And to Governor Healey's point, agriculture, long-term care, all of you don't have any hospital techs or folks cleaning hospitals. And we forget about the role. What we want is a system that recognizes that if after you're here, that you are a viable, productive community member, there should be a pathway to citizenship. There should be more visas up front. There should be comprehensive immigration reform. And if the Republicans in Congress and the president-elect were interested in doing that, they would have already done it. And a point that I think gets lost around the country, not lost on a border state, is we do work with the attorney generals. It's not partisan. We have a role for any criminal activity. I don't want any criminal activity at the border, and I don't want it anywhere in my state. I want no human trafficking. I want nothing to do with guns and contraband. I don't want any drug trafficking. You know where that happens? Ports of entry. Now, not completely, but 80%. Why don't you put some more fentanyl detection, some more agents? Why don't you use the kind of technology and security? We pretend that we just won't do anything. No, they have to pass this bill. They need more support. And if they were serious about problem solving, and I want this problem solved, they would do it. And we already use our Guard in an appropriate way. We use our police in a lawful, appropriate way to do the work that you did as AG. We prosecute folks who are engaged in criminal activity in our states, and will continue to do just that.
Such a great point you make about, the president-elect ran so much on the border and immigration. It is now his problem to fix. He chose not to fix it a year ago when he killed the bipartisan bill.
And when he was president before.
But that's what we really need. To secure a border, you need that law. I'm so glad you raised that, because that's what we need to do. More agents, more assets, better processing, the interdiction of fentanyl, human beings, and the like. That's what the president-elect and Congress, it's on them.
Governor Kelly, let me bring you in as a governor of a red state. How will Kansas navigate this?
The way we always have, which is to try to work with the administration that we're dealt. We did that during the pandemic. It was absolutely essential that the state work with the federal government to get us through that. So I had no trouble going to Washington and meeting with and working with the Trump administration. I will do that again. But I also will stand up when they try to encroach upon my authority and the authority of my local units of government. And so particularly in the issue of immigration, Kansas is an agricultural state, and our economy really depends upon the ability to have the workers, whether they're permanent or seasonal, to make sure that we are able to grow that food that feeds the country and the world. So we will do what we've always done, which is work with you when we can and stand up to you when we can't.
Can I make one more point about this? That with all of the natural disasters and all of the issues, I think sometimes Americans forget about the roles that the Guard plays in our states. So just a couple months ago, not even, I did, through the Guard, that didn't sound right, we responded and the Guard was right there, 300 swift water rescues in a matter of a couple of hours in an area that doesn't flood in southeastern New Mexico. What about the 300 people who might have lost their lives if someone else in the Beltway is making decisions about where they should be and what they should be doing?
Let's go to election results, because I'd love to get all of you to reflect just a moment, to look back. I know it seems like a long time now, but it hasn't been that long. Let's start with you, Governor Kelly. Republicans made gains in the Kansas legislature. There's now a supermajority. They now have the ability to override your veto. How do you plan on navigating that?
Well, know that I've been doing that for the last 5 years. We've had a supermajority. I was hoping to be able to break that this time around. That didn't work. Actually, it got worse. So we will continue to operate the way that we have. We have, over the last 5.5 years, we have found ways to find that 1% of common ground that we might have to try to push forward good policy. We'll also be strategic, as we have always been, and enlist Kansans to help us get our agenda through, because even though our legislature is a supermajority, rather extreme right, Kansans are not, and I can just harken back to August of 2022 when Kansas was the first to respond to the overturning of Roe v. Wade. And we came through hard and fast with 60% of Kansans saying absolutely not. We're going to protect that right within our Constitution. And I think those are the Kansans. And so we will just enlist them as some of the extremes start to go after things like school vouchers, which are not popular, continue to block Medicaid expansion, and propose absurd tax cuts that will send us back into the tank that we just got out of. So we'll just do what we've always done, work strategically, but work in a bipartisan way, and really do look for common ground.
Governor Healy, it was obviously a very solid night for Republicans. Did you see any bright spots for Democrats?
I think there are a lot of bright spots for Democrats. And look, we are a divided country right now. And you look at the margin of the popular vote, you know, there's a division in this country. I love being on a panel with these women, and I so respect and admire them because as women governors, and by the way, Democratic governors, remember, are in 5 of the 7 battleground states, and they are elected. State officials are elected because we deliver. And I see the work that Governor Kelly's doing. I see the work that Governor Lujan Grisham is doing. We're just going to continue to do that. You know, we're focused on election. You know, a takeaway. I think people's economic state of play does really resonate. I think there are a whole bunch of factors that people a lot smarter than me will analyze and speak to. But you know, I know for all of us, we're really focused on lowering costs in our state, creating more housing because housing prices are too high, making sure that families have access to health care, have access to a quality public education, you know, protecting clean air, clean water. This is all really important stuff and driving us forward economically. Just yesterday, I was able to sign a major economic development bond bill for my state, $4 billion, and that follows a $5 billion housing bond bill. And I cut taxes last year. And, you know, all of us as leaders, I see and I learn from them. We're driving that every day in our state, and I think that you'll continue to see Democratic governors do that. That's our focus. It's on the people in our states who were elected to serve.
If I could just say, you know, there was a bright spot for Democrats. You know, when you look at what happened with Democratic governors' races, you know, we were able to sustain all of our current Democrat states. You know, that's a win. We suffered absolutely no losses. Do we want more? Yes. But we got what our original primary goal was to protect North Carolina, Delaware, and Washington State.
Right. And North Carolina, Josh Stein won by the largest margin ever. In North Carolina, we have to keep translating the work that goes on the ground, primarily by Democratic governors, and don't get me started on bragging on my female colleagues because a lot of our outcomes are higher, faster, better. So I like that. We need to translate that momentum and effort to national races and politics, and we are going to keep building that. I like to brag about this in New Mexico. You know, we're a poor state, lots of issues, but post-COVID, just in the last couple of years, we've gone from 50th in childhood poverty when you use the supplemental census data income, fancy title for housing free childcare. It'll be universal in a year for everyone in New Mexico. Free college, 2-year, 4-year, part-time, full-time, anywhere, anytime, and all the rest of it, because this is what creates family stability, equity, creates opportunity. We went to 17th in the country. This is what people need and what they want.
Before we move off the election, I do want to get your perspective on some shifts we saw in the electorate, particularly among Latinos. I'm wondering what you make of that. Why did we see more Latinos move to Republicans this time?
I think actually for me in particular, somebody asked me recently about, well, why is New Mexico so blue? Well, first of all, we have a tendency to try to be monolithic about voters, and we should learn a lesson about that. 2, voters want you to meet them where they are. We need to do more of that. And in minority voters, particularly Latinos and Hispanics, you need to be in these neighborhoods, in these workplaces, and you got to be able to relate to those issues. And of course, New Mexicans, we are the only minority majority state. 60% of these voters are Native American and Hispanic, and these populations have been working together for 400 years. So knowing about what these issues are, it's not that no one in New Mexico is feeling any economic pain. They are. Groceries prices, utility prices, insurance prices, all of that still needs to be addressed. But they can connect the policies that are making a difference in their lives. We're going to have to translate that to all voters, but particularly to communities that have been far too often left behind in too many states. And this struggle over the last generation or decade has just been too hard. And we We recognize that, Democrats recognize that, translate it to the national level, and I think we're fine.
One of the issues we heard over and over again from voters on the campaign trail was about housing and just how incredibly difficult it is. And Governor Healy, I'd love to hear from you how you're wrestling with this in Massachusetts. Are you hopeful there could be more money from an infrastructure point of view to support housing investment, and how you're going to tackle that?
Well, we certainly had that under the Biden-Harris administration. I hope that continues. I think all governors hope that infrastructure investment and funding is forthcoming. But we also have to lead in our own states and figure out a way. And I prioritized housing out of the gate when I got elected, and I was able to pass a law that's going to provide, as I say, $5 billion out of the gate to incent more development in our states. I know for me, it's a competitive disadvantage that housing is so expensive. And while I'll brag, you have to allow this. You'll brag too. Massachusetts right now, we're number one in education, innovation, and healthcare. We were recently ranked number one state to live if you're a woman, number one state to have a baby. But our housing's expensive, so that's why we've prioritized that and prioritize how do we bring more units online, change zoning, do a whole bunch of different things to make the math work right now for developers in our state.
Yeah, I have an idea for you. I mean, I need those outcomes in New Mexico, so we should just trade for a second and get that done.
I steal her childcare. Yeah. What a leader in childcare. I steal her stuff.
So we're going to do that. But we need to be building affordable housing on state land. We have control. Yep. We don't have to do all the zoning and planning. That's not to say that we wouldn't make it safe, sound, environmentally sound, all of that, but it moves quick. And so we're announcing a big housing development plan for Albuquerque, New Mexico next week. And I think we could really leverage Democratic governors. We work really well together. We also are productively competitive. A race to the top is good for America. Yeah. And we do that really well. And I'm proud of that, and expect us to do more in housing, but we could use your help. The federal government needs to do their part so that we're all doing it collectively together across the country.
Governor Kelly, I know one of your top goals is to expand Medicaid. What is the likelihood of that? How do you possibly push that through?
Yeah. I have been working now for 6 years to get Medicaid expanded in Kansas. I think we're one of 9 or 10 states that has not done that. Clearly this past election puts up additional barriers. I had my own barriers in Kansas. I think we're now going to be seeing some barriers coming out of Washington, D.C. that will make it even more difficult. So it's not that I will give up on it, but I think I will limit the resources that I use until we see what the fallout is from what happens in Washington, and then refocus that energy on some other things that are very high priority, housing being one of them. I mean, we have interesting, unique housing issues in the state of Kansas, and we've been looking over several years now for a variety of ways to really do housing in a way that works for Kansas. And one of the things that we've done, and I'm very proud of, is that we've taken our downtown and our very small communities, and where those used to be sort of pigeon lofts, we have now manipulated our incentive programs so that developers can go up into those lofts and create housing in our very small communities. And it's been amazing because now teachers have a place they can afford to live. Nurses have a place they can afford to live, and it's really worked. And the vibrancy that then brings back into our downtowns is, combined with a number of other programs that we're doing, we're really helping rural Kansas thrive.
I visited Kansas in a little place called Pittsburgh, Kansas, and took a family member for a renowned literacy program there, stole it, and it's now embedded in New Mexico. And I saw the student housing in those lofts revitalizing a tiny rural community, making a difference. And it's another great example where productive, positive competition creates real results. I don't have to invent it all. I don't have to be as knowledgeable as Governor Kelly in rural housing development, but I can go right over there. She met me there. And we can take a look, and I can figure out how to replicate it in my state. And again, if we can translate getting it done to national elections, I think it's less partisan. I think it'll be more productive. And I think it can unify the country, which I would submit we need now more than ever.
So Governor Healy, sorry,
Thank you.
The audience
Very nice. Thank
give
you.
that a round of applause. How do you translate that to the national stage? And really, even more specifically, what do you think the Democrats need to offer as a national agenda to have that kind of success at the state level you've seen?
Well, I mean, part of it is just showing up and doing our jobs. I think we show that every day in our states, and we deliver. It's funny, talking about housing being such an important prerogative, imperative for our states and for our country. Do you know who's working in the construction industry? So back on the mass deportation issue, that's not going to help us build more housing. But that aside, I think it's just continuing to push on the things that make a difference and explaining and showing people and telling people, you know, these are the policies that make it possible for you to access needed abortion care. These are the policies that enable you to have access to paid family leave when you need it, or, you know, coverage for unemployment, or, you know, any number of things, access to quality education. You know, we have free community college in our states. It's incredible in terms of what it's empowering for our workforce, importantly. And so you just have to like talk about these things. I also think, you know, we're talking about the ACA. The president-elect tried to take that away from people, remember? And how important it was for people to stand up and say, hey, this is important to me. Don't take this away. And I think we don't know what's going to happen, but when bad things happen to people in our state, and if there's federal overreach, or things that are done to hurt our people, access to care, to education, their jobs, we've got to call that out. And we've got to say who is responsible.
One of the
and you're looking at 3 women who are going to do that.
We're small. We're small, but I'm giant to you. I know.
One of the other clear takeaways from this election, I think, that all of us who are following it closely were struck by was just the polarized nature of the political discourse. And I'm wondering how that affects conversations among citizens in your states and how you work to reconcile that. I mean, I think you've all been talking about, you know, real dialogue is the solution here. So where do you see there being opportunity for making those kinds of connections between citizens at a time when people feel so far apart from each other? I'll start with you, Governor Lujan.
Well, I have a completely different story. I got to be governor mostly by accident, and I'm lucky, and I love it. But I was a cabinet secretary, and I worked for a Republican governor for 8 years. So I established, and I'm related to 1 million of the 2 million New Mexicans, and my family members had many of these positions and seats, and they were all Republicans. They were property owners and ranchers, and just a different dynamic about what the priorities were at the time. I'm going out to every community, and I'm going to do a quick story. I'm doing town halls, and in one of them, it started at 5. It was supposed to go for a couple hours. I stayed till 1:30 in the morning. So every question, every constituent, every person, and creating that kind of respect. I respect you enough to come here to talk to you, not debate you, hear you, talk to you about why I'm doing something different, and maybe I need to shift if I'm hearing what it is that's not occurring here. And I had a gentleman that basically, he was a little more colorful than this, but said, you pretty brave coming into this red county where no one voted for you. And I said, but I work for everyone who lives here, irrespective, and understanding what I could do differently or better. We need to spend time doing that every day, not just during elections, because people don't have time in that moment. They're a little suspicious about that conversation, and all of us, we need to bring, I think that's a really valuable lesson. COVID really interrupted any community building. We all feel a bit isolated, and it's all foreign, and it's too much, and there's a ton of anxiety and angst. We need to go into these neighborhoods and have these meaningful personal conversations. I think it does a ton. It does in my state.
All right, last question. Speaking of meaningful personal conversations, I definitely sense all of you know each other very well and talk to each other frequently. I've heard there's a group chat that you're all on. Can you give us, Governor Healy, a little window into what the dialogue is with your fellow governors?
Don't say anything.
Without revealing any personal details, what does that look like, a bunch of governors texting each other and supporting each other? Just give us a sense of the relationship.
You know she's our chair, right? Democratic Governors Association, so I'll be careful. I think we understand, there are 50 governors in this country. We hold positions that are fairly unique, and then to be a woman in these positions is even more unique. A few years ago, there were only, 2 Democratic women back in 2018, but thanks to the great work of Governor Kelly and Governor Lujan Grisham and others, we are now up to 8 women Democratic governors, and we're going to continue to grow the ranks. But it's so important that personally, and what we encounter as women in these jobs and how we're navigating our kids and family and life and aging parents and what have you, how we're navigating professional issues. It's so important to just be able to have that relationship where we can just pick up the phone and talk to one another. And as somebody who came more recently, it's just a huge benefit to me to be able to pick up the phone and to call Laura and call Michelle, get their advice, and we have some fun too.
You're lucky that you weren't at my wedding. I tried to put everyone in quinceañera dresses, but they were not having it. They were not. That was part of the deal.
Yes, I don't know if everyone knows Governor Lujan Grisham got married here in Washington and had governors as her bridesmaids.
I did. I don't think they were all that interested in that, but I made them go. I still have a quinceañera dress for you.
I mean, you're never going to see what comes out on that chat, but it's
we're very good reporters.
It's much more normal than you might think. It's just the same thing everybody else talks about, and quite honestly, very little business.
A lot of emojis.
It's more. What are we going to do at your wedding?
Yeah,
we make fun of each other a lot.
We make fun of each other
constantly.
We do. So, and we make fun of others, but.
All right, assignment for all of my reporters watching. I would like you to try to get a copy of the text chain.
No.
Wonderful. Well, it has been such a delight to have you all here today. Unfortunately, we're out of time. We're going to have to wrap. Please give a very warm round of applause for Governors Lujan Grisham, Haley,
Thank you.
and Kelly. Please,
very nice.
And please stay seated for a minute. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, you guys are so nice.
We will stay seated for a moment. I'd like to invite my colleague and fellow managing editor, Krista Thompson, to the stage.
Hi. Thank you, Matea. Thank you, governors. What a great conversation. Hi, everyone. I'm Krista Thompson, a managing editor here at the Post. The energy in this room is palpable. Thank you to everyone for being here in person and online. We are just about to break for lunch. But before we do, I wanted to make our guests here in person aware of a few things that we have in store for you. So please join us out in the lobby area beyond these doors, where you'll see Post comic artist Hannah Good live drawing today's summit. We also have a boutique set up out front that features products from women-owned businesses and books by several of our speakers today. Our programming will begin again in about 45 minutes. In the afternoon, we'll feature fantastic speakers, including the Agumike sisters, who will celebrate and analyze the explosion in women's sports this year, a one-on-one conversation with Kerry Washington about her upcoming World War II movie, an interview with Republican Convention co-chair Lara Trump, and more. And you'll see me back here with our final speaker of the day, Fawn Weaver, who will share her powerful story of creating the fastest growing whiskey brand in the world. So cool. We'll end the day with samples for those who are brave enough to indulge. Nice. We'll see you back here at 2:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
really one of the headlines out of here. 45% of Hispanics voted for Donald Trump.
He made inroads in groups that have been Democratic voters, going from about 32% of the Latino vote to 45%. That's a 13-point jump.
This is going to rewrite, I think, how the parties approach Latinos.
This is Florida, this is Miami-Dade. They went Republican.
There's almost 3 million people in Miami-Dade County. It's a 70% Hispanic county.
55% of the vote in Miami-Dade County went to Donald Trump.
This is a realignment. It's a realization by the Hispanics that the new home is the Republican Party. We're talking about that. I'm sure that we don't have the final numbers, but everything indicates that we, the Hispanic community in the United States, may put him over the top.
Hello, welcome back. I hope everyone had a great lunch. I'm so glad you can join us for this part of the Global Women's Summit. I'm Leanne Caldwell. I'm an anchor at Washington Post Live and also co-author of the Early Brief morning newsletter at the Washington Post. Right now, I am joined by Republican Congresswoman from Florida, Maria Elvira Salazar.
Yes.
Congresswoman Salazar, thank you so much.
Sure, thanks for having me. I love it. And
yeah.
After lunch, even better. Hope they don't fall asleep and
I know,
take a little nap.
We have
so
a
we gotta,
big
we gotta keep it
job
up.
to keep everyone awake
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
right.
Yeah.
Keep them awake.
So let's start with some news.
Yes.
The news that just happened in the last couple hours is your colleague,
Yep.
Matt Gaetz, also of Florida, the tip of the state. He is no longer going to be in the running for Attorney General. What is your reaction to that?
Well, I think the reaction is that he showed that he put country over party and over himself. Mm-hmm. And he realized that maybe that was too difficult to make it to the finish line, and that I think it was laudable what he did. And he did not want to start the whole controversy.
Yeah, do you think he would have been a good Attorney General?
Well, I think, listen, I believe that the president picks whomever he thinks are going to do the best job in the position. I do know that DOJ and that needs to be looked at, that in this country, not like in Cuba or Venezuela or Nicaragua, like people that I represent from those countries, the Attorney General and the Department of Justice needs to be completely and absolutely impartial and not tinted by politics. And unfortunately, in the last few years, we've seen that that has not been the case. So I think that President Trump has a mandate, and he will conduct the country the way he seems fit, and in 4 years, the voters will decide how he did it.
Yeah, and this might or might not be relevant now, depending on what Matt Gaetz chooses to do. We're still trying to figure out if he can join the next Congress, because he resigned from this Congress.
From the 18, but not the
not the next one.
Yes.
So one of the big stories is this ethics report. It has not, the committee is divided on whether to release it. Do you think that it should come out now that he is not Attorney General?
Look, I was asking one of the members of the ethics committee, and he told me we're going to follow the law. The law says that if it's tied, all the Democrats voted in favor of opening up the records and showing it to the public, and apparently the Republicans voted against it. Since it's a tie, then the law says that it remains private. It's been leaked, but I think that we should follow the law in every instance, because that's what makes this country great. The law is the law, and institutions reign, and that's what distinguishes from any other country in the hemisphere.
So let's talk a little bit about politics.
Yes. We've been talking politics ever since we started. What do you
that
mean?
Is true. I guess specifically, very directly, electoral politics.
Okay, tell me.
Your race, Miami. You represent Miami-Dade. You won with 60%. This is
61.
Oh, 61. 61%. But what's also super fascinating, I mean, the first time you ran, you beat a Democrat barely, and it was Miami-Dade has not voted for a Democrat in a Republican, excuse me, in 36 years, and it voted for Donald Trump. So, why do you think Republicans did so well in Miami this year?
Miami is part of Miami-Dade County, which is South Florida. And my district, like you said, is 78% Hispanic. I would say that South Florida is 70%, 60 to 70% Hispanic. And what I think that the Democratic Party needs to understand is that the message that they were sending for the last 4 years is something that doesn't resonate with Hispanics. For me, it's very easy to see. But I see that some in the Democratic Party don't.
What is that?
And what is it? All right, well, so the wokeness. I want to give you specific examples. Talking to children in kindergarten about sex is something that is completely foreign to us. Talking about the transgender conversation, pretty foreign. It's not that we do not respect people's choices, but it's a little bit too much. Not knowing that or having wondering if the FBI is not going to like whether you're going to go to your school and talk to the teachers or to the parent teachers association and getting into trouble. You know, this is a perception that it's a little bit too heavy for my community. And that has been accumulating during the last 4 years, and people hear. And on top of that, the word socialism. For South Florida, where you have millions of Venezuelans, millions of Nicaraguans, millions of Cubans, and Central Americans, people that love the American system, but they have the memories from their countries of origin about what socialism did to them, that still burns on your skin. So when someone in the Democratic Party says, well, we want to be democratic socialists, just the word, it just makes you run the other way, and that's exactly what happened.
So is it more cultural than cultural issues, than economic issues as to why?
But then on top of that, then you had inflation. Mm-hmm. And then what happens is that you have a point of reference 4 years before. That's what happened. 4 years before, if I was working at a gas station, I was making more money. 4 years before, eggs were not $10, they were $2. 4 years before, I could buy a house and the interest rates were not so high. So you see people that do not maybe understand or remember or know who their representative in Congress is, that maybe they don't even know very well who's the name of the mayor. I mean, we're not into politics. I have 2 jobs. I have to raise the kids. I have to go pick them up, take them to soccer, you know, the regular day-to-day life. But that lady knows that the eggs are what I just said. So when it comes to time, they decide to change courses. And that's the beauty of the American system that we love. You see it happens sometimes to the Democrats, sometimes it happens to the Republicans, but the institutions and the system, for me, it's sacred. Why? Because I represent people that have a point of reference and understand what's the opposite to what I just said.
So one of the things that President Trump, which, you know, Donald Trump won your district, said he would do on day one is a deportation force. What do your constituents think about that, and what do you think about that?
I think it's a fantastic question. It's something that I've been telling and sending messages through my colleagues to the administration. You know, I wrote the dignity law, which is for
which has a path to legalization for people who are here.
Well, it gives dignity. It's a dignity status. The path to citizenship is something that we can go into, but first and foremost, what it gives you is it brings you out of the shadows. If you have been an undocumented for more than 5 years and you do not have a criminal record and you have American children, that gives you a status of dignity, which is one of the 7 tenets of conservatism, human dignity. That does not mean that you're going to become an American immediately, but you know, most of my members in my community do not necessarily want the path immediately. They just want to live a dignified life in the promised land. And that's what my bill gives them. So the deportation army should concentrate on the criminals. Let me tell you something. During the last, and I'm sure that we're surrounded by people who are registered in the Democratic Party. The last 4 years, just the fact that the Biden administration opened up that border and happened what happened, you had 10 million people coming in, 2 million gotaways. That scenario was the worst disservice that this administration could have done to the Hispanics. Why? Because then by having to concentrate on the border and securing the border, you take away from the table the conversation about DACA and what are we going to do with the TPS and what are we going to do with the Dreamers and what are we going to do with their parents and what are we going to do with the people who are picking up the oranges in Florida who have been here for 22 years and they do not have a criminal record, but they're illegals. You know, those are the people that I want to pay attention to. But I couldn't because we have this issue created by this administration that I'm sure that they could have done it better. And that is the worst disservice that unfortunately the Biden administration did to the Hispanics. Because the Hispanics were waiting for the DACA results. And what are we going to do with the Dreamers? What are we going to do with their parents? You see, that is what I'm here, and that's why I'm advocating for.
Have you gotten confirmation or commitment from the president-elect and his team that they will focus just on the people with criminal records?
That is a conversation that is happening right now because that is something that needs to be, it's a difficult task. We need to unplug and kick out of the country the Tren de Aragua, which is something that, how could that happen? Transnational criminal organization, we have thousands of their members, and you know something? You know who is the ringleader is Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. So just picture this. We have a transnational criminal organization, a gang of people who just arrived in D.C. I'm not sure if you know about that. It just got to D.C. It's taking over Tennessee. It was they are in Colorado. They went to Texas, and they are well organized, and they hop from one crime to the other, you know, from child sex trafficking to illegal drugs to human trafficking, because they are they're not coming here to clean the toilets and change the sheets. They're not here to come and better the economy. They're coming to harm us. So that's what the deportation army needs to concentrate on and look for them. They're not working, they're not picking anything, you know, on the fields. So we have to go and concentrate. That's what I think they should do. And I have been telling them, and they agree with me. They know that the criminals have to go first so they don't harm us.
Do you worry about the Trump administration going too far, especially on the issue of immigration, and there being political backlash, especially in 2026?
I am concerned about that. Their mission could not be fulfilled, but I do know that they have learned from past experiences, and they understand that most of those people are here to do the job that other Americans are not feeling. We're talking about that we need to concentrate on that 10 million people that just arrived in the last 4 years. My bill concentrates on people who've been here for more than 5 years. And hey, look, the Trump administration talks to the business sector. We'll know that construction, hospitality, agricultural, manufacturing, they need those hands. And if we want to continue being the #1 economy in the world, we need to grow. And for you to grow, you need people, not only engineers, you need people that do all types of jobs. And those people are here. And they want to be part of the promised land, living a dignified life. Something else that I think is very important is that this path to citizenship, I'm sure but that's not what they're thinking first and foremost. You're thinking about not being deported, being able to go home for Christmas, being able to pay taxes, buy a home, buy a car, raise their American kids, and live in peace. That's what my dignity gives them. I'm not talking about path right now. You know why? You know how I know this? Because I talk to them all the time. I was in Univision for 35 years. I'm one of the founders of the #1 television network, Spanish television network in the country. So I'm speaking for them, because you know Spanish is I'm fluent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I have an accent, don't I? I mean, it just shows, right?
I do want to ask you about another issue in the news. Speaker Johnson this week has said that he will not allow transgender women to use women's bathrooms.
I was on the floor when Nancy Mace brought that up.
So what do you agree with Speaker Johnson's decision?
Well, for what I understand, he said that he was going to correct me if I'm wrong, he was going to, there are unisex bathrooms all over the Capitol.
Which I don't actually know about those.
Well, that's what he was saying, so I can always check on that. I know, each member. Let's start with that. The representative from Delaware, right? She is. It's the first time that we have a transgender person on the floor, so this is all new to all of us. Nonetheless, I think that she deserves dignity and respect, just like everybody else. The people from Delaware sent her to represent them on the floor, so I think she's welcomed. At the same time, we have to pay attention and take into consideration what other members are feeling and thinking. So I think that she has a private bathroom. We all have private bathrooms in our offices. She can definitely use the unisex bathrooms around. Johnson is a nice guy. He wants to really accommodate everyone and move forward because, we're all Americans. This is not that we're Republicans and they're Democrats. No, we don't want, we want the country to grow and to continue being what it is. Hey, believe me, I'm the daughter of political refugees. And they are Cuban who escaped, socialism. And I grew up hearing about what other countries do to people, what socialists and what communists do. So we love the United States to such a degree, probably more than some of the people who were born here. You know why? Because we have a point of reference. We know what the other side looks like. So we love white when we have experienced black.
So you are okay. You support Speaker Johnson's decision.
I thought that he was saying that male bathrooms are for males and females bathrooms are for females, and then the unisex bathrooms. And I'm sure if there are none, he will open up some. I'm sure. But I was on the.
That's a good question for him.
Yeah, sure. I was on the floor when Nancy raised her concern, and he said, "Well, I don't. I haven't thought about that, but we're going to fix it. Next."
I'm going to do away with it. So I'm going to ask you kind of a wonky question. There's this topic about recess appointments. If Trump does not get his cabinet quick enough or people he wants. But it takes, of course, cabinet nominees are just a Senate job, but it takes the House to agree to go into recess for the Senate to be able to go into recess, for the president to be able to recess appoint his person. The House has to vote to go into recess. If Trump wants his nominee that the Senate is not moving quickly enough on, would you vote in support of going into recess?
These are hypothetical questions. I really cannot explain. I do not know, but look, this is the way I see it. The laws are on the books. Let's follow the laws. Trump won. He won the popular vote, whether we like it or not.
He might not have won. The votes are still counting in.
Are we still counting? But let's suppose he did. Everyone says, or other reports that says that. All right, so he is the president for the next 4 years. Let's give him the same chance that we've given any other, including Clinton, Obama, Carter. You see, that's the way I see it. I understand that some people may not agree with his personality, they may not agree with the way he speaks, may not agree with his person, but he won. And and we gotta respect it, because if not, we're Cuba or Venezuela. Venezuela, Maduro. So you see, that's my perspective. I always come from that. Institutions, laws, whatever is on the books, I'm gonna follow the law. So you're telling me I'm not really very aware that we should vote on something? Yeah, I'll study it the moment it happens.
Okay, we are so out of time.
Only 21 seconds.
If you can,
have I spoken that much?
You have. If you can answer in 10 seconds.
Only in 10?
As a former journalist, how critical is the media in this?
Very critical.
Okay.
But you see, the media cannot be biased, because when the media is biased, it loses its power. And that's what has happened on both sides. So we got to stay in the middle. And we have very few people in the middle, you see? I think I was one of them. That's why I'm in this position, because even the Democrats voted for Salazar, because they knew that I was unbiased and impartial.
Great. I wish I could follow up, but I cannot. Congresswoman Salazar, the clock. Thank you so much for your time today. Okay. And I think I am supposed to announce who is coming up next. Yes, please stay with us. We'll hear from two WNBA stars and sisters about this banner year for women's basketball and women's sports. We love the WNBA, so thank you. She'll be back.
Interest in women's sports has never been higher.
Several female athletes have made history this year, and people tuned in to see them.
You've heard it before. Everyone watches women's sports.
The NCAA announced a new 8-year broadcast deal with ESPN for over $900 million, with women's college sports making up the bulk of the deal. Women's sports is having a moment.
Let me say this because it needs to be said. The women's game has really elevated itself. And I think it's time for the rest of us all to take notice.
Today is literally the best day ever because I get to highlight my favorite player, a player who has been the topic of the WNBA free agency, and she happens to be my big sister, Nneka Ogwumike.
We've definitely been in situations where people have asked us to lower the rim. People have asked us to wear tighter uniforms. We don't need to change the game. You have to change how you're presenting it to people so that they can appreciate it for what it is.
I'm here to workshop my new segment. It's called Chiney's Chalk Talk. Fame and fortune are not at the center of women's basketball players' success. Success in sports, especially as a female, looks like respect.
Welcome. I'm Sally Jenkins, sports columnist for the Washington Post. These are two women that you're going to be hearing from this afternoon. You're going to find them probably two of the more extraordinary people in the illustrious constellation of people you've heard from today. I'm thrilled to introduce Nneka and Chiney Ogwumike because they personify for me something that we're going to talk about today, which is that the women's sports movement in this country is not just the women's sports movement. It is the secret history of the women's movement. Power is not muscle. Power is movement. It's agility. It's elevation. You guys personify that for me in what you've done for the women's game. I think that the two of you have been essential figures in some of the explosive numbers that we're seeing commercially, which is where we're going to start in our discussion. So let's start with you, Chiney. Here's some of the numbers. We're talking about a seminal year for women's sports across the board. Simone Biles and Katie Ledecky, Caitlin Clark, New York Liberty win their first WNBA championship, record-breaking audiences. The problem up to this point has been we've seen surges before. It's never sustained. What is different now, and do you think there's going to be a sustaining of this level and this explosion? And I'll go to you first and then to Nneka.
Sure. Hello. Good afternoon. So excited to be here with my sister. We don't do this often, so I feel really lucky. Our family's here as well, so it's really special for us. Hey, Dad. Hey, Uncle. We always have to do it. To answer your question, first of all, it's a lot to storytelling, and you play such a huge role in that because we stand on the shoulders of those who come before us. A lot of people who love basketball, a lot of women who play basketball, we were not playing for the paychecks for a very long time. Not until recently, when we're talking about numbers, we play for legacy and love of the game, and now the tide has changed. And when we think about the record numbers that women's sports, not even just basketball, is experiencing, I think what it reminds me of is men lie, women sort of lie, but numbers don't. And the sustainability to me is everything, and it comes to storytelling. I think we've always had a pipeline of talent in women's basketball and in women's sports, but now having the visibility for those stories to be learned, appreciated, and celebrated, to me, has been the game changer. It's taken investment from businesses. It's taken change in the college landscape with NIL. It's taken the elevation and the autonomy of players that can sort of control their own brands. It was the perfect storm. Oh yeah, and speaking of storm, I should leave it to the storm member here.
Seattle Storm.
Sinead's always going to give a pun.
Yeah.
But hello, everyone. It's such an honor to be here, especially with sharing the stage with you. Oddly enough, I was just saying that Sinead and I do panels, but rarely do they ask us to do them together.
Together, I know.
Which I think is kind of strange, but we were so happy to be able to share the stage. And we were speaking backstage about, your relationship with Tara, your relationship with Pat Summitt, and I think that it's incredibly important. I think I'm speaking a little bit more, because I'm still playing, I'm speaking a little bit more from like the player's perspective, and I think it takes people like you to tell the stories for us to also realize, recognize, remind ourselves of our worth. And so, like Sinead said, we've done this for the love of the game.
Long time.
For a very long time.
I mean, Pat Summitt used to, there wasn't a WNBA when I first was working with Pat Summitt on books and stories. She and Tara Vanderveer, your coach at Stanford, they were coaching to create professional women, were they not? Not professional athletes.
Professional women,
yes.
Exactly right, and I think that is something that kind of starts from the inception of women who actually do want to be involved in sport. People look at us and they say, okay, they're professional athletes, but we're not the only ones that are a part of that sports club. A lot of women who are leaders in our society participated in sports in some way. And when we enter sports, it's usually because they want us to build character. They don't ever present it as though it could be a viable career. And so we're entering sports for the love of the game. We're entering sports to diversify our experiences and use those characteristics that we build through sport, team or individual, to then now be leading women in society. Now, we're still doing that, but people are paying us some money,
And we have the option to be able to say that this is a decision that we want to follow for the entirety of our career. And that is a very new development. I think a lot of people are like, will it last? I absolutely, firmly, 100,000% believe that this is the moment that will last.
Yeah.
And it's because the pipeline is real. A lot of people came through the mainstream, not the real ones here, you know what I'm saying? The mainstream came through maybe the last 2 or 3 years from what we witnessed at Iowa and LSU, Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, a sensational rookie class, right? But the beauty of it, and this is why I tell people not to sleep on it, there's a pipeline of success. Not only the most dominant players like one I'm sitting next to and Asia Wilson, but also the people that are coming, right? Juju Watkins, you think about Paige Beckers. There is the next superstar each year. And the difference between the men's and the women's game, and which is why I think women do it a little bit better, do it a lot better, is because we can't go pro until you're 3 years removed from high school, which means typically you're a junior in college, and we're smart enough to realize we should stay that extra year and get our degree. And now people want to stay 11 years because they're enjoying their time in college, which I wish I did because I would have got my double degrees. We're Nigerians, right? But if you think about it, that creates a huge opportunity for storytelling. So whereas on the men's side, you can be one and done, as women, you can build your base, you can build your army, you can build a support system that will follow you. And for the first time in a long time, I think it was about 10 years ago, Maya Moore wrote this article with the Players Tribune about invisibility. Well, the visibility has completely shifted. And now your story is carried from college and now to the pros, and the pipeline of talent that has always been there is now being seen, and I think it will absolutely be sustainable.
So last year, Deloitte did a survey of professional women who made 6 figures and up, C-suite people, managers. 69% reported having a background in sports, right? So that's what I mean when I say that I think in some ways the women's sports movement has been the women's movement. Why do you think that male deciders respect, there's a physical competency that you almost have to establish to prove you're not an emotional choker, right? Like, how much do you think, do you guys still encounter that in the men that you see both in broadcasting and in negotiating and in business?
Well, I mean, I have a certain type of purview, and I think maybe it's kind of been honed as being the president of the PA. I really if you're an obstacle, you're an obstacle, whether you're a man or a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of how I see it. Now, of course, you know, we were raised in a way where, you know, what I'm doing now was not something that was supposed to be seen as sustainable. So over time, there is a callus that you kind of are used to that allows you to understand that, okay, this is probably gonna happen, someone's gonna say this, I'm gonna experience this type of barrier. But what do? We just keep going. You know, we create the opportunities that we are now able to kind of use in our own careers right now. And that opportunity is creating the sustainability through the pipeline that Sinead is talking about. Right. And I really loved that you used the word movement, because our movement, the moment has finally met our movement, you know? And that's something that we experienced very heavily in 2020, not just because of there being a pandemic and there being so much about what we were experiencing in the streets as Black and people of color, but also because we had negotiated a CBA that had prepared us almost unknowingly for that type of moment, understanding what obstacles that we had just negotiated through that made us prepared for whatever the world was gonna throw at us. And so, you know, at the end of the day, I always like to let everyone know that feminism is not exclusive to women, you know? That's why we have two of our closest family members here. Yeah. My uncle and my dad. We are the way we are because these are men that have empowered us to be the way that we can be, and that have now allowed us to empower other women and each other for us to make things better than when we came. Yeah.
I mean, of necessity, every promotion or raise I ever got in this business was from a man. It was a man's world. It was a man's business, sports writing, right? And so I think that the WNBA had to have a David Stern initially to promote it, right? He was the commissioner of the WNBA. So alliance really is critical, isn't it?
It is, and it's really funny because NECA mentions that, and then we realized that growing up in Cypress, Texas, where we feel like we can take on the world, we were in a little bit of a bubble. Because we go outside, and particularly NECA spoke through the lens of being a president of a players association. I'll speak through the lens of being a member of the media now. I realize, especially with this boom of women's basketball, with rapid growth comes growing pains. Not everyone has experienced the equality that we experience in our households. And so now how do we fight for advocating what the game truly is with people who are just now trying to discover what it truly can be? And I realized that in real time. I don't know if you guys saw those clips that were happening on ESPN where we were talking to some of our colleagues that maybe did not understand that women can be fierce, women can be feminine, women can be competitive, women are physical athletes, women are the best in class. And trying to get that learning curve, like I said, that rapid growth created growing pains where people had to learn and understand and appreciate how we compete. There are so many preconceived notions on how women should enter spaces and have these ideas that sort of dictate our success. Finally, I think, like NECA said, in 2020, we sort of liberated ourselves from the shackles of public perception. And guess what? That was the best thing that happened to us because we stood firmly together. I always tell people, oh my gosh, am I gonna do this? I always say it. Okay, so I always say in the WNBA, it's like, I'm every woman. Like, you can find every kind, I know, she's a singer of our family, okay, y'all? I should have made her do it.
That is not where we're going here. Get to your point.
My point is, in the WNBA, you can find every kind of woman with every different thought. But at the end of the day, we realize that we're stronger together. Even though we are competitive on the court, we are more importantly collaborative when people see us as a unit. As strong as NECA is, as strong as I am, as strong as Asia Wilson is or Caitlin Clark is, we realize that nobody will respect us unless we stand together on what we believe, even knowing that maybe we do not agree. And I think that changed our mindset and that changed everything in 2020. And now it's gonna happen again in 2025 as they negotiate a new CBA. But I'm at the league, so I'll just be reporting on it. I'm at the league.
NECA, so many people watched the explosion of the WNBA this past season, but even people inside the league have said that they felt like the league wasn't entirely prepared to meet the moment and take advantage, right, commercially. So why do you think that was, number one? And number two, what has to happen differently going forward in order to take advantage and make sure that this wave doesn't just break and then fizzle?
I mean, working my way back with that question, I think what we see now, especially if anyone's been paying attention in WNBA news, I mean, the vacancies when it comes to coaches and GMs is what is happening to make sure that people are up and ready for what's going on, for this explosion. Now, I wouldn't necessarily say that, I guess I will say, like, there was a level of unpreparedness. You know, I think that as players, we have always felt what everyone is seeing right now, and we've always known what our league could be. But as Chiney said, you know, with growth comes growing pains, and I think that we had a growth spurt this year. Mm-hmm. And people had, I mean, like, some teams are wearing high waters. So, like, I feel like they had to quickly reassess, and doing that while the season is happening can be very difficult. Yeah. But I spoke on this before, like, you know, the league has to match the players' fly. I think that it's incredibly important to recognize over the years, time and time again, people have seen the league. People have been like, oh, you need to do this. You need to wear booty shorts. You need to lower the rim, like all these different types of things. And I'm like, well, you guys aren't asking the NBA to change the game. You guys are asking us to change the fundamentals of what creates a league. Why would we have to do that in the WNBA? Why is it always on us to fix what's going on? You know? And I think right now, finally, perhaps the business is matching our fly. You see these blockbuster names in Angel, in Caitlin, in Asia, in Stewie, you know, in Jonquel Jones. And that has never changed. I've just played my 13th season. That has never changed. I've played against some of the greatest athletes of our time. Right. And I really feel that now people are finally recognizing it in whatever is their gateway. I am totally up for however, even if you just happen to buy a jersey that ended up being a WNBA jersey, you're like, oh, okay, I guess this is my team now. Yeah. You know, like, I just feel like however you enter it, be open to it. Be curious, don't be critical, and be a part of this history and this legacy. And I think that we have people that are inside the league and in these teams that are realizing that they have to match what these players have been providing on the court.
You know, in college basketball, there were a handful of not just great coaches, but great marketers who built cultural pockets, and you guys were in one of them with Stanford and Tara Vanderveer. Condoleezza Rice, you know, would come to your games. Like the army of powerful women at courtside at a Stanford, like Tara Vanderveer created a culture for powerful women in the Stanford basketball arena, didn't she?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I have a personal, I guess, anecdote about that.
Well, first of all, Condoleezza Rice was her academic advisor, so I don't know if that's what you were going to say. I don't know if that's what you're going to say.
Absolutely.
Okay, my bad.
So
okay.
What's really cool is, like Nneka said, as women, when we enter sports, for a long time, we realized it could not be the end-all, be-all. And so we were surrounded by excellent women, and I'm not just talking about Tara Vanderveer, I'm talking about Pat Summitt, Muffet McGraw, Kim Mulkey, Gino Auriemma, ally, right? People that have built these amazing programs that wanted to elevate the game. But I think the difference that we have seen now to then was that when it came to women's basketball, the coaches were the stars. Now the stars are the players. But I do think all of the work that the coaches have done have allowed us as professionals to meet the moment and advocate and become leaders and expand. And so my personal experience with this, and this is just like, we are nerds, okay? So we grew up in a nerdy household. Again, I say we're Nigerian, you guys know, doctor, lawyer, engineer. But we were very...
So we're failures.
Yeah, we're total... Yeah, we have a little sister that was here in DC, like pursuing a PhD. We have another little sister that just graduated
from
medical
school.
She's a doctor,
though, so she caught us on cover.
Yeah, so we got one doctor, we're set, we're straight. But it's funny because we fell into basketball and we fell in love with it and completely transformed our lives. And it came from a decision from our parents to see some value in playing sports. It was just simple as that, because that is not what the patriarchal systems back home in Nigeria or the continent of Africa sort of pushed for at the time. And we're very grateful for those types of things. But we were nerds first and foremost. And so I'll never forget when Kim Mulkey came to our house and finally told our parents, like, hey, did you know your daughters can get full ride scholarships? They had no clue. They're like, oh my gosh, eyes were huge. But and that's what changed the game for us, where we realized, okay, we can take our education to another level. My recruiting visit was like, typically when you get recruited as an athlete, people go like Drake's at Kentucky, all these celebrities out there. At my official visit when Nneka was at Stanford was Chief Justice John Roberts, John Elway, and former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice. I was in heaven. So fast forward, we had a huge win against UConn my freshman year, and former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice came into the locker room, and she remembered from when I was a junior in high school and turned around after she left and congratulated us. Hey, you told me you're interested in public policy and politics. Why don't you come meet me? I was like, oh my God. And so I ran into her office, but long story short, she became a mentor, and she taught me a very, very important lesson that at the time, we all knew how hard it was to be great as a women's basketball player. And then as women, we also have imposter syndrome because we enter spaces where we're demanded to be great in everything else, whether it's mother, sister, student. And so I was having having a little bit of a struggle. And she said, Sinead, as much as you work to be great on the court, you can be great in the classroom. And then, I mean, the same thing my parents said, but I didn't really listen, right? And it changed the game for me. And so today, as I sit as a member of the media, I realized while I was playing and doing, becoming the first professional athlete to do both, I could be great as an athlete and I could be great as something else. And I think that's something that is innate within women. That's something innate within sports. That is like the secret DNA and sauce that we are empowered with. So that when this movement and moment happens, we know not to just care about ourselves, but for others around it. And that's why I don't think you find one athlete that just cares about themselves in this sport. They care about elevating. And it starts with, to me, sisterhood with my sister, but also the women that have really been family members for us.
Yeah. Let's talk a bit more about your family. Let's talk about your upbringing together and the ethic inside that family and the fact that you guys ended up playing basketball together at Stanford. Talk about that journey together a little bit.
I mean, I was most certainly the guinea pig when it came to anything that we were delving into, but we were, wow.
Whoa.
Wow, and
That's
he's here.
Uncle. That's Uncle's
yeah,
here.
he's here, oh my gosh. So, Nigerian culture is built on the foundation of family. The system is family, and it's not necessarily just, oh wow. I'm looking at these photos like, okay.
I know.
And family it's really like the bedrock of what the culture is built on, and hard work, integrity, and opportunity that can be yielded from those types of characteristics. Now, like Sinead said, there are patriarchal systems that exist heavily in the culture, but we are, even if we weren't, we are 4 kids, 4 daughters. And so that was actually never our experience. Our parents raised us to be good people. They raised us to be hardworking people. And I came first, and so there's also a lot of weight on age and rank. And for me, being the oldest, I'm the oldest granddaughter and also the oldest daughter in my family. And with that comes a lot of responsibility, a lot of expectation, but then also kind of paving the way, as most older siblings do have the responsibility to do. But, it was as if like I had to be the best, and then she had to be the best, better than best, and then so on down the line. And I think that's kind of just been our perspective moving forward, sprinkling in, of course, a lot of our nature. We have different approaches, as you can probably tell by us being on the stage today, but always falling back on that foundation of family and working hard and understanding that your hard work will yield reward, maybe not immediately, but down the line, and quite possibly that reward may not be as obvious as you think. It may just be a streamline of some type of character that allows you to be ready for the opportunity that is next that you may not have any vision to see. And through that, our parents wanted us to be very well-rounded, and we were already involved in the community. We were very much, education was certainly key. There was no expectation of anything less than PhD.
Correct.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm exaggerating.
Yeah.
Just a
but we
Do
just
you have
kind of
advanced degrees? Let me just interrupt.
No,
Okay.
we don't have advanced.
Okay. Just your sister.
We gonna get honoraries?
Yeah.
I guess now we gotta get them.
Honorary. Honorary.
But started playing basketball, kind of fell into it just as a way to, like, of course, keep kids active. And then I love the challenge. One thing about me is that I like it when I'm not good at something, and I like trying to be better at it.
I'm the opposite.
Sinead waited 2 years before she jumped into basketball.
Let me tell y'all this story really quick, because I think it highlights a unique difference that sort of illuminated our approach for life. So Nneka, she's fearless, right? She's a guinea pig. She loves trying new things. Me, I only like to do the things I'm good at. That's why I don't play video games. That's why I don't go bowling, because I want to dominate you before I go out there, right? So when we started playing basketball, our parents remember our first basketball practice ever. Nneka and I went there. We were wearing jean shorts, halter tops, glasses holder, looking like nerds, wearing Keds, while everyone out there was wearing Adidas, Nike, and doing the thing. Nneka went out there, and I will never forget, her first shot did not just go over the backboard. It went over the scoreboard, which was on top of the backboard. And I was so embarrassed and I was so scared. So during that practice, when our parents dropped us off for 2 hours, I went to the bathroom and I hid there the whole time. I know, right? Sad, but it's all right. I'm fine. She went out there and she played. She was the worst player, so much so that my dad reminds us that at her games, he used to, like, let's just say politely bribe, like, Nneka, every rebound you get $1 for your sisters. And so we're like, yes, Nneka got 6 rebounds. We're going to the vending machine, Skittles, candy, yeah. So, like, there were the little incentives. But, like, after a couple games, we didn't really need those. Nneka just was so competitive. But most importantly, after every practice, those first 2 years that she was playing, she came home and taught us everything that she knew. So we'd be dribbling on the driveway. We had a long driveway, and she's like, Sinead, this is how you do a crossover. This is how you shoot. She used to go 1-on-3, but it was never those one-on-one crazy backyard battles that everyone else has had. And from there, I realized the power of being collaborative and not competitive. Everything you know how to say, anything you can do, I can do, you know, too. Nah, she wants that same thing from me, and she wants that same thing. She wants us to sort of live a better life than she experienced, but also enjoy all the great things. That's why when she was #1 drafted, she was like, Sinead, I'm gonna give you the playbook. I'm gonna give you all the scouting reports on all the teams so you can be great as well, except her own.
Say that.
No, not like that. Not like that. I was just like, Nneka, I'm going to Tamika Catchick's help. She's like, all right, I don't know what I can tell you.
I definitely helped her with that, though, because you needed help.
And Tamika still crossed me open. I fell on the ground, but she missed the shot. Thank you, Lord. But I guess my point is that was our dynamic. Sisterhood is at the core of everything that we experience. Culture is at the core of everything that we know and our identity. And I think from her not being competitive with me, but collaboratively, Nneka said something, I don't know if it went over people's head, but my mom says it succinctly, tiny drops of water make a mighty ocean. And the tiny drops that she has put and invested in me and everyone around her has completely changed the tides for so many people. And I think that's the power of showing up each and every day.
The question was about our whole family, but it's fine.
It's all good.
We're gonna have to wrap it up here in the final minute, but I'm gonna present a simple statement. Winning for women is a radical act. True or false?
I guess it depends on who you're talking to.
Yeah. The winner's circle, though, for women is still a space that takes a certain amount of subversive action to enter.
It absolutely does. I mean, I guess I'll just say this, and the reason why I answered that way was that we do live in a world where winning for women is a radical act. A lot of times people try to label me as an activist, and I don't reject it, but it's not something that I identify with because what we do every day is what everyone should be doing. Like Sinead said, the foundation of sisterhood, the foundation of community, what you have is something that I want to help with, something that I want to support, and it should be vice versa. So let's not make it radical. Let's make it just reality, you know?
And I'll lastly say this, too. I think oftentimes we think that winning means you have to be a WNBA MVP or president of a players association. No, winning are the little things. And to me, sometimes your existence is the resistance. Showing up in a space that is not designed or built for you, but showing up and being authentically yourself, that's something that we have done in the W. That's something that everyone can do in every walk of life. That is winning. It may not be super radical, but you are changing hearts and minds, and that's something that we're committed to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did I tell you or did I tell you? Thank you so much.
you.
And now we're going to our next guest. We have, yeah, great. Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Wow. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm taking my mug.
I know, keep the mug.
I know, I'm keeping this.
Okay, so coming up next is an important conversation about the impact of social media on teens. Can't think of anything more important than that, actually. So we'll be right back. Thank you, folks.
I used to be so beautiful, now look at me.
Now, Selena's mother, Tammy, and sister, Destiny, are turning their grief into action, suing social media giants Meta Platforms, the parent company of Instagram and Facebook, and also Snap Inc., the parent company of Snapchat.
I know people judge me because I tell her story, but that's what I'm going to do, and I will do it forever. You know, I'm her voice. All of us are her voice, and I thank each one of you for being part of her voice.
Imagine you're a 35-year-old predator, and you want to meet children under 16. If we are programming those algorithms for user engagement, well, who is Meta? Who is Snapchat? Who are they sending you in your user recommendations? They're not sending you 25-year-old women. They're sending you 13, 14, 15-year-old girls. And I've met with hundreds of those young women, and I can tell you that is 100% what's happening.
Larissa May is the founder and CEO of the nonprofit Half the Story, which teaches the youth about fostering healthier relationships with social media.
What we have to understand is that tech is here to stay and that digital wellness is the new wellness. We can no longer look at tech as black or white. Instead, we have to teach kids how to use it. Just like we teach sex ed, we teach them about sleep, and we teach them about physical wellness.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Perry Peltz, and I am so happy that all of you could be here to join us for what we all believe is an incredibly important conversation about social media and our children. I am joined on my left. Tammy Rodriguez is here. She is Selena's mom. Laura Marquez Garrett, an attorney with the Social Media Victims Law Center, who's trying to bring these companies to account. And Larissa May, the founder and CEO of Half the Story, which you'll hear a little bit about in a little bit. I want to take a moment because I was struck on that video, Tammy, that you said that people judge you for sharing Selena's story. And I just have to take a moment because, first of all, to acknowledge the profound loss that you and your family have experienced, and the incredible courage that it takes to come and sit on a stage like this and talk about your child and her death. So I just want to say thank you. We all owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Tammy, Selena was just 11 years old when she died by suicide. And it was called an extreme addiction to Snapchat and Instagram. Yes. Tell us about your beautiful daughter, Selena, and what happened.
Sure. So I'll tell you somewhat about her life. And actually, I started off, what I wanted to say was that I'm here to provide a little insight into what social media addiction looks like. And I also want to say, I know a lot of people are quick to say, why didn't you take the devices away? Why didn't you turn off the Wi-Fi? Be a parent your kids better. But I hope that my words are going to help you to understand how hurtful those words are and wish that it was that easy. Selena was born December 13th, 2009. She was bright-eyed and ready for the world. One of the first pictures I have of her, head is up, there it is. Head is up, eyes are wide. She was a day old in that picture. So, she walked when she was 9 months old, and she talked very early. She was a fashionista from a young age. She'd play out in the dirt in her party dresses, always had glitter everywhere in the house. We still find glitter. Her sister calls her the human form of sunshine, because that's exactly what Selena was. She loved school. She was the social butterfly. She included everyone and everything. There was a boy, this is one example, a boy who was new to her school from China, and he spoke no English, and Selena took him under her wing, and she made sure that he was involved in everything. And then, as time went on, I saw how things were changing with her.
And you know, I think, Tammy, it would be really interesting if we could bring up the report cards, because I think this speaks so much.
Yes.
And I think to any parent, teacher, grandparent who's here in the audience, whose lives touch a young person, you can understand this. Because what we're looking at, the first two reports, 2018, 2019, these are Selena's report cards. The first one, if you look at the absentee, the number of absent days in the first one is 5. The number in the second one, both of these pre-social media, 0. Once social media started, absent days, 70. Right? That is incredible. And then also, if you look at some of the skills for learning, M's are really good, S is good, I's not good. And you can also see the transformation. And Tammy, I want to ask you, tell us a little bit about what you were observing when Selena started to become addicted to social media.
Sure. Well, she started out where I had gotten her a tablet, you know, and she played the regular games, watched the YouTube Kids, played other games. All kids.
So no, just normal.
Normal, yep, and everything.
And then what happened?
She was running out of memory on the tablet, so I agreed and I got her an iPhone. Same thing, she was watching kid-based things. As time went on, I started hearing the change, especially in the YouTube videos. It was definitely a shift from the kid
You
things.
couldn't get her to stop.
Right.
Is that right?
Correct.
Like, give us, for instance, how bad was it? You said to everybody, you took her phones away.
Yes.
You took her tablet away.
Right.
So what happened?
So there's one time in particular, I was driving and her phone died and she wanted mine and I wouldn't give it to her. She grabbed my arm here so hard that it was black and blue for weeks, the whole top of my arm. All because I wouldn't give her the phone.
And at times, she would leave the house, is that right?
Yes. Yep, she would take off. If I fell asleep, she would take off running.
And you know, keep in mind that a lot of this happens when Selena is 10. Mm-hmm. There was also sexual exploitation. What did you, I want to point out that Tammy didn't know about the vast majority of what was going on until well after Selena died.
Right.
What did you discover about the sexual exploitation?
Well, I found out that she had 7 or 8 Instagram accounts I had no idea about. And I found out that men were soliciting her for photos and other videos and things.
That's really, it's extraordinary. Mm-hmm. Laura, I want to bring you into the conversation. Laura is an attorney with the Social Media Victims Law Center. They are doing a lot of work to try to hold these companies accountable. These companies are in some ways protected by Section 230. But what I want to do, Laura, is back up just a tad, because I'm curious, when you look at those report cards, from a legal perspective, or from your perspective as a lawyer, what are you seeing there?
So, and I'll say, let's just take it from a human perspective, right? Because this is not an anomaly. I want to say this is not an unusual circumstance. We work with almost 4,000 families who've retained us at this point in the last, 3 years. And we see this all the time, right? You have the report cards. I've seen Selena's medical records. I've seen her data. You have a kid that is thriving. You have a kid where the medical records say she's sleeping 9 hours at night, she has lots of friends, the teachers are saying she's a joy to have in our class. Social media, enter social media, and within weeks or months, typically, it's not usually more than that, everything has changed. You have sleep deprivation, you have the extreme reactions. We have hundreds and hundreds of children I've spoken to personally, and parents. These are kids that had no reported issues ahead of time. Some of these kids, by the way, didn't even have phones or devices at home. They started using on school devices, or their friends gave them devices, or they found devices. $50 gift card, you can go to Target and get set up with a phone and get right onto these apps. And so we see these same facts over and over, and it's this, right? It's nothing remarkable. Enter social media, everything changes.
I want to pivot to the lawsuit, because in January of 2022, Tammy files a lawsuit with the Social Media Victims Law Center against Meta and Snap.
And I'm reading this because I think it's important, claiming Selena's death was, quote, caused by defective design, negligence, and unreasonably dangerous features of the products. Noted in that is not the content, right? Can you talk about what that wording, why that wording is significant?
The products.
Yes.
Right, so the products. So Section 230 of the Communication Decency Act, which you probably hear a lot about, essentially it says that these platforms can't be responsible for what third parties do on their platform. It was enacted in 1996, I believe. And so historically, we have just sort of assumed that the harms that we're seeing our kids suffer are third parties. Right? If there's a drug dealer, a predator, we just assumed. Because in 1996, in fact, the internet, you had open bulletin boards, you had chat rooms, you had this sort of open system that gave us access to resources, and it was user-driven. That is not what we are seeing. And that is, it's what we have are products that are monetizing, not just our children, but us. We have companies that are designing specific features for addiction. Things like the continuous or the never-ending feed, things like the like button, and down to how they make it visible to children. It's meant to give children in particular dopamine hits, all users. It is meant to exploit vulnerabilities. I want to say one thing on the algorithms. When we talk about Selena and you see her data, I've talked to hundreds of young girls, and they're all getting pushed predators on Snapchat and Instagram right off the bat, right? I've also spoken to dozens of adult women, and when I ask them, none of them have the same experience. Now, recently, I've started asking some young adults, and what I've started hearing is, oh, now that you mention it, yeah, I was being contacted constantly, or I was getting quick ad recommendations for predators. That started to slow and then stop around age 16 to 18. And you ask them, what did you do different? Not a thing. The answer is, around 16 to 18, these companies, no matter what age you say they are, the main companies all use signaling. They all have estimated ages, and in fact, they use that data for product development and marketing, right? So they may say, oh, well, I don't know. I've seen kids who say they're 97, literally, when they sign up for Instagram. And they say, well, we don't know. Well, then why are you sending them ads aimed at 13-year-olds? Right? And these are the pieces these companies don't tell us about. These are the things they don't disclose. And these are the things that have come out through the whistleblower documents and litigation.
So before we move on to Larissa, Laura, what is so interesting about this story, and what people always ask me when they find out that I'm working on this, is, are you really, Laura, saying that the social media platforms, Meta, Snap, et cetera, are actually, with purpose, trying to addict young children?
Without question. And there are former engineers who will tell you, one of Meta's first presidents, Sean Parker, said in 2017, we designed these products to give dopamine hits. We knew that this could do all sorts of bad things to kids' brains. We did it anyway. That's what a hacker does. These companies, there used to be a conference in Silicon Valley every year called the Habit Summit, where they would go and meet and talk about how to make their products more habit forming. Well, when you're talking about an 8 or 10 or 12 or 16-year-old child, this is affecting the way that their brains are developing. This is impacting their brains, and these companies absolutely know it's happening. It's in their documents. It's in the public record.
And remember, they said publicly at some point, the biggest enemy they have, sleep. Larissa, I want to move on to you, because when we were waiting to come on, Larissa was talking about the fact that you say you are a survivor of the digital world. And I'm curious, when we talk about the dopamine hits, Larissa, you've been there. Did it feel like addiction?
Well, yes, I'm indeed here because I am a survivor of the digital world, and I've devoted the last 10 years of my life in hopes to write a new story. For me, I was a lot like your daughter. Bright, empowered. I had so many friends. And then when I was given a phone, everything changed. From the day that I downloaded Instagram, my brain was never the same. It replaced my sleep, my social connection, and it replaced me showing up to class when I was the girl who in high school used to show up to school with a fever. I lost everything. Blue light was my baseline. I was going there because I was in so much pain and I had nowhere else to go, and I was only showing half the story. But when I went to the psych center on campus, they asked me about drugs, sex, and alcohol, but never about the drug that was in my pocket, and the place that the average American teenager will spend 30 years of their life. So yes, I lost everything in my life because of the thing that we all have in our pockets, in these seats, in this room, and people watching all over the world. And when I see kids today, this is our future. This is not just about tech and humanity and whether you believe in mental health. The youngest minds of our world are converging with technology. The data speaks for itself. Facebook told us themselves that 1 in 3 girls feels worse about themselves when they get off that platform. What is it going to take?
And I just want to point out also, Larissa, that the use of the word survivor is so important. Selena didn't survive.
No.
And the other thing that people say is, well, these are edge cases. These are not edge cases. And I think it's very easy for people to say, it's not going to happen to my kid or to my student. The fact of the matter is, having now worked in this story, it can happen to anyone. So Larissa, I just want to say also to you that it is so courageous to do the work that you are doing. I mean it, because you were there. You were touching this. So let's talk about accountability.
I want to say everyone reacts differently to addiction, right? So when we talk about edge cases, by these companies' own estimates, you're talking about something like 15 to 20% of people that begin engaging in problematic use, which they identify as like can't sleep, can't go to work, interfering with your relationships. If it's 5%, if we had been told 10 years ago, hey, this product, Instagram, it's going to be great. It's great for your kids. Just know there's a 5% chance your child will become so harmfully dependent on this product, they will stop sleeping, et cetera, et cetera. There's a 1% chance they'll engage in self-harm and suicide, et cetera, et cetera. That's even at smaller numbers than what these companies have put in their own documents, publicly disclosed documents as estimates.
And I promise you, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we would have said no. Most parents would have said no. We would have had the choice.
And we are going to give some suggestions, some tips, some things that you can do, I promise. But Laura, I'm curious because in this past January, the Senate Judiciary Committee held hearings. You might have seen them, right? They brought in the heads of Snap, Meta, X, Discord to testify on what they called, what the Congress people called a failure to protect children online. Nothing's really happened out of that hearing, but a lot of bringing everybody in front. Laura, how are children being protected by law at this point?
In this country, not at all. Right? I'm tired of hearings. As a parent, I'm here because I'm a parent. My oldest of my younger children are 9. We are fighting. Tammy is fighting for my children, for all of your children. Nothing is happening. We need Congress. We need the House of Representatives to step up right now. We have a regulation up there that went through the Senate, 91-3, and now there it is. It's stalled, right? We need something. Other countries are passing things. Other countries are starting to move, and we are sitting here while our children are being harmed, even killed, by things that we don't have to. These products don't have to do this. They don't have to addict. They don't have to push predators to small children as a matter of engagement-first programming. They don't even have to operate at the speeds they are operating their algorithms, which are designed to addict, when these companies know if they just turned it down a little bit, consumers would have a choice.
I'm gonna now pivot a little bit towards the solutions, and I'm gonna start, Larissa, with you. This extends beyond politics because right now, our kids are not being protected by the political system. Larissa, let me begin with you. This story is evolving. We've all read about Sewell Setzer, the young boy who died from from his interactions with an AI chatbot. So this story continues to evolve. Larissa, what is it that you want to say to families who are trying to grapple? Remember, adults, we can't keep up with kids in their use of social media. Tammy, you know that. Right. You tried to take those devices away. It was like, it's really hard. Right. Larissa, what do you want to say?
The first thing that I want to say is that digital wellness is wellness, period. If we do not address the role that technology plays in the social, emotional, and biological health of our children, we are missing the entire story. What I also want to share with you is that in order to rewrite that story from the business of digital sickness and rewrite a new business model and shift into a business of digital well-being, We need to invest in our young people. I have been fighting for 10 years. 2 years ago, I was here in DC with a bunch of teens fighting for COSA. It still hasn't passed. Right. But what I can tell you is that if we build trust with our teens, we open spaces for dialogue and vulnerability, we create educational programming like the Social Media U program that we've developed and are partnering with other organizations like Girls Inc. to reach our most vulnerable young people, knowledge is power. Our kids are driving in cars with a drunk driver, no seatbelts, and without a brakes. We need to invest in their knowledge, and I promise you that if we flip gears and we give our kids the dollars and the spaces to create an understanding with one another, to redetermine what it means to be a human, this future can look different. And it's not gonna happen from us up here talking to them. It's gonna happen to teens talking to each other, which is my goal and my role here, is to be that voice for the voices that aren't here, like your daughter, and to ensure that their voices are heard in every single room where a decision is being made about them.
Larissa, very quickly, because we're running out of time. I loved what you said in the video. Social media is likely here to stay. Yes. Period. Right. We have to deal with that. How can young people reimagine? How can you reimagine a life with social media?
So my favorite way to do this with our teens is through play. Instead of being the victim, be the player in the game. What we do through our educational programming is simulate, get them in the technology, teach them how to take it apart. How do you build speed bumps? How do you actually interact with the algorithm to try to see and change the things that you are being fed? We have to teach our kids this because tech is not building it in. So that's what I'm here to do. And it is through knowledge, and it is through not just being a victim, but being your own superhero in your story.
Laura, before we give Tammy an opportunity to express what she wants everybody to know here, what do you want to add to what Larissa just said?
At one of the early hearings in the litigation in the federal court, the court asked the attorneys for these companies, the court said that you represent collectively billion-dollar corporations. What duties do your clients have to design reasonably safe platforms? What duties to children specifically to design reasonably safe platforms? And the lawyer said, currently under US law, there is no such duty under 50 states. That is why we need regulation. Every industry has a duty. Every person, every designer. These are companies that, one of the things that we haven't talked about yet, but when you see the documents that the whistleblower came out with and what most people don't realize, there are meta product development documents with brain scans that point to the brain and say the frontal lobe. Children's frontal lobes are not fully developed until they're around 24, 25. This makes them particularly vulnerable. There are meta documents that say our PYMK, that is the user recommendation algorithm. I believe it says in the past, PYMK has contributed up to 75% of inappropriate adult minor contact. That started with grooming, by the way, as the subheading there. And then a meta employee says something to the effect of, this is outrageous, why haven't we just turned this off? It's still a feature. Why haven't we just turned this off? And so I would say, one, we need regulation because these companies aren't going to do it themselves, and our children are dying as a result.
And just quickly to add, this takes 5 people to make a decision for the world.
Right.
This is not climate change. This is humans. 5 or 6 CEOs that come together.
Very powerful CEOs, just to add, right?
Our most powerful government in the world is technology.
But interestingly, if we had something like COSA in place, it would actually open the playing field, because if you stop allowing these companies to make their products so addictive, then designers, ethical designers, will actually have an opportunity to get into this space, and our children and we as consumers will have more choice. But of course, the 5 people running the world don't want that.
Tammy, I'm sorry to make you the last voice in this.
No, you're fine.
But I want you to be able to tell everybody here, what do they need to know? What is it that our audience members here should take away from your experience and your loss of your daughter, Selena?
Well, I just want to say a quick statistic.
Yes.
So I recently read that in ages 10 to 14, there's been an increase in suicides. The number of suicides for this group has more than doubled in the last decade, making it the 2nd leading cause of death for that age group. And for me, that's my life. I lost my daughter. My life is very different now. It's the pre-losing Selena and the post-losing Selena. It's very different. And I just ask that people please monitor your kids' use. Go in there, as Laura has said in the past, use it for a little while, change their algorithms, because they're targeting the kids. You know, Congress owes this to us, big tech owes this to the children, I should say, and to all of us.
One of the last things in Selena's medical records is a quote where she told the doctor, social media makes it hard.
Selena did inpatient, she did outpatient, she did partial hospitalizations, all because of social media addictions.
On that note, unfortunately, we have run out of time. Obviously, this is a much bigger conversation that could go on, and I just want to say that Tammy and Laura will be available this evening at cocktails if you want to continue the conversation with them. And I want to thank...
And Larissa will as well. She's going to stick around.
She's going to stay. I'm sorry, Larissa's going to stay.
Yep.
Larissa, thank you so much. And you can find out more about Larissa's work at Half the Story. Laura, you can find out more about Laura's work, Social Media Victims Law Center. Tammy, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing the story. I so appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you.
And thank you, Perry. And thank you, Perry.
And
incredible.
Coming up next is a one-on-one newsmaker conversation with Laura Trump, so please stick around. Thank you, everybody. And we leave.
And thank you.
Donald Trump's daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, who is the co-chair of the Republican National Committee now since March.
Though it's been strained and attacked, no enemy, no force, not even a bullet is strong enough to break our American grit and our American soul.
President Trump will keep America safe. President Trump will keep America prosperous. President Trump will keep America, America.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. I'm Carol Lenig. I'm an investigative reporter at the Washington Post. And today, I'm joined virtually by one of the women who was the most pivotal in the successful re-election of Donald Trump, and that is Lara Trump. Joining me now is Lara. Lara, welcome to the Washington Post.
Hey, thank you so much. Great to be with you.
Thanks for joining us. Much has been made about President-elect Trump's ability to turn out voters who hadn't had a long-standing pattern of going to the polls. As the co-chair of the RNC, you absolutely must be able to answer this question, which is, what made that effort so successful in your mind?
Well, I think it was a very targeted effort by us at the RNC. I'm getting a little feedback in my ear. I don't know if they can help that, but we knew very early on that there were going to be three things we had to do in order to successfully elect. We had to make sure that our voters felt confident that their matter and their vote would. We had to make sure that we got people out early, for the first time really in the Republican history, to vote this election, and we had to engage what you just described, which are the low voters. Those are people who don't turn out every election cycle, but we know when they turn out, they traditionally vote Republicans. So we knew who the people were, put a team together in terms of our ground game and our effort there, target them to phone call, turn off, and engage these people, send them out, if we could, to vote for Donald Trump. And indeed, that is obviously what ultimately happened. We saw the early vote totals historic this election.
Laura, I apologize for interrupting you, but your sound is breaking up a little, and so much so that I don't think I can repeat what you said. So can you try one more time? And I hope that our audio team figures out a good way to pipe in Palm Beach. But are you still getting feedback in your ear so we can fix this?
Well, let me see. Right now, no, I am still getting a little bit. That's okay. I'll deal with it if you guys can hear me.
Try us one more time, Laura, because I heard pieces of your answer, which were really good.
Yeah,
What did you think? What was so effective? Tell us in a sentence or two so we don't miss your good answer.
We just wanted to make sure that we turn people out early. We engaged with people who really hadn't voted in the past several election cycles, but we knew that if they voted, they were going to vote Republican, and of course, Donald Trump being at the top of that ticket. And so we put a team together, and it wasn't just that we went arbitrarily knocked doors or made random phone calls. We knew via our data who these low propensity voters are. And we said, you know what, we're going to go out and we're going to engage with them and we're going to try and encourage them to get out and vote early. And what you saw was that for Republicans, we really made history this election. We saw an early vote turnout, unlike anything that we traditionally have ever seen. And I do think that that made a big difference in this election. If you couple that with our election integrity push, I think we gave confidence to a lot of Republican voters specifically, but we wanted to do it for every voter out there. So in the United States of America, in 2024, your vote would matter, your vote would count. And I think it's one of the reasons that we were ultimately successful in this.
Thank you. It sounds like you're coming through nice and clear now. So speaking of the final vote turnout, when you look at that, Laura, what does the RNC and the Trump transition team believe is the key takeaway from what American voters want to see over the next 4 years? As you've analyzed that turnout, what do they want?
Well, I think it's really the kitchen table issues. And I think that, when you go back and look at polling and what it was that actually drove people out in the election, it is that. It's more money in people's pockets. It's affordability of life. It's security and safety in your communities. And those are the main reasons that people turned out in this election and overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump. And I think they knew via his first term in office that he could deliver on a lot of those things, that the economy was very good. Donald Trump was the 45th president. And they wanted to see that happen again, that he did keep his promise to secure our southern border. They wanted to see that happen again. And so I think he's got the model. He was able to do it the first turn around whenever he's the first term in office. And I think that that's exactly what you're going to see for a Trump second term. I think that he really has been in D.C. before. He understands a little bit better the apparatus. He understands a little bit better the White House and the layout and the lay of the land there in Washington, D.C. And I think he'll be very effective very early in his presidency. And I think that'll be a really good thing for the country.
You and your father-in-law share a lot, but one thing is your background in media. Let's talk a little bit about television and social media and the key roles they played in the 2024 campaign. What did you think was so important about the campaign's use of online media, including podcasts and platforms that were recommended by Barron Trump? How important was that in President-elect Trump's support and turnout?
Well, I think what was very interesting, if you go back for a moment, 2016 election, one of the reasons I think many people would argue that Donald Trump was successful in 2016 was his use of social media. It was a little bit outside of the box in terms of what traditional campaigns would ultimately, use whenever you're out there on the campaign trail. People usually sought out more traditional means of media. Donald Trump in 2016 understood and identified the important role of social media. And I think that's one of the reasons he was very successful then. Likewise, now in 2024, I think we were able to, as a campaign team, and certainly my father-in-law did himself, understand that the podcast space is incredibly powerful in this country, that, at this point in time, really are not seeking out those traditional mediums of newspaper or network television as much as they are able to pick up their phone and watch a podcast, listen to it on maybe their drive to work. And so I think that that was a really big factor in the success of this campaign. And you're right to say Barron Trump, because I can tell you numerous times I was out on the campaign trail with my father-in-law, and he would receive a call from Barron, and Barron would have a suggestion about a podcast he should go on or some other suggestion for the campaign. But it really was effective, and it was very powerful this go around for Donald Trump.
President-elect Trump is going to inherit a really divided country politically. Some considering your father-in-law a champion of theirs, and many others considering him an autocrat, a racist, and someone bent on vengeance. What do you believe the president-elect's plans are to help unify the nation and be a president for all Americans? What step is he going to take in that direction, Laura?
Well, let me just first say that anyone who is afraid right now, you should not be afraid. There was a lot of talk and a lot of truly fear-mongering. I think that happened throughout the course of this campaign, and it really has been applied directly to Donald Trump. And I will tell you, it's completely unwarranted and unfair. What I think people are going to realize when Donald Trump takes office again for his second term is that he is not hell-bent on revenge or retribution of any variety. He actually himself said, "My revenge will be success." He will work tirelessly for the American people. He is not on a revenge tour. He's not on a retribution tour. Anyone who is afraid of that, I hope you're already seeing that that's not the case. I can assure you, when he's back in the White House, he will be 100% focused on making sure that you have more money in your pocket, making sure that we are a safe country, making sure that we are not embroiled in World War III, that instead we have peace through strength like we had the first time he was in the White House. And I actually believe that Donald Trump will be a unifying person for this country. And I know some people will find that really outrageous and hard to believe, but I kind of think you're already seeing some of the steps towards that direction right now. There are so many people who I think are finally feeling like they can come out and express their political opinion for the first time in maybe 9 years. And I think that's a good thing. Whether you voted for Donald Trump or you didn't, we should all be able to respect one another as a country. And I can assure you that whether you voted for him or not, he will be working for you. He wants to make your life better. And I believe that Donald Trump, the White House, one of the highest ratings of any modern president. You can mark it down now that I said it here, but he really just wants the country to be successful and for our communities to be safe and to have a bright outlook for the future for our next generation.
So I would just say that fear-mongering, I understand what you're talking about, Laura, but how does your answer square with the president-elect's own statements on the campaign trail, talking about going after the enemy within, taking on the villains he described the media as being, his allies describing his administration as being a hostile takeover of the country and this government? How does that square? Because those are words from his team and his mouth.
Well, I think you have to look at those in the context of how they were said. And I think oftentimes things get misplaced. Often with Donald Trump, you take a look at the Charlottesville hoax, for example, where he very clearly said there were very fine people on both sides, except the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists who should be condemned totally. Some people still don't know that that's what Donald Trump's full statement was. Some people still believe the first part of that is the only thing he said. What I will tell you is the proof will be in the pudding, and the proof will be in what Donald Trump does. And I can assure you, he has no intention on doing anything but truly unifying this country, truly bringing success back to America, truly keeping us safe. And I think anyone who thought that for any reason he was going to be an autocrat or a dictator, take a look at his first term in office. He certainly didn't, wasn't the president who did any of those things. And I would just say that please give him a chance. You may not agree with everything Donald Trump posts on X. You may not like the way he says things, but I can promise you he will work hard for you. And I believe that he will make everyone proud to be an American once again. And I think that's the thing for all of us.
So in reference to the whole country, we're gathered here today, as you all know, for a global women's summit, and it's important for us to discuss some issues that are important to women, and starting with abortion. Millions of American women opposed your father-in-law's re-election, arguing that his policies and court picks stripped them of their federal right to choose whether to continue an unwanted or medically dangerous pregnancy. What do you, Laura, want to say to those in that large swath of American women who are fearful that they've lost their self-determination and that their lives could be at risk in some states if they have a miscarriage or a dangerous pregnancy?
Well, I think Donald Trump was very clear on this. And this is another space where I think, his entire stance on things was rather mischaracterized by the opponent and in a large way by the mainstream media as well. Donald Trump has said very clearly he will not sign a federal abortion ban, that he feels that the most democratic of things has happened with abortion, that it is up to we, the people in our respective states, to make our own determination, our own abortion laws. And, you know, it isn't up to him. And it should never have been in the hands of the federal government to begin with. That's his view on things. And I think it's really sad that you do have people who are trying to make people fearful of him coming back in the White House anyway, that their rights to be taken away. That is not his intention. He does not believe the government to have any hand in this whatsoever.
Laura, my apologies again about our stickiness in our connection. Can you repeat the last sort of line of that again about his view of the federal government's role in abortion restrictions?
Donald Trump has said he will not sign a federal abortion ban, and he does not feel that this is ever a decision that should have been in the hands of the federal government. It should be up to we, the people, in our own states to make a vote of our own on that. And every state will be different. There will be some states that have a more restrictive on abortion. Now, Donald Trump has his own feelings on that. He does not feel that there should be such strict restrictions in some states. That's his own personal opinion, but he does not feel that the federal government weigh in on that at all. There will be some states who have a much more liberal stance on abortion, but it should be up to we, the people. This is a very tough decision. This is a very hot button issue for so many people. And his view is that the most democratic of things happened, which is that turned back over to us, our states, to have.
And does that mean that under a Trump administration, the executive branch would not put more restrictions on women's access to abortion, pills, or contraception?
I think he's said very clearly he has no intention of ever doing anything to restrict any of what you just described.
Okay, so we're going to switch, and thank you for repeating the answer before. We're going to switch over to some of the cabinet nominees. And I know these aren't your personal picks, but you know him well, and you're a great emissary for his point of view. I want to hear your thoughts on this. President-elect Trump has announced several nominations to a cabinet, and I want to ask you a little bit about the process. He has said that he values loyalty in his personnel picks. Is there a danger in your mind that he could be surrounded by too many yes men and yes women and make some mistakes by encouraging and courting loyalty over other traits?
Oh, I don't think that is over any other traits at all. And the interesting thing is you go back and look at Donald in 2016, he was very new on the political scene and he had to learn the hard way, who you can trust and who you can't trust in Washington, D.C. He will be the first to tell you that he would change a lot of those cabinet and appointments in his administration during his first term if he could go back and change things, because that it was very tough for him to actually job to do with people who had alternative agendas, people working behind the scenes against him, leaking stories. He wants people who understand the mandate the American people delivered with 312 electoral votes and the popular vote November 5th. He wants workers, he wants people who understand the vision the country, laid out very clearly on November 5th. And he wants to be able to execute on day one and have people in place to do just that. So the choices he's choosing to work alongside of him are people who are going to be able to deliver, again, for the American people as a very clearly laid out November 5th. Look, when he says the word loyalty, he means he doesn't want people working behind his back. He doesn't want people who have alternative ideas as to what their job is. He wants people focused on the task at hand and not working for the American people to make the country better, to put more money in your pocket, through our southern border, to keep us out of wars. All of the things the American people voted on very clearly for him on November 5th.
Laura, one more nominee question for you, which is about some of the candidates who've been rejected, even by Republican lawmakers, as ethically challenged, under investigation, following a series of sexual misconduct claims and investigations of them. And I'm speaking of Pete Hegseth for the Defense Secretary and Matt Gaetz for AG. And as everyone knows today, Matt Gaetz withdrew Are you comfortable that these candidates were properly vetted, since we have reported at the Post that many of these findings behind the scenes about them were surprises to the Trump campaign? Is that concerning to you?
Well, I think this will be up to the United States Senate to ultimately determine. And I think there's a very clear process that will be underway, starting in January. And there'll be the ultimate determination as to whether or not these people are appropriate to be in these positions. I think that, again, Donald Trump has chosen people to work alongside of him who he thinks are going to be able to execute the job properly and really do a great job for the American people. But I would say that that'll down to whether or not the United States senators feel like these picks are appropriate on their own merit. And we'll just have to let the process play out.
So that flows very nicely to my question for you about the Florida Senate seat. There's been discussion about you possibly being appointed senator from Florida if the current senator, Marco Rubio, were to become Secretary of State. Governor DeSantis would have to offer and use his authority to appoint you. Would you welcome that? Are you excited about that?
Yeah, listen, I think it's been a very interesting year for me. I very honored to be the co-chair of the RNC throughout the course of this, very historic campaign. And I certainly felt the weight of that the entire time. But, it really did give me insight into serving. And I was elected into this position. Obviously, if I am appointed by Governor Ron DeSantis and he feels that I'm the right fit to take over the U.S. Senate seat for Marco Rubio, those are big shoes to fill. But I would take it very seriously, and it would truly be an honor to be considered for that. Obviously, I have not heard one way or another from Governor DeSantis, but in the same way that I was able to serve at the RNC, I would be humbled and honored in the U.S. Senate should he decide to.
And your father-in-law has talked through some of his allies and himself about making recess appointments without the Senate's power of advice and consent. If you were to be a senator, would you want that power denied you?
Well, I'll have to wait until I'm actually there to make a determination on that. But I do think that I really hope senators reflect on the fact that, again, Donald Trump deserves to have a cabinet and appointments beside him who really do reflect the will of the people. And it wasn't just a small win on November 5th. It was a very big, very loud win. And I think that I hope they consider that as we go into this next phase of things, as we go into these confirmations. I hope we don't have to get to a point like that. But, I would have to wait until I'm actually going to a position to give you a full answer on how I feel.
I'm sorry we've been challenged by our connection here, and I want to thank everybody in the audience for listening so keenly to get the part of the word that they could get. I did hear you all the time, Laura, although we missed a few probably good phrases. I'm going to ask you one last question, which is, what would you hope the legacy of the Trump family would be in American history?
Well, I think what's interesting is that the win on November 5th wasn't just a political win for our family. It did feel like the American people have seen through a lot of negative things that have been said about, a lot of lies, truly, that have been said about all of our family, not the least of which, of course, is towards my father-in-law. And so I really hope that ultimately, when history reflects back on my father-in-law, but really our whole family, I hope that it looks on us as patriots, as people who love this country, who wanted the best things for this country, and were willing to stand up in the face of a lot of headwinds and a lot against us, and very strongly, stand up for what we believe in. And I think that's, ultimately at our foundation, who we are as Americans, no matter what it is you believe or how it is you vote, we have a right here in the United States to make our voices heard, and we have done it unapologetically, and we have really stood in the face of a lot coming our way. So I would always hope that history reflects back very positively on us. I can tell you we're good, hardworking people, and we only want the best for this country. And I do think people are starting to see that out there. I hope over the next 4 years, clear if it isn't already.
Laura, thank you so much for being here. Thank you to our audience. We're going to have to leave it there because our time has run out. Thank you all for watching. My colleague Robin Gavon will be out here next with a very exciting guest, Kerry Washington. You won't want to miss this. Stick around.
I can assure you that you will be serving the purpose you had in mind when you volunteered as officer candidate for the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps.
In early 1945, the 688 Central Postal Directory Battalion, an Army unit of 855 black women, was dispatched to England and France.
Immediately, they got to work, splitting into shifts and working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They tracked the locations of millions of troops and had the solemn duty of returning mail addressed to service members who had died.
But the 6888 undertook the task of creating a locator system with serial numbers for all the service members. The 6888 cleared the backlog in 3 months.
We have been ordered to provide hope. Forward march! I realize the magnitude of this situation. But this is our mission. And we will not fail.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. I'm Robin Gavon, and I'm senior critic at large here at the Washington Post. And I am very excited to be joined today by a triple threat. Actress, producer, and activist, Kerry Washington.
Hi.
Welcome.
It's such an honor to be here with you. Thank you.
So we had a chance to see just a snippet from the 6888, and you are executive producer as well as starring in. And it is the story of a group of unsung heroes from World War II. And I'm really surprised to find out that really people knew nothing about their story till 75 years after the war. I mean, what's your assessment of why all of that went untold, undiscussed? And I hesitate to use the word untold because I'm sure it was told within the families of these women.
You know, we're actually getting out, first of all, thank you for having me. Thank you guys for all being here. We're getting phone calls and emails and outreach from people saying, I just found out my grandmother was in the 6888. I just found out my great aunt served. Because there was a lot of shame when women came back. There was a lot of misleading, misinformation. There were rumors that these women were sent overseas to be concubines for the black male soldiers. They were not given due honor and respect for the immense accomplishment that they achieved there, which I'm sure we'll get into. But so for a lot of people, they didn't tell the story. And as we know, kind of the larger systems at play were invested in not telling those stories as well, because an agenda of sort of creating heroes out of everyday black women was not first and foremost in a lot of people's minds.
And the woman that you portray, Charity Adams, is extraordinary in this film. And I mean, just tell the audience just a little bit about who she is.
Well, Charity Adams is much more impressive than me. She led this battalion of 855, mostly black, all women of color regiment in World War II. She was 27 years old at the time when she did it. She was fearless. She spoke several languages. She was a pastor's daughter, and she just really, truly wanted to serve her country. She wound up leading these women on a mission overseas to do something that was seemingly impossible. They stopped delivering the mail during World War II because they wanted to save resources where they thought it was more necessary on the front lines. But as a result, soldiers were not hearing from their families, families were not hearing from soldiers, and there was a huge morale problem. People started reaching out to the government to say, I don't know if my child is alive, I don't know where my husband is. You could really feel the impact in the war. So many people tried to fix this problem and they couldn't, and then they kind of dared this group of 855 women to go overseas and try to get it done. 17 million pieces of mail. They gave them 6 months to do it because it was hangers full of care packages and love letters, and they did it in less than 90 days. Because what we do is twice as good with half as much. And it was extraordinary, really extraordinary. And she has a wonderful memoir, Charity Adams, that I read twice and then underlined and photocopied and had all over my trailer, and spoke to people who knew her and watched every interview and listened to all of her interviews. Everyone said that she was such a woman of dignity. Everything you hear about her, I think of myself at 27. I couldn't take myself overseas at 27. She just was, she was extraordinary. Yeah, she truly was an American hero. And she led this battalion of women from all over the country who did something very special because they returned morale to our soldiers and really helped to win the war and defend democracy all over the world.
I mean, there is a wonderful line that you said about the film, which was that they were fighting for the American dream, even when there are others who believe that the pursuit of that dream does not belong to you. I mean, how would you describe the dream of the women in that film?
The film opens with a really beautiful quote from Mary McLeod Bethune, who...
Do we tell them who plays Mary McLeod Bethune, or do we leave it as a surprise?
Just a little Oprah. I just executive produced a movie with Oprah, you guys. And there's a quote in the film about how important Black women have been in democracy, which I think really resonates today for obvious reasons. And I think a lot of these women were looking for what a lot of our armed soldiers, what a lot of what our serving soldiers are looking for is a way out, a way into a bigger life, a bigger adventure, something beyond the small town provincial experience maybe that they were born into. And a lot of time we've been spending with soldiers and those serving in the armed forces, I keep hearing that story again and again. I really related to that desire to do something bigger, to be somebody bigger, to have a larger, more adventurous experience. But I think they also wanted to be of purpose, many of them. They wanted to, and in particular, our way into this world is a beautiful character named Lena Darracott King, a real woman. She was one of the surviving members of the 688. She just passed earlier this year, but she saw the film before she passed.
Wasn't she like 100 years old?
She was 100 when she passed. I just met with one of the other, there's now 2 living members, and I was in Pittsburgh recently, and I got to visit with her. And she was showing me old pictures and giggling that I would be playing Charity Adams, because I think I'm smaller than she remembers Charity Adams being. But I think these women wanted to make a difference. They wanted to be part of making this country a better place. They believed in this dream of a better union, of moving toward the ideal of we the people, really including all of us. And they felt that this service to their country would help to embody the manifestation of that dream of, even though when those first 3 words were written, we the people, it didn't include women, it didn't include Black people, it didn't even include poor white people, it didn't include anybody under 21, but they believed that they were included, that they deserved to be included, and that they wanted to do their fair share to protect the dream of what this country can be.
Well, there are many great lines in the film, and I don't want to give too much away. But
No spoilers.
No spoilers. But you as Charity Adams when you meet your new recruits, you say something like, "When I say do it, we get it done." And also, you have the burden to be better.
Yeah.
When you think about those words that were spoken in, 1945-ish, I mean, how do those words resonate?
They're still
today?
relevant. They're still so relevant. I mean, one of the most famous speeches from Scandal is...
Don't worry, we'll get to that.
Was when my dad says to me, "You have to be twice as good." And people reference that speech all the time. And when we were shooting this scene, I was thinking, this is so ingrained in the DNA of the experience of marginalized people in this country, in this world, is that we are constantly carrying the burden of representation. And knowing, even for me as an actor, when I do a film like this, there have been no World War II movies about women of color. The canon. I bet any of you could, off the top of your head, name 5 war movies from World War II. None with women of color. So the burden is, if this film doesn't succeed, will they make another one? Same with Scandal, right? There hadn't been a black woman as the lead of a network drama in almost 40 years when that show aired. So the burden was, if the show doesn't succeed, will there be another one? The beautiful thing is, when you all show up and say inclusivity matters, quality matters, we show up, then there gets to be a show with Priyanka Chopra and a show with Viola Davis and we get to continue to have the legacy so that it's not another 40 years, but that is the burden.
How do you carry that burden, knowing that, as you said, if people don't show up, that it could close the door for another possibility?
I know I can't control it.
Fair enough.
Right? Yeah. So I think what you can control is your work, is the quality of your work. Mm-hmm. And so I think I just really work very hard at doing the best that I possibly can and continuing to challenge myself to elevate the quality of my work. And then it's up to audiences.
When you're looking for stories like this, are there particular parts of the culture that you try to mine when you're trying to sort of dig up these stories of people who have been overlooked?
No, it's funny. I don't really have, we don't have a mandate at my company to tell stories of people who've been overlooked. I am drawn to folks who are kind of in our margins because I'm drawn to I'm drawn to centering stories that haven't always been on the center. I really have this core belief that every single one of us is the hero of the story of our lives, and we all deserve to be the lead character in the story of our lives. And it's important for that idea to be represented in the narratives that we engage with. But I guess that gets considered political because I'm a woman and because I'm Black. It's not meant to be a political act. I'm just really interested in making sure that we are sharing the microphone and not just allowing only certain voices to speak all the time.
Well, that is a perfect segue into a little bit of broader look at your career. And you mentioned your production company, Simpson Street, correct?
Yes.
And you said that it stands at the intersection of what makes us different and what makes us the same. So how does that motto, as you were saying, how does that guide your sense of the kinds of stories that you want to tell?
Yeah. We say that we stand at the intersection of what makes us different and what makes us the same because we are so drawn to stories that are about very unique, particular human experiences, but human experiences that are universal. So the kind of container that carries the story, we want it to be very specific, something you've never seen before. We want to allow you a window into a world you may not have access to. We want to tell a story with a high level of specificity. But deeper down, that story has to be about those resonant human truths. We all want to be loved. We all want to belong. We all have fears. We all want to succeed. Those things everyone understands. And I think there's a real power in realizing that there's so much that we have in common that makes us beautifully connected to one another, but also so much that makes us different, and that too is our strength.
So, as everyone got very excited at the mention of Scandal.
I was just at the Smithsonian Museum, the National Museum for African American History and Culture, and was showing my team that Olivia Pope's coat and hat are on display at the museum. And I thought, if you told little girl Carrie that she would be at a museum one day, it was so exciting. And also to walk around that museum and see other characters that to see Anita Hill, who I had the honor of playing in Confirmation, and to see they had medallions from Charity Adams' uniform on display in the museum. So it's really such an honor to be engaging with our history.
And you've really been engaged recently with history, in particular with this film, but also with Daughters. And,
yes.
And I mean, are there lessons that you're always looking for when you are portraying historical figures?
I've been really lucky to get to play a lot of real people. I played Ray Charles's real wife, and Idi Amin's, a character based on a couple of Idi Amin's wives, and and Olivia Pope was inspired by Judy Smith. So I've been really, and then Anita Hill, and now Charity Adams. I think that there's a real joy for me in playing true characters, because I went to college here in DC, I went to GW, and I was a social science major, not an arts major. And I love to, yes, at GW, and I love to approach my work really as an anthropologist and a sociologist, so the research to me is kind of the most fun. So playing real people, the research is much easier to access, and it is in some ways liberating to have that much information to ground you as you kind of take the leap to try to be an entirely different human being.
Well, I mean, Scandal really kind of took on a life of its own.
It did.
And you've talked about how, in some ways, it kind of inspired the activism that you have gotten involved in, because people were sort of looking at, the Washington that you inhabited and your ability to be a gladiator and fix things. I mean, how did that sort of speak to your desire to kind of step into the political fray in real life?
Yeah, it's interesting. So Olivia Pope, I would not say Olivia Pope inspired me to be an activist. I started activism in my adolescent years. I was doing a lot of work around education, sexuality education, healthcare, LGBTQIA rights. But I would say that, well, even that's tricky. I was an official surrogate for the Obama campaign before Scandal started. In fact, I had to call the Obama White House because I was appointed to the President's Committee on the Arts and Humanities, and I had to call them in a very awkward phone call one afternoon and say, I need to tell you about 2 jobs that I'm about to do. And they were like, yeah, and I was like, just in case it changes anybody's mind, I'm about to play the wife of a slave in Django, who at the end of the movie blows up the plantation. They were like, okay. I was like, and then I'm gonna go do this TV show where I play this DC fixer who's sleeping with the president. They were like, what? I was like, put that through your vetting. But I will say, I think one of the things that happened for me in 2016 was when I woke up after the election in 2016, my social media was really filled with messages of people saying, Olivia Pope, you have to fix this. And I realized in that moment that we as Americans have forgotten our agency and power in a democracy. The fact that so many of us don't show up to participate in our democracy, but then ask imaginary characters to do something about it is a problem. And I think I also don't say that with judgment. I say it with a lot of compassion. I think many of us don't see ourselves as being part of this democracy. And many of us don't see our needs being addressed, our priorities being tended to. So I started to think about ways to turn the spotlight that was on me to some of the folks who I think are the real Olivia Popes in community, like community
organizers. You took a very active role in the DNC convention.
Yes, I did.
Like multiple DNC conventions.
Yes, and I also have done this work with an organization called the VIP Cohort, where we pick really strong democracy building organizations all over the country that really do the day-to-day work, week after week, month after month, not every 4 years, but every single day, every single year, knocking on doors, addressing the values and priorities of communities. So we work with those organizations all over the country to support their work, uplift their work, help them tell their story to funders, to communities, help them with real media, traditional media, social media, funding, infrastructure building. So I'm just trying to kind of help us realize who the real Olivia Popes are, and that's us, not me.
Well, I know a lot of people were disappointed with the outcome of this election, and
a lot of people weren't.
And a lot of people were not. But you had a message on your Instagram the day after.
Uh-oh.
No, not that one. No, I'm kidding.
Okay. My mom made me take that one down. No, okay. What did I say?
You said, be kind to yourself today.
Oh.
There's more work to do. So what do you see as the work ahead and your role in it?
Yeah, I think I'm still figuring that out. I'm still like listening and trying to be kind to myself and to community. I think one of the things that, it brings me back to 6888, one of the things about the film that I think is so important is that each of these women, when they go into this battalion and when they go overseas, you get the sense that they all feel like they're on their own on this quest to try to achieve something. And they come from different places and they don't really understand each other all the time. And Charity Adams in particular is carrying the weight of the success of this battalion. But how they win is when they come together. How they win is when they stop trying to do it alone and fix it by themselves, and they kind of lean into each other, into each other's superpowers and into each other's capacities. And when they link arms as sisters, that's when they find solution. So I think one of the things I'm really thinking about is how do we link arms in community and not go this alone, but really figure out how to continue to walk toward the idea of a government by the people, for the people, that includes all of the people. That, I think, is the best vision and something that I'm thinking a lot about how I can contribute to making that a reality. Yeah.
And I'm curious, when you said to be kind to yourself, what did you do the day after?
Well, one of the great things about being a mom is that you don't get to stay stuck in your own stuff for very long. And I mean like hard days and good days, right? Like when I showed my kids the trailer for 6888, I was so, I'm a producer, I did a movie with Oprah, I'm so excited, this historic, important movie. And I showed my kids and they were just giggling. And I was like, what is so funny? And they were like, you talk so weird in that movie. Because they know me as like their mom from New York. And I sound like this Southern, captain in the, they were like, what is that voice? So that was fun. But I think the same is true on election day, that, or the day after. I got up and I dropped them to school and I hugged them, and you just like, you
carried on.
You carry on with love. And I think that's really important for all of us right now, to carry on with love for ourselves, for each other, for our communities, for the people we don't understand, to try to move forward with love.
When you think about the arc of history from Charity Adams's time to today, and the kind of glass ceiling that she was attempting to break, where do you sort of see the arc?
Oh my gosh. I wish I could zoom out and see it clearly. What I know is that I live a life filled with more opportunity and freedom than Charity Adams had. And that is, I live this life as a thank you to Charity Adams, right? Like I think it's part of my job to show up boldly and tell these stories and fight for my democracy and uplift my neighbors. Like doing all of that, I have to do in gratitude for the heroes who came before me, who believed in the possibility of an Olivia Pope, who believed in the possibility of a Carrie, of a Robin, right? Like that there's so much work to do, but there's space to do it because of the people who've come before me. And I think a lot these days about the kind of ancestor that I want to be, because I want to be an ancestor who somebody else feels grateful for because I did my part.
Well, I think that is a perfect note to end on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Robin.
And please don't go away because Tina Brown will be returning to the stage with two mothers who are working together across borders and advocating for peace in the Middle East. So please stay with us.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you
She's joining me in the studio. Robbie Damelin, welcome here face to face.
My name is Layla Sheikh. I'm a Muslim Palestinian mother.
And the minute that you would hear my personal story next to a Palestinian personal story, even the hardest of hearts can't not be affected by that. I understood very early that this man didn't kill David because he was David. If he had known him, he could never have done that.
And I now give the floor to Ms. Robbie Damelin.
It's all very well being pro-Israel or pro-Palestine, but what are you doing with that? You're importing our conflict into your country and creating hatred between Jews and Muslims. So if you cannot be a part of the solution, I would urge you to leave us alone.
That was the hardest thing happened to my life, especially next day when they bring him to say goodbye for him. For 16 years, I was refused to have any kind of relationship with any Israeli person.
We shared the same pain, we shared the same tears, even if we had different circumstances.
When we can stand on a stage and talk in the same voice to end war, to end the occupation, to end the violence, then surely that's an example for other people.
Hello, I'm Tina Brown. It's been 13 months since the Middle East conflict again exploded into full-blown war, and the shattering human consequences continue unabated. Never has there seemed to be a harder time to talk about peace and reconciliation as positions harden and new wounds open every day. But thankfully, there are some remarkable voices for peace that have not been silenced. And I'm so honored to have with us today two brave, compassionate friends, Israeli Robbie Damelin and Palestinian Layla al-Sheikh. So Robbie, can you hear all right, by the way? Is there anything wrong with the sound? You can hear, good. You were a mother of two sons, David and Erin. Life was normal. And then on March the 3rd, 2002, David was killed by a Palestinian sniper, and your life imploded from a pain that never ends. What do you remember about the day that you lost David?
I remember that I didn't want to stay at home in the morning. The first thing I did was I got up at the crack of dawn and went to my office, as if something I didn't want to know. And then when they came to tell me, the soldiers, and of course they sent a doctor, that David had been killed, one of the first things that I said is, you can't kill anybody in the name of my child. So I guess that was very prophetic. You know, I didn't know how I would do this, but I did know that I wanted to prevent other mothers from experiencing this pain.
This was your instantaneous reaction. That's extraordinary. He was guarding a checkpoint, wasn't he, when he was killed? I mean, how did David feel about serving in the IDF? Was he enthusiastic about it or not?
David didn't want to serve in the occupied territories. You know, you don't always know who the person is behind the gun. Everybody is very quick to judge and to become an expert on the Middle East. All I can tell you is here is this young man who came to talk to me and said, I don't want to serve in the occupied territories. And, but what shall I do? I'm teaching philosophy to kids who are going to be inducted into the army. Is that the right thing to do? And if I don't go, what will happen to my soldiers? Because he was the officer. And so he went, and I was filled with a sense of dread. And it took almost 3 years for me to understand what he meant, because I was giving a talk at the American Embassy in Tel Aviv, and there was a Palestinian man sitting in the audience, and he kept looking at me, and I knew he wanted to talk to me, but very often people are frightened to talk to bereaved mothers. So I said, what? And he said, I want to tell you that the day before your son was killed, I drove through that checkpoint, and this very tall young man came to the car and said, I have to look at your papers. It's my duty. It's like paying income tax. And they got into a conversation. And actually, he said, you know, the next day when I heard your son was killed, I was so sorry. Here is the essence of everything that we do. It's getting to know the humanity in the other.
What an extraordinary confrontation that must have been with him, to hear that story. I mean, remarkable. Layla, 5 weeks later, and just 36 miles away, your infant son ingested tear gas, but you were prevented from getting him to the hospital by Israeli soldiers who detained you for more than 5 hours at various checkpoints. Tell us what happened when you eventually got to the hospital with your child.
When we finally get to the hospital, the doctors said to us, it's too late to save his life, and if he will stay alive after 48 hours, he will be handicapped. So two choices when you try to think about was even hard to think.
Right, it must have been such agony.
Yeah, and a few minutes later, they take him to the intensive unit care.
You had a very different reaction, I know, than Robbie did for many years after losing Kusi. How did you cope with your grief? I mean, he didn't, you know, he died and he didn't have to die. It was like it was just the cruel circumstances of this situation that you're in that made this happen. How did you cope with your grief?
First of all, I remember the first day that I didn't know what to do. I just cry and cry, because even my family in Jordan, they couldn't be with me that day. I was filled with hatred, anger, because when I think why that happened, my son just 6 months old, he didn't commit anything. But at the same time, I didn't think to take revenge, because revenge for me will never bring him back. And if I will take revenge, that means that I will bring another innocent family to this cycle of violence, and I will never ever let anyone be in that situation, because whatever I try to explain, whatever I try to find word, it will never really explain the feeling at that moment.
And so you didn't really speak about it, did you?
Yeah, even between me and my husband, we didn't speak about his death for more than 16 years. Until today,
He and my other children asked him many times to go to his grave, but I refuse until today. I can't do that.
Robbie, you made a vow, as we know, that not to seek revenge. And then you joined the Parents Circle, which is a group of bereaved families from both sides. How did that change your life?
Well, it took over my life, I think. It just, I closed my office and started to travel all over the world, and always with a Palestinian partner. And I really realized that this message is not local. It's an international message. And I thought I was a big deal because I could speak English. After all, most people born in South Africa can speak English. And I spoke in the House of Lords and in Congress and in the Senate and in hip-hop concerts, wherever anybody invited me. And then one night I was sitting next to my computer and there was a knock on the door. And I opened the door and there were 3 soldiers. And when there are 3 soldiers, only means one thing. So I slammed the door in their face. And they kept knocking and knocking and knocking. And eventually I opened the door and they said, "We came to tell you that we caught the man who killed David." That's when it became hard.
So they caught him?
Yes.
And what was your reaction?
They thought I would be delighted, but it wasn't that at all. It was very painful because suddenly there was a face. So all my talking about peace and love and reconciliation, did I actually mean it? That's a test of integrity. I didn't sleep for maybe 3 months. And then I wrote a letter to the family of Thaya, that's the name of the man who killed David. And I told them about the Parents Circle. In those days, we were 700 families, and now we are 800, which is heartbreaking. And I told them about David. He was a student at Tel Aviv University, studying for his master's in the philosophy of education. And I said, we should meet. We owed that to our children and grandchildren. Of course, I'm not the most pleasant character in the Middle East, you know that. And I expected to hear from the sniper immediately. It took 3 years. And I got a note from him in which he said I was crazy. Well, I kind of knew that. And that I should stay away from his family, and that he killed 10 people to free Palestine. But you see, I knew that when he was a small boy, he saw his uncle violently killed by the Israeli army, and he lost 2 uncles in the second uprising. And all of this takes me into the whole situation of October the 7th, of understanding why. It's not condoning. If you were a little boy growing up in Gaza, and every 2 years there would be a war, and you had no shelter, and you watched your mother running away with your siblings, and you had no freedom of movement and no hope, what kind of an adult will you grow up to be? And if you lived on a kibbutz surrounding and lived in this kind of paradise almost, if you want to give witness, you must see with your own eyes. And I went down to Nir Oz, one of the kibbutzim on the border of Gaza, and I couldn't sleep for days afterwards. It was horrific what had happened there and how many people died, and looking outside and seeing little bicycles and children's shoes and all the debris and the smell and the stories. So they thought they were invincible, but it turns out they weren't. And the children who live in Sderot and Ashkelon and Ashdod, all the areas surrounding Gaza, they've been exposed to rockets since they were tiny children. And so they wet their beds at the age of 12. So, that's like trauma, the traumatic situation that's going on. I can tell you it's very scary. I had rockets outside my house, and I was in the airport when Iran decided to eradicate me. But it's like, I say it in a very flippant way, but I can tell you that you carry this. If I hear a noise, and Lila also, if I hear a noise, I jump, and that's trauma. Yeah. And she lives in a house without any protection, and there were rockets in her area. So what kind of, I'm trying to understand why. I want to understand why the Israeli army lost the war on the 7th of October and what that humiliation created. What came out of that? What came out of that was revenge. And then they couldn't go out and save in a heroic way the hostages, which is one of the most dreadful stories.
Are you in touch with any of the hostage families?
Yes, I know the Pauline family very well, and several of the family members who lost parents and children on 7th of October, both Palestinian and Israeli, have joined the Parent Circle, and I'm so moved by that. You know, I hope that the Paulines will also join. They are so brave and so full of compassion.
It must be very moving to see them at this moment. Leila, how has life changed for you since October the 7th? What are you seeing on the ground?
Since the 7th of October until today, it's not just my life. Every Palestinian who live in the West Bank, which no one care about now, until today, we're still under closure. All the people who work inside Israel, they lost their jobs, so the economic situation in the lowest point now. Most of the children after the 7th of October couldn't go to their school, and if they are lucky, they could go just for one day. As Robbie said, there's many rockets fell down in the West Bank because these rockets will never recognize if this area is Palestinian or Israeli, but we didn't have shelters all the time. My children, everyone who lives there are terrified. The most hardest thing now is the settlers. Every day they attack the Palestinians, they burn their houses, their cars, they attack them in the street, and the Israeli soldiers encourage them and they protect them, and this is so hard. Like even a month ago, it was the season of the harvest of the olives, and they even attacked them in their lands. And try to imagine this life every day that you don't know if any one of your family member will leave the house, if they will came back or not. Like my oldest son, he's now 21 years old. He works in a company, so sometimes he be in a different cities. I called him like every 10 minutes to be sure if he's safe, if something happened to him. 3 months ago, as I remember, he'd been in Hebron, and there's two people, one Palestinian, one Israeli, they work together, and then they fight about money or something. Then one of them stabbed the other, and they closed the roads, and he stuck there from 12 afternoon until 9 in the evening. So imagine, like every 10 minutes, I just pray for God and call him. Imagine live your life every day when someone knock your door or call you, that you pray that you don't want to have that call again to tell you that, sorry, you lost your son.
No.
I don't want to live life like that. I don't want anyone to live like.
Your own life was also changed by an encounter like Robbie had when that Palestinian man talked to. Tell me about the meeting that you had with the Israeli soldier at one of the parent group meetings, which sort of opened up your own sort of mental perspective to the problems.
The story of Khin. Oh, yeah. So we've been in Jerusalem with the other NGOs, and we start to talk about our personal stories. Then after we finish, there's an Israeli man, his name is Khin Alon, who stand up, and he started to talk about his personal story. He was a friend of mine. I know him like 3 years ago, but that was the first time I listened to his story. Then he mentioned that he was a high officer in the army, and he served in my area. And then he mentioned that he prevented a Palestinian car which have sick children from going to a hospital. And then it's become real for me as a Palestinian. We didn't know all the time who's responsible about the death of our children. And I don't think in my whole life I will meet one of those soldiers, and to be him in front of me in that day, that was kind of shock. It was so hard for me even to understand what's going on. It's like your brain just cut off and you feel that you are in a different place. Then I start to cry, and Robbie said to both of us to go outside the room to speak about that. And then he said to me, I know this is hard for you to listen to me, but this is so important for me to tell you that. Then he mentioned that after time, his son becomes sick, and when he tried to take him to a hospital, the guard stopped him because he wanted to ask him a few questions, and he was in a hurry. And he said to me, then just I realized what I did to the Palestinian. He quit from the army, he didn't want to serve again, and they sent him to jail because of that. But then he established a new organization with ex-Palestinian fighters to end the occupation, to work in the ground. So because I know him and I know what he's trying to do, I look at him and I said, look, Khin, this is so hard for me to listen to your story. But at the same time, I want to thank you to tell me that part of your story. And because of that, and because of your courage, because of your honesty, I could forgive you now. Mm. And then I realized this is the real reconciliation. It's so easy to speak about love, peace, and all these lovely words, but sometimes we ask ourselves if we really meant every word we say, if we meant everything we did. But in that day, I realized I made everything right. And this is the way that I want to complete.
I mean, in a way, the October the 7th is the ultimate test of your parent circle philosophy, right? I mean, now you're right in the middle of it all over again in such an intimate, agonizing way. What is this atmosphere inside the parent circle? I mean, I can't imagine all of these families meeting and constantly talking about reconciliation. And then October 7th happens. Did people show up on the next meeting? I mean, presumably these meetings are often on Zoom. I mean, how did it play out?
Well, 2 days after the war began, we had a staff meeting. We are 20 Palestinian Israelis. We have 2 offices, and everybody had been exposed to their own media. So if you'd watched the Palestinian media or you watched the Israeli media, that's like a parallel universe.
Right.
And so this was a real test of the staff. I mean, this was not hugging and eating hummus. Okay, this was painful. And I recognized something extraordinary, that we have created a trust and we can listen with empathy even if we don't agree. And that was the beginning. And we've had children, we have a summer camp every year. But really, I want to talk about, if we have some time now, a little bit of time, because I can go on till tomorrow morning. And I really wanted to tell you why we're in America, because I think it's terribly important, and maybe some of the women in this audience will take this away and do something with it. We had thousands and thousands of people turning to us from all over America, colleges, universities, churches, synagogues, companies, the World Bank. I mean, if the World Bank has to ask me to come and fix up the fact that the Jewish staff aren't talking to the Muslim staff, that's a bit pathetic, no? So at the same time, we managed to go to Georgetown University, and they've been our mentors for many, many years. And they love our message, and we love them. And we had a dinner with them. And we had a dialogue meeting with all of their students, which was amazing. And then we asked if they could help us create an online education program that would be an answer to all of these people, because there was no way possible to go to all of these places. And we created 3 dialogue meetings where 3 couples who told their stories with question and answer, and a manual for the facilitator, because most teachers and most people who just run a synagogue or something have no idea how to even begin. We were at the United Nations School 2 days ago, and it was extraordinary. We did a demonstration to the teachers of how you do this program, which is called Listening from the Heart. And you can open up the website for this. And we taught them how to actually run this program. And then the night, we had all the parents who were rather cynical, but by the end thought it might be a good idea. Mm-hmm. And then the next day, all the kids came, and it was incredible. And this is available online for many. We've tried it out in many universities. NYU did a demonstration, and they've now become our partners. And we were in Colombia 3 days ago. It's extraordinary to see how this message works. And I really don't know where the end of it is, but I do know that the German government want it, and the Italians and the British. So, you know, this is what happens after the 7th of October is a kind of, it's almost like when David was killed for me. It's like this, I've got to change the world overnight, and if I don't work, I'm going to be finished off.
Right. No, I understand. It sounds remarkably effective. Layla, you know, I wanted to ask you sort of what are you saying to the next generation, to the young generation, about what is happening at the moment? How do you keep their hopes where you're living?
If I will tell you about the hope, at the same night that my son died, I dreamed about a white dove came and stand on my shoulder and said to me, "Mama, don't cry, I'm so happy." I know he's happy with God because he's just 6 months old, but at that time I wasn't understand why he came as a white dove. Then when I became a member in the forum, I realized that was the sign of peace. And it was like kind of message from God to tell me, this is your new mission. And he didn't want the death of my son went without achieving something. So I get hope from that point. And I told my children, my relative, everyone around me that it's enough. It's the time to live a normal life because God created us to live and to love, not to kill each other. And every soul is so precious. And I want to tell my story to everyone because the worst thing in the whole world is losing your child. And no one could understand that pain unless someone be in the same situation. And I will never ever want anyone to be in that situation. They deserve a normal life. They deserve a better life to live.
Well, thank you so much for bringing this message today, both of you. And nothing is more effective or more moving than to see the two of you sitting there and talking about your sons. And I want to thank you so much for doing that. We very much appreciate it here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And please stay with us for the next program, which is all about working women and changing the economy. Thank you.
We're really excited to have you.
Oh, I'm excited to be here, trust me.
Hi.
Hi.
Let me know if you need anything.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kathy Baird. It's nice to be here. I'm pleased to be joined by Claire Casey. Claire is president of AARP Foundation, a charitable affiliate of AARP that works to reduce senior poverty. One of the ways they do this is by helping older adults fight age discrimination and stay in the workforce. As technology and economic forces are transforming the labor market, women are at the forefront of that disruption, which is no surprise. Claire's with us today to talk about these changes and what they mean for women. Welcome, Claire. It's so great to have you.
Thank you for having me. Great to be here.
So we're going to start more broadly, and then we'll get into some specifics. But as we talk about this topic, what are the major changes that are shaping the economy, and how do you think they will impact the workforce?
Yeah, so as someone who sits at the top of an organization focused on keeping people at work, getting them back to work, we spent a lot of time over the last couple of years trying to understand what was changing in the workplace. And it's actually an incredibly interesting period in history to be working in, but there are some real massive shifts afoot. By some estimates, 60 million people in this country between today and 2030 are going to change occupations. Not change jobs, change occupations. And that's being driven by a number of big trends. One is our longevity. Our healthcare workforce is growing at 4 times the rate of the general economy. So that's driven by many more older people. The second is that we've made a once-in-a-generation investment in changing the structure of our economy. We put $2 trillion of investment into new infrastructure to be greener, cleaner, more efficient, and also set up the third one, which is this massive technological change. We already had digitization, we already had automation, now we have AI coming like a whirlwind and hitting all of us. And we're seeing that is creating enormous productivity gains for some workers. It's also gonna displace a lot of workers and what they used to do. When you combine AI with robotics and automation, suddenly a lot of jobs that people used to have will no longer exist. And lower income workers are really they're the population that is most vulnerable when we think about that shift. And so it's really front of mind for us at AARP Foundation. And I think it needs to be front of mind for all of us as a society.
Yeah, we were just talking about AI back in the backstage area too, so this is the topic of today. But how can you describe what this disruption means specifically for women?
Yeah, so as in the case of many more challenging things, women are really disproportionately impacted by this. I said that low-income workers are in those fields. Those are all the fields that are going to be declining are also fields that are dominated by women. We're talking about office support, food service, production lines. 72% of administrative and office support workers are women. So as those roles decline, I think women have about a 50% greater chance of being in a job category that will be declining over the next coming years than men, 50% more likely. So we are really, as women, concerned about women. This is something we really need to be focused on. Last year was the first year in many, many, many years that the gender pay gap increased.
Let's let that sink in for a minute. You mentioned earlier in your setup longevity. So people are living longer lifespans, and people want and need to work longer. But many people actually leave the workforce long before they're ready. Yeah. Why is that happening, and what trends are you seeing?
Yeah, so again, we're coming from AARP Foundation. We're focused on that lower income worker. And so when you look at the experience of an older worker, anyone older, independent of skill level, income level, if they lose their job or they have to leave for caregiving responsibilities, I've recently taken on caregiving responsibilities. I'm lucky enough to be in a job that allows me to do that and gives me the flexibility to do that. That's not the case for everyone. But there are a lot of things that will pull us out of the workforce temporarily. If you're an older worker, you're 40% more likely to enter the long-term unemployed. Only 1 in 10 older workers, when they get back into the workforce, ends up in a job that pays them the same or more than the job they left. So it is really, really scary. And then again, for lower income people, the situation is worse. So only 1/3 of lower income workers in this country will be continuously employed through their 50s. And so there's this imperative to figure out how to do this better, create pathways back into work, and create pathways for people to stay relevant, develop the skills they need to remain valuable to their workplaces, and to make that an inclusive approach. I'm a few years till 50. I'm almost there. It is scary to me that a 50-year-old is not someone that an employer thinks is worth training or retraining or upskilling. So we've got to do a big shift in mindset.
So those are some barriers, and I know there are others, which I'd love to hear about more for older workers who are seeking new skills to stay employed or change careers. What are those barriers?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a simple answer. It's ageism. And it's ageism we have about ourselves, and it's ageism that we have about others. I spend a lot of time talking to workforce organizations, going to economic justice events where people are really focused on how to improve the working lives of lower income people in this country. And it is extraordinary to me how much that is just exclusively focused on young people. Not that we shouldn't be focused on young people, but we live in a country where we have to keep working and we have to stay relevant. And skills are changing faster than they've ever changed. IBM did this great report talking about the lifespan of a skill, and it's down to 2 to 4 years. It's halved over the last few years. So when you're 50, you might have 20 years of work. You might need to upskill 4 or 5 times. How do we change our mindset about ourselves and about others to say, that's worth investing in. I can learn and try new things, and so can they.
So on that note, what successful models for helping workers get the new skills they need to stay employed or find pathways back to work, and how do we make these models better?
Yeah, so that's a great question, because I think it's where there's a lot of hope. We're actually really good at this. US companies are great at upskilling their workforce. They're great at investing in people. Apprenticeship programs are proven tools to get people into better, more sort of what we call like decent work, jobs that have benefits, jobs that will set you up to actually be able to retire one day. We know what works. I think we have two gaps. A, who's viewed, and sort of getting back to ageism, sexism, who's viewed as worth investing in is one. And also that we have large segments of our economy, huge employers, that really don't have the resources to do what big companies do so well. So small and medium-sized enterprises that are gonna need to adapt to the technological change don't really have the infrastructure to upskill their workforce. It'd be easier for them to fire the person who doesn't have the skill and hire someone who does, because they don't have that capacity. So how do we start thinking about supporting SMEs and giving them the tools to keep their workers, keep the people who they trust, who are great, and just help them evolve to remain relevant?
I love these practical takeaways that you're giving us, and I want to get into more specifics of that, because this is a room full of engaged citizens and change makers. So what is at stake for us if we don't act?
Yeah, I mention this to people all the time. I think a lot about, when I was growing up professionally, I'm trained as an economist. And in the 90s, when I was learning economics, that was a period where the big focus in terms of particularly global economics was around trade and around what happened in this country after NAFTA. Now, NAFTA was great for the country overall. GDP went up. It was a net benefit. But there was a profound failure to focus on and invest in transitioning those workers and those communities that got left behind by NAFTA. I was in Reading, Pennsylvania 2 years ago, and it is astonishing to me to see that town, which could be a vibrant economy that is a generator of growth and of good lives, of opportunity. It is still carrying the weight of losing its industries 30 years ago. So we have this in front of us. Again, we are talking about millions of workers, and it scares me. We've got these AI companies investing in studies on universal basic income, something that I don't think is politically feasible in this country today. I think it's a bit of a distraction. What are we going to do for workers? How do we keep them engaged? How do we build opportunity? Yeah, I think there's a lot that could be done so we don't end up with millions of more people who feel hopeless and who feel like there is an opportunity for them. Because I think we've seen what that's produced for our society and for our politics.
Mm-hmm. I like the message of hope a lot. I think specifically, sort of my final question, what can we do to help older workers navigate the technological shifts, which we've discussed today, AI, et cetera, that are shaping all of our workplaces?
Yeah, so I would say this. I think it actually starts with us. I sat on Monday night at a dinner, and I met this wonderful woman named Joey. She's 78 years old. She's just about to step down from being the chair of the board of a great foundation out in Colorado. And she said to the table, I wish at 50, 28 years ago, I had realized or understood how much I had in front of me, how much I would do, how many new skills I would learn. And I was really inspired by that idea that she's looked back. So I would have made different choices. I would have acted sooner if things didn't feel like things were ending rather than beginning. So I think we really have to get comfortable doing things that are uncomfortable, trying new skills, saying the job I'm in may not exist, and I want to get ahead of that. So if we start doing it for ourselves, I've been thinking a lot about how we also talk to each other and what we talk about. I think it's a little uncomfortable to talk about picking up entirely new skills. Not, I picked up knitting or I picked up a new language, but like I got really good at using Claude to draft I used it this morning to draft my holiday card. But picking up new things, trying new things, because if we're doing it ourselves, if we're talking about it with each other, menopause is having a moment because women started talking about menopause, but we hadn't been, right? So how do we do that? And if we do that, how do we open a conversation where everyone is saying, older people are still valuable in terms of training, women are valuable, and let's invest in that value.
Such a great message from Joey and also from you, Claire Casey, president of AARP Foundation. Thank you so much for the conversation.
Thank you.
And now we'll continue with the rest of our program.
The slave who taught Jack Daniel how to make whiskey. And now that the secret's out, Nearest Green is getting a shot at cementing his own legacy.
This is a story of love, honor, and respect.
Best-selling author Fawn Weaver is an unlikely force in Tennessee whiskey country.
Uncle Nearest is one pillar in this house that will pass to the next generation. We are going to blow this thing wide open, and we're going to firmly cement Nearest's legacy. And when it comes to the Mount Rushmore whiskey, Jim, Johnny, and Jack, we're now adding Nearest.
Hello. Good to see you all again. Thanks for sticking around for the finale. We're going to have some fun. As a reminder, I'm Krista Thompson, a managing editor here at the Washington Post, and I'm joined today by Fawn Weaver, the founder and CEO of Uncle Nearest Premium Whiskey.
Yes.
Welcome, Fawn.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. Before we dig in, you all just saw the video, but I want to share a few fascinating facts about your company.
Okay.
Since your company's launch in 2017, you have seen over 3,000% growth in sales. Mm-hmm. The brand has 7 varieties of whiskey. And this past May, the brand officially became the fastest growing whiskey of all time. Mm-hmm. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Fawn, we're here to talk to you today, not just about your story and your career and the brand, but the story that you unearthed, which also gave rise to Uncle Nearest. In the past, you have said it like this: Nearest Green was the best whiskey maker the world has never known. Mm-hmm. You learned who Nathan Nearest Green was in 2016 after reading an article. He was a forgotten figure, but he made an indelible impact. Mm-hmm. Briefly tell us who he was and why his story resonated so deeply with you.
Yeah, so Nearest Green is what we now, or who we now know to be the first known African-American master distiller. The reason why I say first known is because I'm hopeful that some folks will actually go back into their records and, you know, the photos of the random black person, figure out who that was. and so in the years and the decades ahead, this may change, but from what we know now, he was the first known African-American master distiller. He is the teacher of a young Jack Daniel. He was the first master distiller for Jack Daniel Distillery, and he is still the only known master distiller for Jack Daniel Distillery number 7.
So let's take a look at this photo. The man we see here next to Jack Daniels is not, in fact, Nearest Green. That's his son, George. Talk about this photo a little bit and what it signified for you.
Absolutely. Well, the way that I start off Love and Whiskey is actually with the full photo, because the New York Times and everyone who has used this photo has cropped the photo, just like it is at the front of this book, or the cover of the book. However, when you open it up and you look at the actual photo, this is the only known photograph that Jack Daniel ever took with anybody else. And he ceded the center position of the entire photo to the African-American man. And so you are the most famous whiskey maker of all time, then and now. You're taking the one photo you've ever taken with people. And there's a couple things to notice here. Number one, although it looks like he's off-centered because they've put the two together, George is the center of this photograph. That's the first part. The second part is everyone else is seated. Jack is standing. Jack never grew to be more than 5'2", and in this photo, his right leg has been amputated. So what he is doing is he's leaning into the person he trusted the most. That's a big deal. This photo was taken in 1904. So one of the things that America has a really bad tendency of doing is we do have some horrible stories in our history, but we do a really bad job of celebrating the great ones. And this story is such a beautiful story of two Americans that in a time that was unlikely, 19th century, in a place that was unlikely, Lynchburg, Tennessee, found a place of respect, love, honor, and equality during a time when America did not even know what equality meant. And instead of celebrating that, people saw this photo and instinctively decided around the internet, with no proof whatsoever, that Jack Daniel was a slave owner. He stole the recipe, he hid the slave. I mean, that story was around the world. I was in Singapore when it came out. It was around the world. It was one of the top 10 most read stories of that year. And the baffling part to me was, I looked at the photo and said, let me get this straight. So this is taken, I thought 19th century, but now we know circa 1904. And you want to hide a black man by putting him at the center of your photograph.
How does that work?
It made no sense. But it just goes to show that a lot of times when we want to latch on to something negative, we will miss the obvious. And I simply didn't miss the obvious.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about Love and Whiskey.
Yes.
I have started reading. I'm enjoying it.
Good.
You have described it as being the book if Julie and Julia and the Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks had a baby.
That's
it would be this book.
It's that book.
I thought that was a great description.
Yes, yes.
Talk a little bit more. What was surprising to you as you did the research? What was surprising to you about Nearest Green and just this story as you pulled it together?
I'd say one of the most surprising things to me is that the story of Nearest Green was always known. When Jack was alive, he made sure that everybody knew who his mentor, his teacher, and his first master distiller was. Then he passed that to his nephew, who took over the distillery 4 years before he passed away. He turned it over. And his nephew continued that and telling the story of Nearest Green and the story of his boys, George Green and Eli Green. Then when Lim, his nephew, his 4 sons took over Jack Daniel Distillery, they continued. So until 1978, if you had gone on a tour at Jack Daniel Distillery, you would have learned about Nearest and his boys and their legacy and the importance. What you would have also learned is that the process that distinguishes Tennessee whiskey from Kentucky bourbon, both are a straight bourbon whiskey, and the only thing that distinguishes it, the only difference other than the location, other than the state, the only difference is you must use a process that you take traditional bourbon distillate, you run it through sugar maple charcoal, and you do that before it goes into the barrel to remove impurities. Well, Jack's family made sure to put on record that came in with the Africans, that came with the enslaved people. Again, in a country that African Americans could not patent, couldn't trademark, couldn't own anything, they took the time to make sure they put in the press, anytime the question was posed to them where the process came from, they said it came in with the Africans. That's a big deal for us because so many things that we brought into this country, so many things that we've done, we weren't able to be credited for because we couldn't patent it, we couldn't own it.
Talk a little bit more about Nearest Green's descendants, how you found them, what their role is now with the brand.
Well, Prohibition in this country lasted about 19 years. However, in Tennessee, it began 10 years before the rest of the country. Then when Prohibition ended, Tennessee came out county by county. And the last county to come out was the most southernmost town, which is Lynchburg, Tennessee. And so you're talking about a town that had a single industry, and the industry was gone for almost 40 years. So Nearest's family, although they were very prominent as a part of Jack Daniel, the whiskey making and all of that prior to that, some of the family members went to St. Louis, which is actually where Jack Daniel Distillery operated for the 10 years that Tennessee was in Prohibition, prior to Fed Prohibition. And so you had a branch in Indianapolis, a branch in St. Louis, branch in Texas, 2 branches in Tennessee, and they didn't know each other. Each of them knew they were descendants of Nearest Green, but they didn't know one another.
Oh, wow.
And as I began gathering the research, which you'll find when you read this book, is that I pulled thousands and thousands of documents and artifacts from 6 different states, brought them all back to the place where Jack Daniel grew up, because I bought the property. And turned the main lounge area, the cigar lounge, into my research room. And all of the neighbors would begin in Lynchburg, Tennessee, would bring documents. If it had Green on it or Daniel on it, they would just bring it over. And so if you had gone into my research room at the time, it looked like something the FBI used. Like every square inch of the walls were covered with pictures and documents. And so as I began gathering it and began meeting with each branch of the family, some of the branches were a little skeptical about the other branches. And the way that I was able to convince them all that they were related is the elders of each branch allowed me to take the family album, the family photo album, to digitize it. Okay. Every single one of them had the same photo. Charles Green was a service member in the Army, and every time he went somewhere, he's a handsome guy, and he absolutely knew it, because every time he was deployed somewhere, people got postcards with his picture on it. And so the way I was able to convince people that they were related is they all knew Charles Green. And so from day one, before we ever sold the first bottle of Uncle Nearest, the Nearest Green Foundation was founded, and we began paying for all of Nearest's descendants of college age to have a full ride through college.
Wow.
We continue that. We will always continue that. And so my goal was always to bring the Green family into the business for every aspect of the business. But I didn't think through the process of actually paying for them to get their master's degrees and their JDs, because they have no interest in moving to Shelbyville, Tennessee. Right. Zero interest, zero. I have literally been able to get one, and it's a beautiful thing. Nearest's great-great-granddaughter is our master blender. She is the first African-American female master blender of a major spirit brand, and she has now led our company. This is now the 6th year in a row, when we announce it in January. It's the 6th year in a row that we are the most awarded bourbon in the world.
Wow. Let's talk a little bit about the industry. I'm interested in, did you face challenges in developing this brand that's so closely tied to Jack Daniel's, which is obviously a household name? That couldn't have been easy.
Look, people love this question about challenges, so I feel like I'm on this perpetual I don't pay attention to challenges.
Okay.
I don't. And the reason I don't is my job is the solution. If I waste my time on the challenge itself, it takes me longer to get to the solution. And so I expect challenges to be in the way every step of the way. And it's my job to just get to the other side of it. And so coming into an industry in which there had never been a woman or a person of color before me to succeed, just name a challenge and go with it. I faced all of them, but it doesn't matter.
So you got through that?
No, every day. Yeah. Every day. I take body shots every day. This is an industry that is, by all accounts, in its worst decline in 3 decades. And Uncle Nearest is almost one of the only brands that's growing, and we're an independent. Independents are not growing in this market. The big guys are gobbling up everything that they can, and Uncle Nearest, we're just like, we understand it's a decline. We appreciate this, but we don't have time for this. So y'all focus on that problem. We're gonna stay focused on the solution, and that's just what we do. So every day I deal with challenges that would probably take most entrepreneurs out. But I'm not going to speak those challenges because it gives them more weight than they deserve. I can tell you the solutions.
Okay. What was the solution to how you created a brand in, I would say, the shadow of a huge brand in the spirits industry?
I wasn't in the shadow. I let them know I was there.
Okay. Yeah. Great. You said in an interview, and you mentioned the property. You said that I don't believe you own the brand unless you own the land.
Correct.
Your distillery sits on more than 400 acres, making you one of the largest Black landowners in Tennessee.
Well,
what
because
does
I
owning
own that
land
and the 313 acres where the original Jack Daniel Distillery #7 was, and then
we're getting to 700 acres and plus.
We're close to 1,000 at this point.
Okay. What does owning land mean to you?
Well, I can say it because we're in DC, and it'll make it all make a lot more sense. We've got Charlie Palmer, an absolute institution here that is closing next Friday because it couldn't renew its lease. If you do not own the land, you do not own the brand. Hard stop.
Everybody taking in these pictures. This is a beautiful property.
Oh, and that's when we were essentially under construction. It looks different now. We are now the 7th most visited distillery in the world, not just bourbon or whiskey distillery, but of the tens of thousands of distilleries in the world, we are the 7th most visited, and we are the #1 rated in the world on every platform.
Wow. Yep. Let's dig into your story a little bit. In your book, you share how you're the child of a former Motown songwriter turned preacher. You left home at the age of 15, experienced homelessness at one point. You've been public about having suicidal thoughts at other times.
Let's clarify this. I left home when I was 15. I dropped out of high school. I went to Jordan Downs in Watts, and I lived in the projects for a time before living in 3 homeless shelters by the time I was 18 years old. I tried to commit suicide twice when I was 20 years old.
That's specific, yes.
I should have been a journalist because I love accuracy.
Well, tell us what those thoughts and hardships, those challenges stirred in you. You just mentioned being very solution-oriented. How did that shape you for where you are now?
Yeah, well, I think that there's a couple of things. Number one, the growing up and coming through that situation. When you're 20 years old, your brain isn't fully formed. And if the first 20 years of your life have been very difficult, you're not really interested in doubling down on that time. And that is just, I believe it's more normal and natural for teenagers because you don't have the ability yet to really process, oh, this does get better. You just look at, the past as prologue and go, I don't want this for the next 20 years. But I wouldn't change it for anything in the world because 2 things happened when I laid in the bed for the second time in the hospital. The first thing that happened is that I discovered that I was absolutely most definitely here for a reason. And I wanted to know what that reason was. I wanted to know what at that time I would have described as purpose. I now am very clear that you're born with your purpose. Your purpose is you. What you do in every season may be different, and how you move and what you are meant to do, what you are called to do in every season may be different, but your purpose is with you at all times. Just like for every woman, you were born with every egg in your ovary you were ever going to have, you were born with your purpose. And so in that bed, I said, I'm going to figure out why I am here, and I'm going to do the work. So that was the first thing. The second thing is I had now tried to take myself out twice, was unsuccessful both times. So I came to the conclusion on that day in that bed that if I couldn't take me out, nobody could take me out.
Okay.
And I have spent the last 28 years as if nobody could take me out. That's why with a $24 billion company on the other side, I wasn't in the shadow. I said, I'm here.
Okay. Fawn, I first came across you and your story on Instagram, where you often talk about leadership. Hers is a great account to follow if you don't follow Fawn. You frequently use the hashtag purpose-driven CEO. You just talked about purpose a little bit, but what does that mean to you when you talk about being a purpose-driven CEO?
It means that I am doing exactly what I was called to do. I move unapologetically and authentically because I don't believe that you can do what you were called to do if you're sugarcoating it, wrapping it in a bow, stepping on eggshells. You got to go in and do what it is that you were called to do. And you have to look at it and know that might bother a few people, but it won't bother the people that are a part of this vision that you are supposed to live out. And so that, for me, purpose-driven CEO, I've been very clear from day one where I'm taking this company to, and it doesn't really matter to me if someone looks at it and goes, that's too big of a goal. Okay, well, that's too big of a goal for you. It's a sizable goal for me.
That's great. Well, I think we are going to have to leave it there. Unfortunately, we're out of time. I do want you to know that Fawn's book is on sale at our bookstop outside. There is a tasting. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your powerful story at our Global Women's Summit. Fawn, stay right here. At this time, I want to invite the Post's Susie Watford to the stage for some closing remarks and to wrap up this incredible day.
Thank you so much. I'm Susie Watford and I am Chief Strategy Officer here at the Post, and I'm all that's standing between you and the bar, so I'll be quick. What an amazing day, fantastic. I want to just firstly say thank you so much to all of our guests and speakers, and please join me in giving another round of applause. Thank you. I also want to say a very special thank you to our fabulous partner, Tina Brown. She has helped shape the whole event, the conversations, the topics, the guests that we had on stage. She is always amazing and she truly raises the game. So thank you very much to Tina. And we wouldn't be here today without the help of our sponsors. So a big thank you to our presenting sponsors, AARP, Boston Consulting Group, Goldman Sachs and March of Dimes, and also our supporting sponsors, Johns Hopkins Carey Business School, and a special thanks to Nixon Peabody. Thank you very much. And so many people make these things work, so a big thank you to all of those who helped put on this event. That's from the security team, to the caterers, to the tech team, to makeup artists, graphic designers who help us really transform this space. So thank you to all of them, and a special thanks to the Washington Post Live team for their passionate dedication in making this whole thing come together. It's a very dynamic event, dynamic conversations, and it truly is a team sport when these things come together like this, so thank you to them. This concludes the program for today, but we really want you to join us for a cocktail where you can sample some of the fantastic whiskies discussed here from the Uncle Nearest collection, and also be sure to check out the store if you haven't done so yet. It's fantastic. And we really look forward to having you back next year for the Global Women's Summit and building on the energy that was created in this room today. Thank you so much. The bar is open.